Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome to obscurity. God, I think day one of that trailer, it killed me, and I can't unhear it. So here we are again, OWCS Stage 2, Week 6, Day 1, and of course I can't do it alone. I brought in my favorite dairy duo. It's Jake and Matt. How are we feeling?
Like
Greasy, buttered up, all good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I gotta say, you know, Mitch has been gone for a bit now. I don't really miss him.
On a holiday, I guess.
I love Jake. Yeah, you
I'm
know,
taking over, baby. I'm taking over.
Yeah, he keeps extending. You know, I think Mitch is in Cabo or something. He just keeps extending these trips. But you
Mitch
know,
is driving his fifth Lambo. He's at the beach house. He's doing just fine.
That's just Mitch things, right? It's just what he
Yeah.
does. Yeah, and all the while he is making sure that his Battle.net account is connected to his Twitch account, because while he's not working the show, he's still collecting those drops, and so should you. So make sure to connect the two and get all our beautiful drops. And you know what? Like, we still have plenty of time to earn all of these.
Oh,
These
wait
are
a minute.
coming up
Hold
in
up,
the
hold up.
playoffs. Okay, I see you. I see
The
you.
rings
Drops
are
makers.
kind of. It's kind of getting me hyped.
Yeah, you missed out, Jake. I mean, what was the best you placed in Owl? Like, what, third, fourth, something like
Third.
that?
So
I mean,
rude.
dude, you would have been. Yeah, he would have been in ring kind of contention around that.
Yeah,
area.
well, what you got for that? Like a wet handshake or
I
something?
thought you only get a ring for being the champs.
Yeah, but you were in the
As you
ballpark.
should.
You were in the ballpark. Third,
All right, thanks,
you know.
man. I'll take that. I was in the
Yeah.
ballpark. All right.
A few
in the
things go wrong
ballpark
for some
of
of the others.
championship.
He's in the ballpark. Yeah, he's in the ballpark. Zoe, why you hating?
I don't know, I hate him. I love the positivity that you bring to the table, Matt. I'm here for it. I'm also here for more Overwatch, always, because you will have plenty of opportunities still to earn these beautiful drops that you just saw on your screen. We may or may not be done with the regular season very, very soon, actually. In fact, at the end of this very weekend. But we still have the playoffs, we still have promo and relegation, and those show days are long. Jake, like you were up for like 20 hours or something.
Yeah, I'm locked in, baby. I'm locked in to drop another banger promo relegation day. Honestly, it was fun. It was sick seeing some of these like really passionate teams climbing up out of face it and making it to the OWCS, and some of them have been really competitive here at the highest level.
Absolutely. And then we also have the last chance qualifiers map, the first of its kind for us anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be a banger going into the mid-season championship there in Riyadh, right? More teams, than we had in Stage 1. Teams from all over the globe, different regions we may not have seen represented in OWCS. So that's going to be a really awesome event, leading into the chilly winter of Stockholm in November for the
winter.
World Finals.
Yeah, as we always say, pack your Crocs and your down jackets, because it's frosty over there, as Matt had to learn.
Yeah,
But,
don't let me pack for you, please.
Yeah, don't let
You'll
Matt
be
pack
cold.
me. You might make I'm packing my back stream for this one. We can all do it together and we'll figure it out. We're going to walk you through this. It's going to be a good time. So make sure to grab your tickets and meet us there, not just for the mid-season championship in Riyadh. You can also get your tickets already for our World Finals in Stockholm, Sweden, which will be taking place once again at DreamHack, an absolute gaming festival. It's been a great time last year, so make sure to run it back and join us once again for all the days of action. Now, we do have 2 days of action ahead of us here in our last weekend of the regular Stage 2 season. However, before we let the pros play, we're going to play a little game amongst ourselves to fill time, because we love holding games hostage and not letting you watch competitive Overwatch. That's just kind of our thing. Jake, Matt, I thought it would be brilliant, absolutely great if we could snake draft our own little teams. How about that?
Yeah, I bet you
about
woke
that?
up this morning and you were like, you know what, I'm feeling a good old-fashioned snake draft. That's
Yeah,
all
like
you're- you know
some
what I
days
mean?
you just wake up, you have a sip
Hey.
of coffee, and it's like snake draft.
Look, I love fantasy sports. I love sports, so this is right up my alley. I mean, production, they have been
facts.
trying to screw me on all these other games, giving Mitch the answers, giving Jake the answers.
Right.
This one,
This is your game to
can't-
win,
They
bro.
can't rig this one. This one, they cannot fix.
Except we are going up against Jake, and Jake is the man of the people. So regardless of how hot garbage his team is going to look like, they will still be voting for him. So that's the bad news for you, Matt. But we're still going to give it a good old college try. It's going to be a good time. There's, of course, rules to this. So we will pick one player prior to each match. And so the snake draft will only finish on Sunday. So this is, we're in for the long haul. This is like 2 days worth of content, because that's how you fill time. We're really good at this. One more rule also should be obvious. If a player is drafted, the other contestants cannot grab that player, and also only one player per organization. So you can't just get
like
the
that.
entirety of OWCS into your roster. Got it? Got it.
That doesn't. I'm gonna try, but
But Jake was eyeing some of those players on some of the lower teams.
I'm sure he
early on.
was.
He
I'm
was.
sure he was.
Look, I want to have some fun
I'm
with
gonna
my
kick
team.
us
I want to
off.
bring together the some passion, some excitement,
Some passion.
little something the community can get behind.
Right. Okay. So the vibes team is coming in strong here. Since I'm the host, I make the rules. I'm gonna go first, and I grab my boy Ziad. What a phenomenal debut performance from Ziad thus far in the OWCS. He's been showing versatility as well. He's looking good, man. I mean, obviously the entire team is looking really good, but Ziad seems like that's a must draft. That's a first round draft for sure.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. You know, the Katsia has been so stable.
As much as I would like to bash this pick, I think this is the pick all of us would have made with number one. So, you know, I'll let it slide. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Thank you. Thank you. Jake, what you got for us?
All right, I went with Psycho from Twisted Minds. The guy has really impressed me. I think he's like a key part of the team's success. Has the flexibility to succeed on, you know, all the flankers, but plays hit scan, plays anything. I've seen him on, you know, even like the sim and some tech strats here. So just a hyper flex player, you know, on top of his game right now. I think he's just a great asset to any team, and it will be to my team.
I mean, no shade to Psycho, but I feel like you just sandbag your own draft here.
I mean, this is
starting with the DPS. We have so many fantastic DPS players.
You can't say no shade and then immediately throw
and
shade.
throw so much shade.
That's like, yeah, no shade, but I'm immediately going to be like, why didn't you pick any other player?
No, Psycho is a great player, obviously. I just feel like. Yeah, I don't know. I think we have a lot of great DPS players at our disposal.
It's all right to be a hater, so it's all good.
I'm not.
I think there's other damage deals you could pick, but I think Psycho has had a tremendous stage 2. He's really been like a standout for that team, and then I think you're starting to see him flex into some other roles. So I think that's a really good shot. For me, I decided to go with Landon on Alcatia. I think Landon has been
So you also went with a
He's been looking
player.
sharp. He's been looking very sharp.
Yeah, Landon has been awesome. You know, once Ziad was off the board, I was like, yo, I'm going to that Alcatia pool. I'm swimming in those waters. I'm getting something out. And I decided Landon was the one I wanted to go with for that team. I think he's been great on the flex support. He's been awesome really his entire career. Maybe doesn't get as much love as some of the other flex supports out there in the world, but I think he's an awesome player.
All right. Yeah, I think Matt and I killed this first round. We're gonna play the second round before the second match of today. Jake is just like, why are you doing this? I don't know, someone has to be a hater. Yeah, so this is our first round. Once again, a reminder, everyone at home, you're voting for who you think is outdrafting the rest of the crew on Sunday. So again, we're in it for the long haul. It's gonna be a good time. But this was round 1, and that means that we're now about ready to actually see our first game of the day as well. So let's talk about those two teams, shall we? We are looking at today's matches. No, we're not. We're just gonna dive right in. Gen.G versus OWCS. Right. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if we're talking about this one, it should be lopsided. It's been lopsided every time OWCS took any team except from their very first match of the stage, which was against Twisted Minds. That one went the distance, but after that, no team really could do anything about them. And last week was like, there's nothing to take away from the match last week, really, because there was just an absolute beatdown against Peps, right? Checkmate was popping off in Symmetra. That caused so many issues for Peps. Landon, actual DPS player. They had a really cool Zarya Iliari comp on Circuit as well that they busted out. It's just, they're playing around, they're showing us different looks, and they just look so solid on all of them.
For me, Jake, it's been obviously Ziad in at the main tank, the entire time. And then also the addition of Kellex as just, he can play all of the quote-unquote main supports. He's been a very good caller for a long time, just like stability to this team. And the meta seems to be so right for them.
Yeah, I think like the Checkmate for me is a real key to this team's success. The flexibility to be so good on sim and for the team to be really sick around it makes this team very hard to play against. It like reminds me of like the old London Spitfire days where they were so good at this sim Rhine strat. It was so hard to play against. They're so unique. But OWCS is another level over that because they don't need the sim. Yeah. They can be just as good playing a Tracer comp, playing a Gen.G comp. They can hit you with anything. And so sim is just another tool in their arsenal. And it's with how good they are at executing it, it's such probably an annoying thing to be thinking about. Every map, you have to be thinking about, okay, if they play normal, we do this. If they play sim, we do that. And that just makes them incredibly tough challenge for a team, even teams as good as Gen.G. And Gen.G has looked great. But I just think across the board, Katsia looks so consistent and stable right now.
Yeah, Gen.G has looked great at times. Overall, they have been confusing us a little bit, but we obviously know what this team is capable of if they're playing at 100%. Last week, they played a must-win game against 1DV 100G, and they crushed it. Like, it was a great look for them, although at times it did look like Who Are You is just trying to drag the team over the finish line against their will, but he did it, you know?
Yeah, Who Are You is the star of this team. It's kind of out of control how well he's been playing, but honestly, you're right. It's a scary sign when he's doing some. I mean, we saw like, I remember on Hollywood, dropped like a 5K and they don't cap. It's like, that's painful. So Gen.G, they've got to get it together, play around the success of their star EPS players.
And look, this game's going to be tough for them, right? Alcacia has just been a buzzsaw that's kind of run through everybody. You need to, though, kind of, play at least respectably well here in terms of like your map differential as we start to move in towards like playoff and tiebreakers and who you end up kind of like playing in that type of scenario for Gen.G, because look, they're a team that if they can obviously start to click just getting in, right, and maybe not playing Alcacia really early on could be the difference between them just kind of sneaking in and maybe finishing third or being like double first round that ended up in an LCQ.
Absolutely. Well, the teams are ready to get this one started, and so are we. So, Butter Boys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. We're getting right into
there
the action.
it is.
Oh my god, for the content, for the people.
I created probably when we were about to jump into this weekend in our talent chat. They got that Gen.G thing, and I was like, "Yo, create me a man made of melted butter," and it did not produce a result.
It was weird, man. It was weird.
It looked like
a guy with sticks of butter coming out of his face. It's giving me some like Alien B vibes.
Yeah, we are not that. We are real people here. Getting ready to cast a real game, but Jake, Alcacia, they've just been so good throughout EMEA. I don't think like losing here is like a terrible loss for Gen.G. I don't think it would be like, oh my god, like we're going into playoffs after losing the Alcacia. Like for me, this is like almost an opportunity for them to pressure test what they've been working on, see how it is against Alcacia in a live match scenario, and then regroup for playoffs.
Yeah, I think in EU right now, Symmetra, it looks so good.
Dude.
I think in NA with like teams playing in Korea as well, teams playing like a lot of Wrecking Ball, that's sort of for me like the counter to Sim, like the playing a style where there's no one for Sim to go on, Sim doesn't get energized, you just kind of hit and run over and over again from many angles. But right now, EMEA, people just don't play that.
They don't play ball.
Players do not play ball, and like it's just the reality of the game right now is that a lot of teams are playing Rush, and I think Katsuya is on top because they're the best at like full committing to that style. Landon looks insane on the BAP. Lambda is having big games across all the heroes he plays, but typically like a hit scan synergizing with the Symmetra. He's also been playing a lot more Sojourn than other teams have been really consistent with the Freya. He's like, no, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do my own thing on Soj, and it's been working.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things that we've talked about is that like a lot of these teams, when you look at like specifically, I would say Twisted Minds and Alcacia, right, running the sim pretty consistently, and some of the other teams in the EMEA playing similar comps but not running the sim, and the sim has been so effective. Let's take a look at the standings though here, right? Alcacia sitting up top, just absolutely dominant. You see Twisted Minds, dude. I mean, they have this just that one loss to Alcacia, and you look at that map differential, like they are so neck and neck in terms of these teams. Like we haven't seen that match since week 1, right? But these two teams have put themselves on another level, it feels like, in EMEA, because you see 3 through 6 is basically going to finish 500 or one game under.
Yeah, I think TM is a real threat to Katsuya. But Katsuya just want to lock things down, and they'd go with the conventional Freya opening ban here. They tend to do a lot of Freya bans, especially on a map like Oasis that I think is actually very good for Freya.
Yeah.
Then I think this does allow Lambda to play the Sojourn, to play the Cassidy, where he is maybe more comfortable, more confident. It's also maybe not having to deal with that verticality as much could help if you want to play the Sim strat. I believe they do run Sim on this map, at least on some of the points. And so Gen.G, I mean, this is a real test for them, right? Like they've played against some other teams, but they've not played against Katsuya. Katsuya is very unique in terms of bringing a very different style. And so for Gen.G, it's an up and down stage. This is a huge moment for them. If they can make this more competitive, it bodes very well for them in playoffs. But if this is a blowout, it's going to be scary.
I mean, we didn't even talk about it, but a wild scenario would be like you know, Alcatia losing here to a Gen.G, Twisted Mind's last match is Frosttails. Like, they could both end up with the same record, which is like wild to think about considering how much we've hyped up Alcatia throughout stage 2 here in EMEA, and they'll be running checkmate on that sim early on with, I know, a matching support line here for both sides.
Who are you on the Tracer? Has to be big. Symmetra getting energized. Mag in big trouble right now. Fortran, he's dead. He's done. He's dead to rights, man. Checkmate. Gonna start hunting. Gets the drone as well from Landon. Gonna keep this push going. And with full energy, I mean, he's just cutting you to pieces. So, like, who are you just dealing in the back with supports? He just cannot match this level of DPS output.
I am stunned we haven't seen more teams in EMEA outside of really the two we've talked about go to this. That is so...
I told you, Matt, after one day, I said I'd seen enough. Sim is the meta. It just looks crazy. Like, how do you play against that on Mag? Like, what do you do?
Well, especially if the other side is not going to play like a ball or like a dive heavy like comp, right? And put pressure on the sim, because the sim is like a glass cannon. Like, that's kind of how you get her out of the game. Like, don't allow her to ramp up, jump on. But if both sides are going to play like Orisa, Brig type of comps, so some nice shots here by Kanale, you feel like the sim is such a huge advantage.
And they just burst down the Tracer.
Yeah.
And this Amp Matrix is just being completely dealt with. Lambda plays that one really patient, really slow and careful. Stays alive on the cast. It's all he has to do in that spot. And Alcatia just weather the storm, playing out in the sidelines. They're also a very intelligent team when it comes to playing these ultimate matchups. This is a very aggressive Amp Matrix, maybe a little bit forced. Cooldown still available for Gen.G, but
they get who are you?
A one tap through the window. Yeah, who are you was trying to come threaten the point cap, and Lab that just took his head off.
Man, that is a brutal loss there in that fight. Like, you lose who are you before you can even kind of get anything going. Exodial on the high ground there, going to use a Deadeye. It'll be a Deadeye here on the other side for Lambda. So just trying to force people out. Yep.
Yeah, Mag's completely alone, takes a big shot from the high noon. Gonna get run down here with Landon. Who are you? Can't deal with this flank fight. Now it's a repush for Gen.G. They're trying to desperately get some picks off, but there's just too much health on the point. Crispy's just gonna send it off the map along with Kanale. Try to get that reset for one more fight, but I mean, Kansia is undeniable right now. Gen.G, have they found a kill in this round? Like,
maybe one.
So?
I mean, maybe one. I think it would be a night. Wait, what? Wait, what was that? Wait, what?
The fat finger. The fat finger. Who are you?
Oh, that is.
Oh, that is so sad.
Yeah, that's making the highlight reel for sure.
Oy, oy, oy. We can't do who are you like that.
I mean, we just did.
Matrix out for Kanale. Ziad, checkmate, they have such powerful team fight ults. The sim wall across the point makes it so difficult for Mag to get support. He's got that Terror Surge online, but Katsia playing this nice one, slow and patient, running the cooldowns out, big spin into the middle, along with the rally bash, and it's just it's a cleanup. It's a team wipe. Katsia, no contest here in this first round.
No, and they end up trying to use that Amp Matrix again. Like, the first time we see Kanale using it, right? Got some big damage down on players on the high ground. They try and do the same type of setup again, but it's a sim wall on the other side for checkmate. So it's like you get nothing with that Amp Matrix, and then Alcatia is just like, okay, walk into our Terror Surge, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, that was as dominant as it could get there from Alcatia early on, as Gen.G looks like to maybe be hovering some changes.
Yeah, maybe something different for this next round. I wouldn't hate a comp swap, something that maybe deals better with the sim. Because right now, I mean, who are you? He's basically going solo into a Bat Brig backline. That is a tough job against any Bat Brig, but I mean, Landon and Kelix, especially Landon on the BAP, he's looking like really sick in terms of the offensive aim on these flex supports. That is a really tough matchup for Tracer.
What do you think about this Sigma Illari with the sim on the other side, though?
It does force Katsia to get aggressive, and I think this is probably a really bad comp for Cassidy, for Lambda. This is going to be pretty tough. However, if Sim just gets on top of your Sig, Sim has a very good matchup there. Just getting energized, Sig has kind of nothing to defend himself with once you're energized on the Sim. So they've got to keep the pressure on checkmate and not let him take the fight to Mag.
And also, I feel like if you're Alcatia, right, and you can drop down and just contest the point, like Gen.G, you can almost like force them to walk into you, right? Like eventually something's going to have to budge.
They're hitting the flank, they're TPing back over. Kelix and checkmate Mag just leaving them alive on the teleport. Okay, a little bit off communication there from Katsia. Some players capping, other players trying to TP in on Mag, but Mag is healthy and strong and just blasts down all comers. Landon manages to get that kill onto Who Are You, but just gonna have to die on point for the stall. So Katsuya, a rare slip up off the TP. I kind of like that move where they had Labda and Kelix flanking together, you know, getting active on the Cassidy.
So interesting. So they actually they changed off the Orisa to the Diva. I thought potentially you would actually just swap, like maybe you're gonna bring in like a Sojourn instead of the Cassidy here, right?
Yeah.
To kind of like work down that 6 shield, but they'll keep on the Cassidy at least for now. Maybe they feel like they need it against Who Are You, but I think that would be the next thing to swap.
Big Matrix on the flank, a lot of pressure down on the front line. Flux needs to come in big here. Mag finds 2 good targets. Is there a drone available? Yes, there is. Lamp online. They're protected for now. The stun goes wide, and Ziad is cleaning house on the point. And I think Katsuya, I think that while the Cassidy, maybe you could take it or leave it here, the Diva swap is so potent now. Crispy immediately forced off to the Brig, right? Without a movement control for Diva, she is just so dominant. Sim teleporting her into the backline, and then she boosts on you. It is real trouble for that double flex support style.
And we've seen Alcatia do that on a map like Circuit Royal. Oh, nice little flank. Oh, he's actually going to get back through the TP. That is huge. The game matrix used there by Canale, I think, to just maybe, try and dissuade him from doing that type of move, but doesn't work out that way. Canale takes really like a lot of damage there. Who Are You with a pulse bomb? Ends up getting the immortality field, but nothing home yet again.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Checkmate, happy to play this one slow. Very close to that Sim ultimate. It's going to be incredibly hard for Gen.G to push through the Sim wall. Bob, though, into the back line could get interesting with the Exodio looking for a connection and just isolated away by the Sim wall. Everyone from Katsuya is able to get healed up now, playing behind this wall. Bob really being completely denied by that. Points still under control, Brig in trouble, and now Mag hit from the sides. Needs the drone, needs a bit of support, does have that annihilation form though, so he's gonna be able to stay alive just a little bit longer. A bash forward from Kelix, very confident. And I mean, Checkmate's full energy, fully torched. Now Ziad comes in, takes some of the aggression. Checkmate's gonna be swarming over the top of this and just cleaning up once again. And Katsuya send the attackers packing.
And we talk about a lot how like Diva's a pretty, when there's a Brig on the other side, right? That's a pretty good counter to the Diva. It feels like even when Ziad is going up against like a Brig on the other side, it doesn't even seem to matter. Like some of the other teams.
Landon?
Yeah, this is...
No way Mag's gonna die like that. Okay, Mag's back in the spawn. Exodio Desperation Widow.
Spawn. Wait, what? Wait, what? He got a D-Rock. He got the remake on the Who Are You, and that is it.
Oh my God, Matt. That
was a map 1.
To borrow your phrase, this is a car crash. That map 1 was a car crash, man. It was clear who was driving the Escalade and who was driving the smart car in this one, maybe.
Yeah. No, I mean that is it's a rough one there for Gen.G. I mean, I think like the Who Are You pulse bomb, and then just kind of
we're on his cam.
The pressure that they're putting on the spawn at the end is just like, it kind of summarizes everything that went wrong there. As we take a look at some of the highlights, a lot of this is just going to be, Gen.G just getting mopped up here by Alcatia.
I mean, it's just how good everyone is playing right now. I think like Landon is such a key factor on the BAP, and it's such a good meta for him. Like he plays the BAP, he plays the Aleari a lot, and like these are characters where you need a heal. Of course, you're a support and you got to hit the skills, but like a massive element of this is you can do serious damage. You can get kills. You can pressure enemies, force skills out. And Landon is constantly doing that. Just like an extra player on the field there with how well he's playing and how well the team capitalizes on that aggression.
There's also not a map that you can be like, okay, we're going to take them here and they're in like a lot of trouble, right? If there's verticality, Checkmate can move away from the sim and play like Gen.G. Like you just saw there, they banned Lucio, right? And it doesn't really matter. Kelix can just end up playing like a Brig. No, you wouldn't even ban the Brig yourself, most likely, because then that allows Ziad to just run crazy on the Diva. You get rid of Diva, they just play Orisa base comps. It just seems like, at least for what's going on in EMEA right now, it's really difficult to just find any advantage against them.
Yeah, I think teams just need to like put some more respect on the sim. Let's take a look at the map set and see where Gen.G want to take us to try and start bringing this one back. I feel like you just have to be focused on Checkmate sim. I mean, Checkmate obviously is going to be really good on the other heroes, but I mean, honestly, this damage stats, like this is brutal, man. 6 deaths, that is a rough round.
I mean, you're not entirely close there. I mean, 12 KD from Alcatia, only 6 deaths on the entire team. Really, it is just full on dominance there from them.
Yeah, it's there's getting smoked here, but I just feel like Checkmate's sim is so good right now, and that it's so hard to play against. And you can only ban it once, right? So you can't really address it completely in the ban phase. I feel like I want to see who are you on the Pharah. I want to see just some kind of change up. Maybe an Ana coming out, throwing some nades in the sim can be a way to deal with her. Punisher, you deny some of the support coming into her since she lacks some mobility. I don't know. I mean, maybe you could take us to a map where sim's not as effective. But I just feel like this Katsuya team could kind of play it anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Like what is that map? Because maybe go to Gibraltar.
I was going to say, do you go to Gibraltar and ban D.Va? Like, that's like a little
force the odd onto the Winston. I kind of like that look.
Bizarre. Yeah, I mean, you could do that on Dorado as well, but I think Gibraltar is definitely more punishing of the few.
I would rather see Gibraltar come out because I feel that like Dorado, you can actually like I think you know the sim styles can be more viable on Dorado, so you might have like trouble dealing with just a straight up rush comp with some sim thrown in, and like especially after the map rework. I think Katsuya is going to be very comfortable on that map. It's not nearly as vertical as it used to be. There's more options to climb to those high grounds, but Gibraltar is that classic, pretty much always going to be a dive map, right? You know, and maybe that levels the playing field, make this more of a deathmatch battle. Like, I'd rather who are you versus Checkmate, Tracer, Mirror than trying to answer this sim stuff, man. Because they're just, like, Katsuya looks so drilled. When they have the ultimates, it's like you're going to lose, and that is just terrible to be playing against. They go to Runasabi instead.
Which is, like, interesting because this would be like, you know, you can play a little bit of, you know, D.Va style comps. You can play more like Ramatra here as well. But I wouldn't say this is like a bad sim map, right? Like you can still be pretty effective on sim here. So
maybe you ban sim. That just feels painful because we got there's scarier sim maps in the pool. We got Circuit Royale. We got other options here that you're gonna have to face down as Gen.G.
So Gen.G, with their they'll ban first. They ban Kiri here, and then the Alcatia ban is Hazard.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Kiri ban to me makes sense. I've seen a lot of teams play Lucio Kiri and play like a very mobile style here, and maybe taking away the Hazard from Mag takes away one of that probably the highest tempo option on this map as like synergy with Who Are You on the Tracer. I think Hazard actually has a pretty good matchup against Sim because you kind of you want to like hard commit on people. Sim doesn't have a great way to dodge the ultimate. And so Hazard just hard committing on the sim and booping her off her teleporter can be a real problem for her. So if Gen.G, if Katsuya do want to play sim, I think they've made a decent choice as far as the ban here. But in the end, I don't think these bans change all that much. Like if you know you end up going to like a Brig Juno or even I feel like speed is pretty important on this map, so I don't know if we'll see Bat Brig.
Yeah, I think you need some form of speed, right? We've seen teams play like the Juno Kiri at times, right? So maybe that's off the table. Yeah, it's definitely looked better than like last stage, right? Last stage it was like a death sentence to play that comp. Now it's looked a bit better. Yeah, I mean, do you play Lucio with like, I mean, you can't play like Lucio.
You can go like a
right?
Bap Lucio. You could,
I
right?
guess.
That's sort of a classic rush comp, Bap Lucio, but which you could see they're hovering right now. Dude, if they play Soldier Ball, I'm gonna lose it. If this is their comp, like this comp makes no sense, and I almost want it to happen.
Yeah, it would. I mean, this would just be completely out of their
Ziad's gonna go
wheelhouse.
Orisa. Yeah, okay. Ziad's Orisa. This makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is like Katsuya's
like, who would you favor this comp? Like, this is fine for Alcatia. Like, I don't think there's.
Yeah. I think actually Alcatia comp is way better. I think Gen.G with the Genji, they can only win from hard initiating and Genji succeeding on the hard initiate, but they don't have speed. How do they don't get to choose when to initiate? And so I think Katsuya is just gonna kite Genji around. Sim's gonna eventually get energy and they're gonna win the poke battle as well. So I mean, Gen.G, it's like they need to pop off and make big solo plays on DPS, but I don't know that the picks enable that.
And that was
like,
actually
he's cooking.
Yeah.
He's cooking. Mag's dead on my screen. Oh, the drone's keeping him up. Someone's gotta shoot the drone. Oh, hold on. No, who are you cooking on my screen now?
The drone was alive for so long.
He's high energy. Landon's still alive. Oh, he's cooking. He's in the back line. The TPing that mess around. This is crazy.
Okay, so what ended up happening there right off the rip, which was quite interesting, is Ziad actually lands a spear onto Exodial, and they use the regen burst of the BAP straight away. And I don't know if like the comms are a little bit off, but like as that's happening over to the side, Mag just like pushes up, so there's really like nothing to be able to kind of like get up there with him. Maybe moves up with Who Are You, and they just kind of have to throw the drone in there in emergency. And in that long elongated battle, you're just not going to win versus Sim.
Yeah, I mean, Who Are You and Mag, they got some blood into that fight, right? Like, that's what Gen.G needs, is a hard commit from Orisa, so you're getting dash resets, but they just couldn't continue to snowball it. And if Checkmate and Landon are still alive at the end of the fight, they are going to deal with all comers, all challengers. Once again, now a wide TP to the flank. Dash has been used. It's beautiful positioning here from Katsuya, just holding this wide angle. So difficult to take any kind of position now for Gen.G, and Katsuya just take control of the map with a Sim teleporter and are absolutely dominating now. Mag is 1 HP, no chance to contest the card. And things are going to keep rolling. Checkmate is just continuing to TP around as a real nuisance here in the flank.
I mean, that's my first pick right there. Landon just on the flank doing work as Exodial just gets taken out there. Now, I mean, what, this is going to be checkpoint. You've got half of a meter for Gen.G, and it doesn't look like to be any slowing down here for Alcatia. You could get like a nasty TP up to the high ground with like a terror surge here.
Simwall is a problem for Gen.G's comp, man. Like, good luck. No speed against Simwall. Chalk it on the board, man. That is an impossible fight to play with no speed against
Look at
the
this
Sim wall.
position they're forcing them into, like down into the corner over here up on the high ground. It looks like they're giving up some space here, Alcatia.
They're baiting them in. Katsuya wants to bait them close so they can hit them even harder with the Sim ball and the clap back. Hold on, Checkmate. Exposed a little on the flank, though. And Who Are You getting into the back lines? Kind of what you want. Drone is already out. Oh, hold on. There might be an opportunity for Gen.G to blow this one wide open. Who Are You's looking to get in there. Needs someone else to come and take the aggro. Here he goes, playing into the back line, but Solo, where's the commitment? Where's the rest of the team? Simwall, the spin. They're using everything on the blade. It's a good ult trade in the end for Gen.G, but Katsuya still very healthy with a big advantage, and they're going to press it right back without Mag. Headshot onto Exodial, followed up by Landon. And it's clean up now.
Dude, they lose nobody, and they end up keeping on the both support ults. I mean, that you just can't let that happen if you're Gen.G.
Yeah, and Kelix, the boop on Who Are You's blade, it's just like done when that boop comes out. Simwall as well, there's no follow-up that can come in. I mean, it's a value trade in terms of ults, but we're already reaching this point where it feels like the map is close to over now. Gen.G, this is the moment to make a comeback, but it's not easy into the amp matrix in particular here. That can be a real problem for Gen.G's comp.
And Mag tries to like kind of get up on the high ground there, but gets split from the rest of the squad as Lambda.
TP to the back line.
Yeah, TP's up to the high ground there. Looks like ends up falling down, trying to maybe avoid Crispy, who's using the rally here. Nice sound barrier there from Kelix. Is actually going to connect with 3.
The spin is really good. It pulls people away from Exodial, denies the follow-ups now. Kelix looking to get into that fight as well. Ziad just taking whoever he can with him. And in the end, Gen.G, they get the hold. They stabilize for the moment. And it is a commitment from Katsuya. I mean, I think if that beat comes down just a couple seconds earlier and maybe get some more of those players, Katsuya are down to 3 when that does come out. So it puts them in a bit of a worse spot, but still, it's just a mountain ahead of Gen.G. You got to take this fight by fight because there's just too long of a road ahead to really think about yet in terms of actually getting back in the lead.
I mean, we're halfway through the game. It feels like they're, you would need to get checkpoints like very soon in the next like minute or so to feel like there's a realistic chance of coming back. Is Who Are You sees that Lambda is quite low, right? Dives in, but I know Kelix and the rest of the squad there to help out, and then now you lose Crispy with the TP coming in here. Oh, they're trying to get this killed onto Canale. Canale barely lives.
That's huge that he saves Canale there. Great awareness from Exodial covering the flank. However, Katsuya, these teleporters are just like making the fight so difficult. You see Exodial's like actually getting very dinky in this fight, but so is Lambda. And the TPs just make it incredibly hard to manage. Katsuya navigating with this skill so well. And it feels like they just thrive in the chaos right now.
You say he's getting very dinky, like he's hitting the headshot dings.
Exactly, exactly.
I was just asking for clarification. I've never heard anybody say that ever. Yeah, so
look, I'm bringing it.
Yeah, you're bringing it.
Is there any other word?
Still looking dinky there on the Cassidy.
Exodial's got a big channel.
That right?
The drone gets broken just in time. You did it just right. Perfect, Matt. You sound like a true zoomer.
Yeah, thank you.
And now Katsuya looking to end this map, man. This is a team that they want to go home early. They want to head down to lunch, get some brunch even in early. The shield's online for Ziad, and Who Are You has a blade into absolutely nothing to counter, but I think Katsuya is just like willing to do whatever in terms of, oh no, Xion in the corner. This is so annoying. How do you deal with it?
Shield in the corner, and then he's got the TP on top. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and they're happy to kind of like play this one slow. And look at the damage. Mag's just dying. Mag is dead with the ult. Gen.G. Blade pulls from who are you? Boop. No connection yet. Bap jumps away. They teleport away. They're trying to get on the checkmate. He TV's back. You're just dancing on who are you right now. Gen.G, it's crispy with the rally. Kaneo trying to stay alive, but it's only the supports. Oh, the stall? Are they stalling him? Brutal stuff here on the field. And Gen.G's got to come out very quick. Exodio on the Desperation Widow, but there's a shield in his face. Mag can get a touch here. 3 minutes on the clock, and it should be an easy fight for Gen.G. This close to their spawn. Exodio grabs a kill. Who are you? Grabs another. Ziad just gonna full send it into the back line. Get what he can.
Mag going for the back cap. He's gonna just run it all the way. This is gonna be a long
back cap.
No, I mean,
this is a journey.
Ziad just like basically trying to touch the spawn door here, but the rest of the squad is going to spawn up. Interesting that we're going to see the Freya here, first time in the series right now, where feels like Freya we've seen just be like kind of a mainstay, but this is the second week after kind of like the nerf / adjustments, right? So last week maybe teams didn't have enough info in terms of like how rough those changes would be, right? You just still kind of roll out the same comps, and now with 2 weeks to play with it, maybe there's some teams that feel like it's not as strong. It'll be an AM Matrix here for Gen.G. It's going to push Alcatia back just a little bit, but Alcatia though here with the tempo, yeah, they're going to use they're going to use that sound barrier though.
It's good value on the surge, yeah, but the barrier maybe is too much. Checkmate energized on top of Mag. No cooldowns left there. Just pumping the damage though into Checkmate, trading it right back. Labda's got a couple arrows on him, rolls some of that explosive damage, but the follow-up is beautiful here from Exodio, continuing to land those shots. Gen.G with the Freya, stabilizing through this. Labda under a lot of pressure, needs to deliver a kill right now, but somehow it's Kelix who takes out Who Are You, but Who Are You left a parting gift, and the damage is just immense from this Freya on the flank. It's proving to be a real problem. And eventually, Labda does go down. Gen.G gonna finally win a fight and start to make some kind of meterage progress. They had 0.49 meters. So pretty massive improvement on one fight.
Yeah, a huge improvement going from losing every fight, Jake, to finally getting in control of the bot. But it's to give out that much push early on, like you put yourself in such an insane win con to be able to kind of come out on top, right? Like everything would have to go right for you for like 2-3 minutes, and everything would kind of have to be wrong from the other side. I mean, that's a TP right up in Exodio. There's no way. There's no way Exodio can even dodge that, right? Like, how do you even get out of that zone, right? Because the TP comes in so fast, you're not able to really kind of react.
Labda is just so sharp these days. It's crazy to me that this guy like went from spamming Pharah in the Overwatch World Cup, and I was like, he's really good at Pharah, but like
a one trick.
He only plays Pharah, and now he's just like a beast on hit scan. Like that's crazy. Like, when has that ever happened? You got a Pharah player who's now looking like one of the best hit scans in the region. Takes a lot of pressure from the Freya. I do think the Freya, even if the cast has come more into the meta, I think Freya has a really much better matchup against Symmetra than mirroring the Cassidy, where the TP just like totally devastates you. But look at this. I mean, you try to go for some cheeky map flip from Gen.G, and Katsuya are just more than happy to take that trade. They're going to start pulling the cart away. You cannot get off the payload, but the window maybe is enough for Kaneo to stabilize. That sim wall is beautiful, though, from Checkmate, denying all the value from Kaneo's wall, and the clapback is beautiful. Labda just peeks through with the help of that sim wall. Now he's in the flank, onto the backline on Labda, and still killing off Exodio. Teleporting in, hitting you from every angle. Low HP, but does not care, doesn't need any of that extra HP. And I mean, Katsuya, these fights are just, they're extra, they're bonus fights. It's like, sure, whatever. Every time you win a fight, this is going to be an overtime push for like a millennia for Gen.G, and that's about Katsuya doesn't just finish the map out.
And you just make a great point about Labda as a player, right? I know we've seen kind of his growth this year specifically. In the past, we've kind of considered him like a Pharah one trick, like projectile heroes like that. You never kind of consider him, a Cassidy, a Sojourn, Freya. And not only is he playing it well, playing it like one of the best in the region, in a region that has a lot of good ones. Yeah, but the spear spin, though, can eat up a lot of that. Yeah, the spin does stabilize just enough. And they're clearing off the backline. These teleports are proving to be really problematic. A big stick from Who Are You, though, keeps the game in contest. Ziad elects to hold the Terra Surge, so it seems like Alcatia are going to give this one up intelligently, looking for the closeout later on in the round, but the cleanup is very real here. Honestly, I think you would have won with the Kelix B here pretty dominantly, and maybe you still win. Okay, it's just Crispy soloing the car. Kelix should just solo B from the high ground and 1v1.
I mean, on him. Oh, surely he doesn't. Surely he doesn't. The team, you got to get out of here, bro. It's getting he's in enemy territory.
What is the plan here? Okay. Oh, the staggers. Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, Crispy's forced to stay on the payload.
Yeah, he
there, right?
is.
He's in a very awkward spot. Now Katsia are coming back in, and Mag like has no option. He can't lead his position. Landon also caught in a weird spot, but he's just fighting this one out. Mag goes down, and there's just too much pressure from Katsia, not allowing the regroup off the spawns. And I mean, once again, Matt, just
look,
not close, not close. It's a beatdown. It's a beatdown. The TPs are immaculate from Checkmate. The whole team is using them at various points. It's hard to keep track of this for me, and I can see we got all the info as a caster. Imagine playing against this.
It's difficult, right? I mean, this is kind of what the London Spitfire, SG kind of like used to do to teams, right? With that sim TP, but they were kind of using it to, I would say, probably maybe mitigate some of their weaknesses with like having to play Reinhardt all the time. This is using that type of strategy with everybody kind of playing other meta heroes and like kind of, being able to Sims TP for a while. I mean, obviously, like it's gone through a million iterations. It was like an ultimate for a bit, then obviously it became like a core ability where, just giving team mobility. Like we see it with Lucio, right? Like Lucio can obviously give speed to everybody. It's massive. But giving characters who don't have an inherent speed the ability to get in and get out, and not just like with Lucio's speed, obviously you see everybody coming. With the Sim TP, it's just in and out. I mean, there's no way to kind of plan or react, and then no, you can get like layers deeper, right? You throw the TP down, the other team turns thinking you're coming through, you don't come through it, then you speed through the other side, right? So it just creates a lot of chaos.
Yeah, and Checkmate has done really well with that. I also think the whole team really has the confidence, right, to make those plays. Like, they're teleporting Labda in on the flank, and he's just, like, going full send, push on the Cassidy. And sometimes he's, like, cleaning up, clutching out on very low HP. Landon on the BAP he just has his head on a swivel. Feels like he's always ready to support, different players. Whoever's making something happen with the TP, they're going to get a drone, they're going to get some extra help. Maybe it's going to be Landon coming in on the TP himself and putting down some of that damage, getting it done on the flex support. And just, I mean, the pressure is immense. It's so challenging to play against this. And then it feels like once Checkmate gets energized in a fight, it's the beginning of the end. Maybe it's the end of the end, man, when Checkmate's up like that.
I think it is like just the end, right? And one interesting note here, like, who are you playing that Gen.G? As we see some of the stats, so like the KD and everything obviously looks closer, but the end result is the same. The Gen.G like seems to have not the best matchups into like Freya potentially. So you think, okay, maybe that's a little bit of a win, but like the Gen.G into the Cassidy plus the Lucio like isn't a walk in the park, right? Especially when the Sim
Gen.G
is there.
versus Sim is really bad because Sim just kills you, and if Sim is energized on your tank, you just cannot go near her on Gen.G. Like it is a death sentence, right? And even with Blade or something, like TP is one of the best basic abilities in the game against Dragon Blade, because you just lose your chance to get a guaranteed reset on somebody you thought you had dead to rights. And then there's a map drone. I mean, there's just layers on layers for who are you. This is, I would say, almost impossible to play Gen.G here.
So I'm not gonna lie, we get the next map, over here in our Discord. Shout out to all the admins and everybody getting that info as soon as possible. The next map is a Gen.G selection, obviously. They go with New Junk City, which to me is like a great rush type of map for Alcatia. Like, this is a map Alcatia could have picked. I would love to see somebody take them to Gibraltar and get rid of the Diva and force them to try and play Orisa on Gibraltar with a Sim, or like Ziad play Winston. They get rid of the Sim, which is, obviously, a huge get there. And then Alcatia gets rid of the Brig on the other side. So then Ziad's allowed to just go crazy on Diva.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting map to ban the Brig. I wonder if Diva will get all that much play, because I would still think that maybe the Orisa is like stronger, or the Ramatra, just like these bigger, tougher frontliners who can really hold down the objective under a lot of focus fire from the other team. But I think in general, Katsuya just have a lot of confidence in bringing the pace, and they would just maybe rather have no Brig on the field. They're like, all right, let's see who scraps better with no Brig. Let's see which supports can get a little bit more done without the Brig. And I think Kelix is probably feeling very confident in the Lucio, and just the overall team just feels like, in those clutch fights, they're going to be the ones to get it done. The team play has been looking way better from Alcatia.
And I guess with the map selections, it's like I feel like you have a better chance to throw them off of their game going to a hybrid or an escort or some of the maps in those pools versus like a Brunasapi in New Junk City, which basically everybody in EMEA is playing, right? Like it's not really a mystery what comes out.
It's tough for Gen.G though, because in the end, Gen.G is also a rush team. Like
that's true.
If you're going to like a Gibraltar, it's also going to be bad for Gen.G. It's more like just throwing and being an agent of chaos and injecting this inconsistency into the game. And you're right, Ziad is going to go over to the Diva.
Yeah, they're going to play this.
Mag maybe is going to be able to bully the front line, but I'm scared. Like with the back line, maybe you're right, with no Brig to protect them, this Cassidy, this Baptiste could be just food for Ziad. Checkmate could hit the back line as well, and we get to see what he can do on the Tracer.
And we've already seen a few times throughout this series where Mag pushes up a little bit too far, and maybe the back line is being harassed by some of the players on Alcatia, and they're just able to get away. So you see Landon just back all the way up here, the Immortality field down already, but that's actually nice. Kind of splits the supports from Ziad, and they're able to get him. Oh, but we get 3 kills on a clapback.
They just get this around, right? Gen.G pushes very hard there into the front line. And, as much as we can say Mag's overstaying, I think part of the reality of this comp is you do need to full send on the Orisa and, like, get a kill. And you're not really there to defend your backline. That's not really what you do on Orisa. It's up to them to be able to duel well enough and fight off those Tracers and those Divas and, buy you time. Mag's going to go over to the Ram and Exodial over to the Freya. But this is still scary. I mean, Katsuya have been doing so well at allowing the push to come in, surrounding you, and then just eating you from all sides, right? And for now, Ziad's just willing to fall back, play this one slow. He's in point control, right? He is under no pressure to make anything happen on Diva. And Gen.G are just playing Ring Around the Rosie. They're not really forcing anything to happen just yet.
And I'm not even saying Mag is in the wrong when I'm saying he's pushing up maybe a little bit too far. He's probably actually in the right in terms of how they have to play it. It just seems like maybe the rest of the team is like a little bit too passive, right? Just playing a little bit too slow. I was going to say, they get that first kill on the Lambda, but for that, they end up giving up 2 players. It looks like, dude, Landon feels like just able to live for so long. Mag finally takes him out, but what's the cost, right? You've lost all your armor.
So well.
Yeah.
I like the Alcatia. It's like they're willing to take risks. Like Lambda is willing to die for the play. When he sees the moment to strike or when the team makes that call, this is that team something I'd love to see from Katsuya is like the player who's like, oh, I'm going to die if I do that. I'm gonna die, and I'm also gonna do that. I'm also gonna, the call is to push, I'm pushing, and then somebody else is gonna come out and succeed because of that sacrifice, right? Because of that full court press from the team play.
It's kind of at least in obviously games I competed in, and obviously I am a top Overwatch competitor. Multiple.
That's what we all say about you, Matt.
Multiple winner of the talent takedown, where. You're better off at nice pulse bomb there, but I think it's just too many players dead. You're better off just like even if it's not maybe the right move to play like aggressive at the time, as long as the entire team commits, you're in a better spot, right? Like you have to just kind of all agree, like, okay, I'm going to give up my life and we're going to go in. I know I'm probably going to die here, but it's going to result in something good. One person kind of balks at that and like everything kind of falls apart. So for Alcatia, I love the fact that when they want to go, they're all committed. Everybody on the same page, ready to go.
Recall force from Who Are You has to fall back off this. Lambda with the high noon is zoning away some of the follow-up, but the damage is immense. They're able to burst down Lambda. Beat comes in now. Clap back from Gen.G. They want to get some point control. Beat is traded. Big stick onto the Tracer isn't up, but he's off the map. Booped away by his own ultimate. Ziad drops the scepter. He can get back into the suit. This is going to be great for the team.
Immortality field.
Just that. Lambda crosses spawn quick with the Gen.G. Diva coming in. Mag just trying to peel off the backline. Still very healthy. Big advantage now for Gen.G as they look to come forward and get this flip. But Katsuya are notoriously hard to clear off these points. Now it's Kelix's turn to come in for the stall. See if Checkmate has the follow-up stall. Yes, here he is on the Tracer. Gonna recall out and stay alive. Just be able to match the tempo of the next team's repush. But that was expensive from Gen.G.
And it gets Alcatia probably another like 10-15% there, just kind of stalling between Ziad, Checkmate, Kelix. And yeah, it is very costly as Mag goes over to the Diva here. So the only difference, right? We're not seeing that Freya here from Alcatia. It seems like Lambda really would prefer to play either the Sojourn or the Cassidy. And then they're still going to be able to play that Baptiste, which honestly, dude, Landon puts out so much damage, you may as well continue to do it.
Ooh. Freya has been pushed off the high ground for now. And although Katsuya don't come up with the pick with that, they have a bit of map control. Who are you? Trying to strike back and trade. And it's Exodial's able to find Landon with the assistance of the Mag dive. Players are low, but it seems like Gen.G maybe doing enough, bringing the aggression with this Lucio Kiri Diva comp. Desperately, they're trying to demech Mag, but the supports are on the case, keeping Mag up, and that's huge. Ziad goes down and is going to be probably brutally delayed here. And this could be a point in the bag for Gen.G. This delay is going to be really costly. I don't know if, pretty unlikely. I think Ziad comes back to the fight. Maybe Checkmate can stall in enough overtime. Maybe you can speed players back, and now Katsuya, they're not known to give up easily, but this one looks really rough.
I think you have to kind of just punt on this one. Yeah, give it up there to Gen.G. Is they battle back. That was Alcata get like 70-something% there off the rip, and then Gen.G able to make it happen after that as they tie it up. But we'll see if Alcata, though, on this kind of rotation can end up picking up a few kills. Who are you lurking? But no pulse bomb to work with.
And Landon and Labda really have their work cut out for them in this comp. There's so many threats going to be hitting them from all sides, and Gen.G has really seized the initiative with the comp they've selected. It's a nice fallback, though, from this backline. They're going to stabilize for now. The Bola shot seems to have gone wide. Ziad needing a bit of support, but the Amp Matrix is providing just that. Getting this Diva back up and healthy as they look to make the repush. And that was the rush expended as well from Gen.G. And so now Katsuya looking to repush in. Don't want to give this point up for free. Trying to take the fight before that comes down. High Noon being used. They're trying to desperately damage through Labda. Rolls, gets the flash off, but the beat is just overwhelming from Crispy. And it's a full team wipe now. Gen.G getting it done with that second support ult.
Do you think this is like maybe having the Freya and the Kiri? Like, is that like the difference here for you between these two teams right now? Because it feels like since Gen.G's kind of made those adjustments, they've been able to come out on top in a lot of these fights.
I mean, they've been seizing the tempo back on this second and third round, and it's been really looking good for them. You talked about that, just being willing to commit on the aggression. Landon is going to go over to the Kiri and try to maybe match that, give Checkmate a little bit of more support on these off angles, play a little bit more for the flanking fight. Labda, though, is going to be a liability on Cassidy. It's going to be hard to stay alive here. The cap pressure coming in from Checkmate. Looks to come back in and just actually get active in the fight instead. Maybe thinking about throwing this pulse bomb in. Cleanses out. Labda, meanwhile, has stabilized in the backline, dealt with Who Are You, and Checkmate can tend to just be that distraction, pulling a ton of attention from the supports, from the Freya. Ziad started the problem that has the self-destruct if he goes down here. And you're incredibly low on Exodial. Is there any follow-up to be able to take down this Freya? The point is being held on to desperately by Gen.G, but the health is low, and Ziad is just frenzy mode here in the backline, forcing so many reactions to his presence.
Oh, yeah, he does get hit with a pulse bomb there. Okay, so he does end up taking some damage, but they're able to kind of heal it all up. Yeah, they know Mag is so
really brutal team wipe. TP, nothing left for Kiri. This is everyone's going down here. Even Mag is going to be sent packing off to the respawn. And that pulse bomb, it lands. It's almost a DMAC, but that also, in the end, that there's no cleanup, and they're able to just farm out some of those more support ults. Landon is going to have the rush to open up this next fight. And Akatsuya, once again, are in control.
It does, though, feel like the Cassidy is an easy rush target, though, for Gen.G, right? It's like, okay, he is clearly the outlier in these comps. Like, run down the Cassidy. You know, he tries to use, like, a Deadeye before Labda to kind of maybe, like, stay alive a little bit longer. To deter people, but not good enough.
He's also tanky, and the Lucio speed would be maybe enough to get him out. Rush comes in early, a better rush now out of Katsuya. They're willing to play this one slow. Exodio took a lot of damage. He's not fighting at full strength. The Kelix gets the cleanup. The heals just aren't quite there in time. Kanale was turning, looking for that backline DPS, but could not find them. Mag finds one, but Ziad trades it, and it's once again preserving that mech, staying alive. And with the clock ticking this high, hold on, Who Are You has something to say about it, trying to get active here, trying to keep that round going. Crispy low as well, trying to heal himself up. Who Are You could clutch this one out. It finds maybe one more kill. The supports now working together from Katsuya, trying to stabilize, trying to ward off this Tracer. Ziad so low, dies just before getting that self-destruct online. It is a desperation OT now from Gen.G. They cannot back off the point at all. Beat comes down from Crispy. A better beat from Kelix. Gets onto Ziad as well. He's going to be able to farm back up into the suit from this fight. Who Are You with the pulse bomb? The hero maybe in his team's hour of need, but so hard to find the pulse in this spot. Players dropping like flies on Gen.G. Throws it out in desperation, but it's too little, too late, and they're not able to touch the point.
And I'd love to go back and maybe even see that later, because I actually believe Kanale doesn't get the benefits of Crispy sound barrier. And then they end up losing Kanale right away after that. So that's a huge miss there for Gen.G. If you're going to use the beat in that type of scenario, keep that point going. I mean, and not landed on one of your other supports and then end up having him getting taken out. That's brutal, as they're trying to bait them in here. They're trying to bait them into this Checkmate pulse bomb.
Yeah, but Checkmate now is going to be able to hit the flank now. Uncontested. I don't think they're really ready for this. No one's scouting it out. He shows himself, just starting to put some damage down on this Lucio. Wants to force that cleanse out before he commits to the pulse bomb. And Labda, just the bodyguard on the point, in full control. Ziad strikes, sees that opportunity to get aggressive alongside Checkmate, calling that damage in the flank. And here's Labda coming in as well, layering in the pressure. They're not afraid to deploy this backline and bring them into the brawl on Gen.G's side of the map. Connections go wide from Exodial. No damage from the Bola shot, and the mech just blown up for Mag. They're gonna even delay this Baby Diva, kill her off eventually. Who are you? With a couple blinks, can even get out of this one. They're trying to hunt this Tracer. This is an incredibly deep chase from OWCS, and they're gonna back off.
OWCS is so good at attacking you from like different angles and then just collapsing, right? Like Checkmate is putting pressure on a Crispy on the side, Ziad's at the door, Labda's up on the high ground, and then as soon as a bunch of these players get weak and get like pushed back, then everybody from OWCS from all different angles collapses. And like you see Mag just kind of like spinning around in circles with the defense matrix, like not even knowing who he can or tries to look to who can protect. So this will be the Kitsune rush here over the point. This might end up setting up OWCS for just needing one more fight to win it.
Yeah, in the end, they're not getting kills off though, so Gen.G gonna have their own rush to strike back with. This is gonna be crucial. It's a nice position here on point from Kanale, but he's split. There's so much focus fire coming back the other way. The self-destruct from Ziad isn't gonna be enough, zoning people off the point, creating space and time for Labda to make his plays. Mag has a self-destruct of his own, but the rest of his team is falling around his ears. Even Mag killed off in the Baby Diva form. Pulse bomb from Who Are You, but the beat is gonna end this one with a period. OWCS, a 3-0 stomp, a beatdown, and this is, I mean, Gen.G making this one competitive, showing us something, and Katsia they're just clearing them on every level right now.
I mean, I think we all knew that this would go the way of OWCS. I was looking to see like, okay, what progress has Gen.G made from like the beginning of the stage, right? Because they've had a few weeks with this team now. In everybody here and everybody kind of playing together. And to have this flat of a performance against OWCS, like that's kind of rough, right? I mean, you get one flashpoint here at the end. The control on Oasis was pretty much a blowout. And then for most of the push, you were at 0.445, like half of a meter, right? I mean,
yeah.
Not the most inspiring performance.
No, it really wasn't. But honestly, I think most people who have been watching throughout Stage 2 expected kind of that result. Every team is falling pretty flat when they're going up against OWCS, who just look dinky across the board, as some might say. Never heard that word, by the way, like that.
When he said that,
I don't even.
Is this some TikTok thing, Jake? What should we know about this?
Yeah,
I don't know, man. He's just hitting dinks. He's hitting dinks. He's looking dinky. That's all there is to it.
Unrelatable for me. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's very interesting to just see a Checkmate continuing to go unchecked, really, on that Symmetra. Already that caused like necks and backs to break last week for Peps. They couldn't find an answer to it, and it looks like here in this match, the opposition was equally lost against it. So yeah, they can just continue their aggression without being punished, ever.
I feel like you either need to play like a committed anti-cheese on Sim, like a Pharah comp or a Wrecking Ball comp, you know, and like really
then they can
change the
still
game.
switch off of the Sim and still look as good. Like it's
That's the thing.
Well,
I mean,
that's a frustrating
this is maybe
thing,
one
right?
of the first teams that we've ever seen that looks this good on the Sim, but is also that good on the conventional comps. So the Sim is just one tool in their arsenal. That's, I mean, Checkmate is kind of a huge innovator, has always been a very flexible player, but now I think his particular skill set is paying dividends to Katsia.
I would take my chances forcing them off of the Sim, and if they beat you playing kind of, whether it's like Genji or Tracer and some of the other stuff, cool, you can go out like that. But to just like let him just farm up on the Sim the entire game and just run you over in 20 minutes, I mean, there's got to be a better way.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's not just like the Symmetra, right, which causes all those issues. Then you have like a Landon who's basically just the third DPS player in the server, like completely tearing you apart. Like, he's playing so aggressive, and the entire team just follows up. You guys mentioned that they're in a cast. They're just on the same page. They, like, even if they make the wrong choice, they all make it together, which somehow turns it into the right choice.
I mean, it's a team game, right? And they're a team that I think really understands that deeply. Like when I see Labda swinging into 3 players and like dropping 2 headshots before dying, I'm like, what is going on? And then the whole rest of Katsia is just boom, they're like killing you all, right? And that type of a play for a player like Labda, especially for a hit scan player, who are usually, they're always like, you want to get really good at playing hit scan, you got to stay alive, man. If you're playing pubs, don't do what Labda's doing. Like, just play your own life and try to make your own plays. But in this level of play, your whole team is following up. Like, Labda is the full trust in the comms to die first on hit scan like that, and that it keeps working out for Katsia. It really impresses me.
Or just try what Labda does in your games. And
Yeah,
it doesn't
might
work.
not
I
look
say your
The teamwork,
the
the
same.
teammates might not
Yeah.
be there for you the way Landon is there for Labda. I will
Right,
say
but then
that.
that's your
I just
team's
wanna
fault.
warn
That's the
people
team's
in
fault.
gold.
That's the team's
Okay,
fault.
Yeah, right.
Blame your
That's why
teammates.
you're in plat. That's why you're in plat.
That's
Yeah.
the spirit, man.
I've got it locked down. I am the champion of plat.
That's yes, facts. Them's the facts. Another fact is that Siad is an absolute MVP performer, and that's why they got themselves the player of the match honor. It's just been impressive across the board in everything they play. An absolute force to be reckoned with, and unstoppable, really.
Would you say, is it like obviously we're final week here, the regular season in EMEA, that like he's been like the MVP kind of for EMEA in stage 2? Like it feels like for me,
I feel so. He's the most consistent. There was not a single game where I was like, "Oh, Siad, I don't know about that." Like
I feel like OWCS, it's a team that like, I actually think when a team has an obvious MVP, it's a bad sign. To have a player who's like obviously carrying you, you're just not a good team if that's the case. And a team as good as Katsia, it's like, the reality is, yeah, Ziad's looking great. He is a really strong player, but the whole team is playing on such a level where you can't separate out an individual's performance. When the team, with the way this team plays, they're always hitting as a team. It's never one player solo carrying. That's just not how they play.
I guess my argument would be is that in the tank role in EMEA, where some teams have to move different players in and out of the lineup, they're able to always have a strong look with him, and he's never like a weak link per se in some of the other kind of compositions outside of the diva. And in a lot of cases, he's like as good, if not better, than some of the other teams' players that are playing tank on these other roles. Like, I wouldn't say it's
if we just look in the EMEA, like if we're doing a role star MVP here, he's the top tank in EMEA, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I think KSA and TVNT have also looked really good, but you're right, Matt. The key factor here is that Ziad, he's just always
flexible.
in. Like
he's always there.
It's a valuable factor that you can hard commit on one player, and that is not easy to do. A lot of players have they don't play the full hero set of tanks. The tanks are kind of very unique. Like different tanks can play very differently, and the fact that Ziad can handle them all, I think you're absolutely right. So he's very impressive. I think it's the flexibility from players like Ziad and Checkmate and even Labda is like part of the recipe for success for OWCS. Maybe the reason teams don't pick the Faraball like anti-sim cheeses is because they know as soon as they do that, they're going to be playing against Tracer Diva and they're just going to lose. And so it's like, what do you do, man? How do you be? I just think Katsia is tapped in. This is the meta. And I think this is going to be what decides the EMEA playoffs here, is who can make the sim work
I'm
better.
so excited to see OWCS going up against the international competition here as well, right? Once we're heading to Riyadh for EWC. It's going to be so exciting. It's going to be so hyped to see whether we actually finally see a crack in the armor. Currently, if we're looking at the standings, they're sitting comfortable on top. They've been so effing dominating. Like, it's no one can touch them. A 7-0, they're making it clean again, apart from like literally week 1. That's the only week where they even dropped some maps.
Don't sleep on Twisted Minds. We were talking a little bit about it. I wouldn't sleep on them because it's they take Alcatia the distance, and I obviously think they've gotten better since then. And it's the one team that would like just mirror what Alcatia is playing, which is like a little bit weird for them to even play against because nobody else is doing it, right? And if nobody else is doing it, you don't really kind of know how that pans out. And I think Twisted Minds, I think the difference is like obviously they have to bring in like KSA and TVNT, but like as an overall roster, especially when Psycho's playing now, they've looked really good.
Oh yeah, I do love that matchup because the players from Twisted Minds as well as OWCS, they're very familiar with each other as well, right? So like that's gonna be a hype match every time it happens, and it will happen again soon, I would assume. So for now, however, we are heading into a break, and when we're coming back, we're gonna see Team Peps taking on Virtus Pro. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, one and all. This is day one of, Stage 2, week 6 of OWCS. We're nearly at the end of the regular season, but we still got some matches to play, and not just on the server, but also amongst each other. We started a snake draft earlier today. Actually, not that long ago. I'll
Moments ago, really. Moments ago.
10 minutes ago, yeah.
Just 10 minutes ago. Yeah, so we did the first round already of our snake draft. We're trying to draft the ultimate teams by the end of this weekend. And we're just going to continue on tomorrow. So now, however, Matt, I believe it's your
my
turn,
pick.
since we're snaking.
Don't try and steal.
So
I'm
not
surprised
steal
that
anything.
surprise production, didn't try and weasel me out of a pick. Gotta go back to Zoe. No, it's my pick. I picked Quartz here from
That's
Twisted
right,
Minds. I think
Uncontroversial.
Uncontroversial. Very good player. We know what he can do on all of the kind of, Cassidy, Sojourn, Freya. I think when you look at it, like I was thinking about Lambda, but then when I ended up kind of scooping up Landon, that kind of took, Alcazia off the board. And I know when you're looking around, I don't know if there's another better option than Quartz.
Hard to disagree with this one. The guy's been so rock solid, and you do need that super dialed hit scan to succeed as a team, and Quartz is just that.
Are you gonna disagree, Zoe, or do you approve of my selection?
No, Quartz is good.
That's
This
a
one,
next level hating if you disagree with Quartz.
I cannot possibly do that. I would never. No, Quartz is a good shout. Quartz is a good shout.
All right, guys.
Your team so far pretty good.
My pick is I dig deep for this one, and I went with Willis from versus
I like it.
Look, this guy, I see a bright future. I see a bright future for him. I'm saying is this not a very early call? This is a very early call, and I'm willing to put my name out there and say, Willis, I like what I see from this guy. He brings the aggression, brings the heat on the tank role, and I think he's going to make a perfect fit for my squad. Also, you guys have both drafted players from some of the stronger teams, and so you can only have one player at max from a given team. And so I figure it's actually higher prio early in the draft to grab players from some of the weaker teams.
It seems a little like you messed up the first round and you're trying to pivot. I don't know.
I like this pick.
When I was win the draw.
No, when I was looking at tanks when Ziad was off the board, it's like then you're starting to look at like tanks where you're giving up something in any different category, and if you got to pick from most of these teams, Willis has been good. I don't hate it.
Willis is my next best tank, although I would have taken the Twisted Minds tanks, but I already took a Twisted Minds player, so that's why I went with Willis. But I think he's a rising star. And I think he's going to be back and better in future seasons, maybe in playoffs.
We gotta get clarity for future rounds. Can I pick all of the Twisted Minds tanks? Like, can I just use one selection to get all of them? No,
that's not allowed, bro. You gotta make
I would go with a hard no on this one, without me actually being the one making.
I heard that's a no.
Confirmed by production.
I'm sorry, that's a no.
Well, I feel like. You guys are making it so easy. So Siad was my tank. I went with Simple. It's my first in the back line. Simple on Baptiste, simple on Ana, simple on anything, simple on Zen. Why not? Right?
All right, simple is my go-to.
So good.
Yeah.
Psycho has been a beast, but then I was like, oh crap, I drafted a player from TM without getting Simple. I made a mistake. No offense to my pick, but Simple is monstrous right now. I think he's going to be a huge part of Twisted Mind's success.
Yeah, no, this is, I'm feeling really good about my draft so far. Type 1 in chat if you think I got this in the bag because the two sandbagged themselves somehow, some way. I don't know how. But
just you wait. When we get deep, my strat's going to pay off deep in the rounds.
Right. It's all about
you find some diamonds in the rough later in the draft. It's not about the start of the draft, right?
He's doing that Boston Uprising.
It's about the long game.
Season 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, I get whoever I want from Katsia now. You guys can't take any more Katsia players. So, why would I take a Katsia player this round when I could get him for free in the 5th?
Everybody can draft Ziad. Right. I mean, that's easy. But can you find the tank to play?
Simple get to Zoe's second pick. I'm gonna say we messed up.
It's kind of bad. Yeah. I mean, look, it's not ideal. But we work from here. She's got no Alcazia and Twisted Minds players left. So do I.
Now the two of you have like this underdog story going, right? So that can always be a good take. Yeah, that's our draft so far. Let's dive into our second match of the day. Also, perhaps a underdog story. Team Peps have to go up against Virtus Pro. Peps, they got a tough beatdown last week, and they really need this one because they want to put themselves in a good position, right, for tomorrow's match. Tomorrow's going to be their last match against 1D 100G, and currently 1D 100G are ahead of them in the standings, having played and won one more match than them. So Peps is sitting in that 7th spot, which does mean that Peps could be facing promotion and relegation.
So I guess with this this game obviously would be massive for Peps if they're able to win it, but losing here they would fall to 1-5, and then one dip versus 100 Gorillas is 2-4, right? So even losing this match, potentially there's a way in which they can kind of get there, but you would love to be able to make this a game, though, if you're Peps, right? If you're able to, make this one close, get some maps, and maybe even steal a series against
the maps.
Yeah, steal a series against VP, where VP, honestly, they look like they lost a little bit of a step here in stage 2. That would be huge for Peps and their overall chances.
You say that, and yes, VP is coming off of a loss themselves, but holy, what a match it was. I mean, that was the banger series from last week. If you missed it, then I don't know what you're doing with your life, quite frankly. It was just insane across the board against Twisted Minds. We had the draw. It was the first draw in ages. I literally can't even remember. So they took us all the way to map 6, and I think some of the big standouts had to be Shockwave and Jwoo. Shockwave specifically, I think on that Cassidy, I think single-handedly won them New Junk City. It was a phenomenal performance across the board. So many players stepped it up for VP.
Yeah, Shockwave has looked like a monster. Jwoo has been really solid. And remember, this is his first real year at this level of competition.
Yeah, right.
I think this is another really bright star in the EMEA for Virtus Pro. And I think Fixa has also really impressed me on the main support role in this team. And then with bringing Eisnam into the mix, it's been a little bit rocky. It's been an adjustment period, I would say, for VP, because they're adapting to no longer being a Vistola-only team, and that's a movement for them. But it was great to we got a listen in there, and I just remember hearing Vistola's comms and just hearing the emotion, the passion. This team wants it bad. They are still very motivated to make a comeback. And although it looks challenging, if you can take Twisted Minds to map 6, man, it's going to come down to the playoffs. The standings, they matter, but in the end, you could win anything on VP right now.
And this is a team with VP. We know, push comes to shove, they can just play Vistola the entire time. And there were no issues with that during the previous stage, right? I think this is a stage for VP where they're trying to just build more towards the future, because look, I'd imagine so. I don't know exactly their inner workings and whatnot, but making it internationals and then just losing right away probably isn't the goal anymore. It's how can we actually make progress at these events? And you're going to need a tank like Ice Gnome who can kind of fill in some of the gaps for Vistola. So give him time, still feel like you're confident in EMEA, and then really focus on those internationals.
Yeah, and it's been looking good for them in stage 2, obviously, right? They're sitting on that 3rd spot in the standings. Let's see how far they can take it, or maybe Team Peps taking a few maps of them to set them up for success for tomorrow. We'll find out in just a second. So, my greasy friends, please take us away. Take it away.
We're buttered up. We're ready to go. I gotta see though, from this VP squad, I think this is sort of a big opportunity to make a statement. Map 6, it was incredibly close against Twisted Minds, but in the end, TM came out with the win there, and that's got to sting with how close the series was. I felt like you probably had opportunities to close this one out. Team Peps, it's been a very big struggle for them. They are really looking like they're going to be going to promotion relegation and forced to compete for that spot. And so for VP, this should be a statement win. This should be a match that you clean up dominantly. You just get momentum rolling for playoffs, and Peps would love to just be a stick in the mud and to really disrupt that. And the Ram ban on Ilios is completely bonkers to me. I don't understand this ban at all for Peps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who was gonna play it there, but maybe there's really no. I mean, why are you playing the Ramantra here? It is kind of wild to say though that this team with Peps could be going into promo relegation with how good they were during the first stage of EMEA, right? No, this is a team, I believe they actually ended up with like the second place in EMEA.
Is there ever like a Zarya comp to be played with no Ram? I mean, maybe that's my first thought, is like that could actually be good. However,
I mean,
if VP go with the Zen strat, okay, they're baiting me. Everyone's baiting me.
Like, could you play the Zarya on like Lighthouse? You know,
okay, Lighthouse is some crazy stuff. I mean, more like a well type action with the Zarya. Maybe we'll see it. I think on well it's kind of okay, but especially you get the jumping perk, I think you can go to high grounds and stuff on well.
It just feels like there's not really a rhyme or reason potentially for the Ram ban, but we'll see.
Let's see what Shockwave can deal with this Widow though. Widow, a classic dominant choice on this map. There's a lot of open sight lines. Cookie's getting his chances, but so far VP very smart with the corners here, keeping track of him, keeping the pings on this Widow. They know his position. He's trying to keep taking these rotations of pressure things. JWoo breaks the pylon. FD God gonna have to play very cautious right now. He's a little bit weak in VP. They're just gonna cap. They're saying, okay, we're happy to take this cap. We're gonna keep giving Cookie chances, and we're just confident that we're gonna come away with success there. But this time, Cookie connects. Shockwave takes a little bit too much of a peek. JWoo trying to punish, trying to put some pressure on, but it's Ken who strikes first. And VP, one Widow pick against them, sends them kind of scrambling. Now Cookie able to just clean up on the point, and should be an easy recap now for Team Peps.
Yes, Vestola, he had the immortality field end up falling there, but the Cookie, they were not really giving him a ton early on, and then also he was gonna helping him out by missing something. But as soon as he gets that kill on a Shockwave, then Ken ends up picking up a kill, and things start to crumble there for VP. Yes, JWoo's still here behind enemy lines though, so we'll see if he's able to kind of find anything, right? Maybe trying to go after, I know FD got playing that Alari.
It's kind of hard on this map with like all these players on high ground. It's a little bit awkward for them.
Right.
So JWoo gonna be able to hop up to the high ground himself and be able to maybe challenge FD God. They're spending a lot of time looking for this Tracer though. Tread taking a bit of damage on the point. So JWoo doing his job here, being that distraction. But once again, Shockwave. Let's see, he took a body shot there and Ken was able to grab the finish. JWoo under pressure now, needs to make some kind of a kill happen, needs to create some kind of opportunity. But Zirian with the Am Matrix proving to be an issue, and they're coming to turn and clean up this backline now. Am Matrix desperation pop from Gala deep in the backline. VP, uncharacteristic forced play from them here. And Team Peps are just comfortably holding on to the point. Ken has been really punishing them on the Tracer.
Yeah, that's Vestola using the Terror Surge in the backline.
Sure, he's gonna swap D.Va here, right?
Yeah, you would think so. They're doing a great job, Peps, right? Like you see where Zarion's playing up there. You had FD God there with the pylon as well. You can't really make a play for the supports, right? And then if you try and go on top of Tread, they have the immortality field from up above. The supports are uncontested, and then there's nobody to really put pressure on Cookie at range. So now they get that D.Va in the mix. This should look a little bit better here for VP.
Yeah, we'll see what Cookie can get done with the walls. Makes this a little bit awkward for VP, but the dive can come in at any moment now. Vestola able to maybe up the aggression to a very significant degree. Tread is still going to be a problem, though, just holding down this point. And with the Infrasight, it's very scary to make any kind of commitment, though. Here's Vestola coming from behind. FD God uses the ult to fly up to the skybox, looking for a connection on the backline. Misses it, though, hits the pillar. And the rest of Team Peps are crumbling. Zirian dropping the drone. Cookie already down. Zirian soon to follow. Shockwave comfortably up onto the high ground, hiding away from Ken. And now they're able to bring the focus fire onto Tread and the Orisa, who is going to be cleaned up. It's a long road back to the retake here from VP. Fixa gonna save his rally and just take the reset. Decent trade from them, and then swap over to the D.Va, Cookie over to the Sojourn. So Team Peps are going to meet the moment and bring a lot more pace and tempo for the retake. I love these swaps.
I think the swaps are right. I do think though Peps, like, they looked so good on that comp, and I think a large reason why was like the Alari BAP was really difficult to kind of chase down, and then you also had Cookie really kind of like outranging Shockwave with that Widow, where I feel like you don't have those same advantages now. I think sure you're going to be able to kind of play a little bit more with the tempo, but I think some of those big advantages you might have had are completely lost.
And Matrix makes a lot of space. Vestola already forced out of the mech, gonna go down quick here. Picks up, pops the rally, trying to keep people online, but even he is losing a bit of health, losing a bit of damage. Pulse from JWoo, not enough, but it's Ken profiting, takes down Gala with a pulse of his own. Fixa forcing things to happen now deep into the backline, but Tread on his case with a vengeance right now. Brig is solo, JWoo coming in to try to assist this, but in the end, it's overtime. You got to come back and take this point. VP, they just don't have the players to do it. And Team Peps, a nice opening strat there. The Widow Babalari just gets them too much of an advantage, and they're able to close things out with the final counter swap.
And I love, there towards the end, right? They're able to use that AM Matrix, catch Vestola out, you get the DMAC onto him, and then there's nobody to, put real staying power onto the point at that moment in time, and that's where you're able to flip it with ease. So in a series that feels like Team Peps really needs to step up, a win here would be massive for their chances to not go into that relegation, stepping up here early on.
It's big. I feel like Ken, key performer on map 1, getting a lot of picks on that Tracer. Yeah, 10 eliminations. Key factor for the team's success. He's going to need to be able to keep it up now. And this is a map where I think the Tracer role is particularly impactful. There's going to be a lot more 1v1s, a lot more unsupported play from the Tracer. Both teams in a similar matchup. Shockwave, though, still sticking with the Freya. And it's Cookie who's kind of up to this new school, where Hitscan has seemed to stray away from Freya for most of Europe. Shockwave coming back to it despite the success on Cassidy in the previous match. But they get full high ground control with the help of this Freya. I will say, Cassidy, God, it's just long range. You can hit that headshot, just not that much damage at this range.
Yeah, and like having that high ground there for VP is massive, right? Being able to kind of have that Freya in that position. But I agree with you. I think the Freya is definitely, at least here, in our week, final week of the regular season here in EMEA, fallen off a little bit. 2 kills go down in favor of VP, so Team Pep's going to back up all the way to the spawn.
I mean, the strat is kind of immaculate there from VP. They even forced that lamp out very early just for Team Peps to be able to regroup in their own spawn. So on the walk up, a little bit more risk of getting cut down by a pulse bomb. Jwoo, only 67 of that. But Shockwave closed his ultimate, and Team Peps, I'm just not seeing the vision here. How are they going to walk up and take the point pressure? I mean, everyone's at such long range. This is a really tough task for Cookie. They're going to just send it straight to the point, maybe from this top right high ground. I don't hate that idea, but Vestola is saying right in their face. The pressure is immense now. Boulder shot as well coming down. Cassidy out alone. The M-Matrix trying to force the issue and get them out onto the point, but Ken goes down. There's no one to touch point. It has to be Tread, but he's on low HP. Doesn't even have the armor. Zirian, there's too many players to heal here. And Tread just going to try to fall back, trying to escape this, but Vestola doesn't want to let them out of the play. They're so low. He's rallying his pressure up, has the self-destruct. Commitment comes in. Fixa does go down, but Jwoo with the pulse bomb is going to take the wind out of the sails of this play. And, I mean, Virtus Pro, full aggro here in round 2. Shockwave feels like has just kept the pressure on. Cookie just has not been able to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're pissed after losing that first round, right? FD ends up using the rally inside of like that small corridor and still not able to come out on top. It looked like Zarian maybe switched there on it. They're like a bio grenade, see if you hit anything, then swaps back to the BAP. But nothing has gone right here for Peps in this second round, as they're willing to go toe-to-toe with VP playing this Diva comp as Cookie here walks out with the Deadeye, trying to buy some space as Vestola interrupts.
Gala ready with that AM Matrix is going to be a massive problem when Team Pep steps up onto the point. Cookie's out in the open now, trying to fight this one out. Shockwave is cut down, though. Jwoo trades it right back, so Hitscan's off the field. Fixa getting all the support from Baptiste, keeping this Brig alive. Knows a crucial factor here. Fixa, if he gets this rally, probably game over for Peps. Hold on. Oh, my God, that was a little scary for Gala. But he just barely gets around the corner. And ticking up over 95%. Virtus Pro still with ultimates to spare on the point. Here's the rally. Bashes Tread out of the flight. Pulse bomb as well to get the secure on the mech. Ken finds Gala, but Rally is doing so much here. VP fighting very strong on the point. Another bullet shot goes out from Shockwave, who's found 2 now into chaos. And Team Peps falling apart here. Ken struggled on this round compared to his performance in round 1. Jwoo was taking it to him.
This round is in night and day, right? I mean, the last round, back and forth.
They woke up, man.
Yeah, Virtus Pro most certainly comes up huge here in this second round, but still it comes down to, well, right, giving up that first round where Peps is able to use that Widowmaker, that Alari, Baptiste backline. See though, does this so this range though I think should be more effective for Cookie on the Cassidy, right? Like not playing these long sight lines against that Freya.
This strikes me as a very good Cassidy map. I actually like Team Peps comp. I'm kind of, maybe I'm crazy, but I see the Zarya pick here with the Ram band. I see the vision, but maybe it's not the vision. Neither team looking to play it for now. And the Orisa is a much more conventional choice here. Orisa Cassidy going to be able to play inside the pack room, inside the windmill room, and just be really powerful in there with the Cassidy. So Shockwave's going to have to be kind of tricky fighting that damage. High ground control, though, will be completely seeded, though, as Team Peps just plays over to the mini pack room. And it feels like a little bit of a repeat, though. Think about the positioning from last round, where Jwoo is just going to be raining down damage from afar. And Vestola and Jwoo are just ready. Anyone who steps out a little bit too far in the flank, steps a little bit away, is going to get a face full of those micro missiles.
Yeah, so we'll see now if Shockwave can kind of find some of these angles, right? Just kind of like hovering slightly over those walls, right? I mean, dude, these are sick angles for the Frey to have. As though if you can get close here, yeah, this is a really dangerous situation. Is Ken putting some pressure on?
Yeah, Shockwave, it's a big shot there to force the recall. They're rotating away from this Cassidy. That's Fortify used now from Tread. So the Orisa has to maybe slow things down, pump the brakes, but VP are happy to play this slow. They're happy to continue this slow poking action where they're in point control, right? They're willing to force this one out. Tread now steps up onto the cap, tries to put that pressure on, but Shockwave taking a ton of damage, goes down to melee from Ken. And now Virtus Pro lacking some of the damage. They don't have maybe the consistency to go in a long fight. Here they come with the heavy commitment, pushing in. Without the Baptiste, though, the support is not going to be there. Gala with the drone is beautiful, keeps Fixa and Vistola alive, and Jwoo getting this clean up. And the rest of Team Peps falling apart. Orisa going down into the well. Jwoo won't even let him reach the bottom of the well.
Yes, that is a fast fight win here for VP. Really, since that first round, Jake, they have just looked like VP, quite frankly, right? They looked a little bit more vulnerable early on. Vistola, though, playing quite aggressive. We have seen him kind of get caught maybe at times here. The last time was that Animatrix that Zerion had, able to take him out of the mech. But dude, we're already past 60% on the point. Like, Peps has to get something going in this fight.
It's hard to force this fight. Like, Ken has a pulse bomb, but it's so difficult with D.Va, with Freya constantly in the skybox, and the Bat Throne to save Brig. I mean, Team Peps are just caught in these small rooms. They're rallying. It's such a defensive rally. Like, no aggression at all from this rally. VP are more than happy to play that one out. Animatrix from Gala tries to buy space and time. Vistola gets D-Mech, but has the self-destruct to be able to get back into that suit. They're able to take down the baby D.Va, though. It's a big pick from Tread. And without Vistola on the field, Fixa, it's going to be scary if he wants to commit this rally. It's going to be a tough decision to make. Do you just want to sack it? No, they don't. They're going in, going for the commit. Shockwave is 1 HP, though, can barely help in this fight. Tread out of the suit. Rally trying to keep Gala alive, and Fixa is rampaging through this small room. Team Peps running out of gas now. They do get the flip up, but Vistola is back at full strength. Tread, 0 mech charge.
They're all weak.
Half now, but just is going to be eaten alive here. Team is surrounding. Gets the drone. Hold on, Tread. Okay, he's going to get back in the suit. Even drops the mech drop on Vistola, so that mech taking a lot of counter damage. But in the end, there's just an overwhelming numbers advantage here for VP. Vistola plays this one out immaculately, and this is what we expected out of VP. Dominance and poise in the clutch. They're able to take Ilios 2-1, but that round one feels very far away right now.
that round one feels way more like an outlier now, looking back on it, than something to look back on and it's like, oh, maybe that's a pathway for them in this series. Because yeah, since that round one, it was just all Virtus Pro. Especially if you're going to match them on the D.Va, it feels like that is such a win for them, right? With Vistola, if they can play him constantly and have him in on the D.Va, and even dealing with like the Brig on the other side, like that is Vistola, one of his like 2 or 3 best heroes, right? The D.Va, and being able to have him in, like that's like kind of the comfort there for VP, where they just look so good.
I mean, this is a very good meta for Vistola. Like, I see the vision of wanting to have Icenom ready to play and wanting to have your roster be ready for kind of any meta that comes. But think about it, like, what tanks are even being played in the EMEA that Vistola's not great at? Like, it's like Orisa, Ram, D.Va. That's pretty much the meta. A little bit of Hazard, and maybe that's the Icenom hero, but not much, right? And like, it doesn't even, this isn't like Vistola's on D.Va because he's Vistola. It's just, this is a great D.Va map, and they're playing it really well.
It's like kind of the same thing, well, in a way, with the ultimates, right? Like, they want to play like more dive, and we're like, hey, we need to play more dive, but then the meta kind of turned into like Orisa, Ram, D.Va in a way in EMEA, and it's like, we want to get Ice Gnome into the mix, play some like more Winston, Hazard, things like that. And then it's like, well, the meta is actually just basically Vistola's hero pool. So it's like, okay, like, how do we kind of like split the difference and the balance here between the two as we take a look at the stats? Dude, looking at the stats, if you just took that round one away, or it was like even, like, I mean, this is a blowout.
By the way, we just got it from Ob Sojourn. Jwoo has 0 deaths this map.
That's crazy.
Okay, bro had 0 deaths. I mean, he was, think about round one, even with the struggles VP were having, he was constantly in the back line, constantly pulling attention to himself. And that, I mean, Ruins is a very awkward map for Tracer to pressure the back line, because they can play on all these high grounds, and Tracer doesn't have the verticality to get there easily. It's like a long sort of climb to get to those fights. The fact that he stays alive through all of that, it just means he's a presence constantly on the map. And then in rounds 2 and 3, man, he is getting active. He is getting aggressive, and it is looking very sharp, being able to clutch up quite a few of those fights. It's Peps who find the first pick, or they break Vistola's mech before the fight, and VP just collapse on you, right? They take that moment of, oh yeah, you're looking at our tank for just like a second too long, and now our DPS are just gonna start ravaging you, and they do just that here. Ilios is a very clean win from VP.
And I wonder where Peps decides to take us, right? A few different options. I heard my Discord beep, so maybe we actually have that. As it looks like we do. So Peps will take us to Circuit there for game number 2. Yeah, no, I got it on my Discord beeps. It doesn't. What was it? Dinky? Like you were. What was the term with Cassidy?
You got to put the Cassidy headshot hit marker sound as your
I know.
Discord. You got to
Yeah, I got to get that. That would be.
That would go crazy. That would go crazy.
That would actually go pretty hard. But
yeah,
Circuit. I would keep Vistola in, right? I mean, you think about like you could play Sigma here, you could play Ram, you could play Diva. No subs for either side, so that's what they'll do. Where. This is another one where it feels like probably a good map for VP. I wonder though if you are Peps, like you could play the Bapillari here, right? You can go back to the well on that.
You definitely could. I'm honestly worried though about the Jwoo Mei. I think that's going to be potentially a major factor here. I think Sim and Mei to me look like very strong on this map. I think you can kind of go one or the other. I think it's again probably still too good to go without, but those options are very potent here. You know, maybe teams could go for a Pharah as a way to dissuade the opponent from doing that, but I don't know if either of these teams is really that comfortable on the Pharah. Then again, I think Jwoo, I would kind of like to see Jwoo on the Pharah if there's some sort of trickery coming out from the other side to just shut that down. It could be an option. We've even seen like Lifeweaver look pretty all right.
We have seen Weaver.
Played Lifeweaver, right?
Okay, so the bans come through. Peps gets rid of Zen. So
that's telegraphing a Lifeweaver pick in my eyes.
It definitely is like a telegraph of like, is it a Lifeweaver? Is it like Bapillari? Something along those lines. And then VP gets rid of the Freya, which this is one where we actually saw Shockwave play the Freya a lot. You know, in that previous round. This could open things up for like Gen.G potentially, things along those lines, as Freya can be pretty difficult for Gen.G to play in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing VP run a Gen.G comp. I think they have a lot of options here. And I feel like the classic Gen.G Sojourn Rush might just still be good here, right? Like it's one of those things that teams aren't playing that much anymore, but could still be solid. I wouldn't mind the Mei look. I do think Mei is pretty good against Lifeweaver, right? Since you just blizzard people on the tree and they can't really play on it, or you just use your left click all game and people just get fully, they just keep kiting back from you on Weaver and the cart keeps rolling. But for now, VP showing up with a Gen.G on the defense. So this is interesting actually. Usually the Gen.G defense is a little risky, right? Because you're forced into a full commit, but I talked about the Soj Gen.G. I think I willed it into existence, Matt. I think it is still quite scary on this map, especially with the Brig, Juno, Orisa. This is like a classic team comp. This is like Hive Mind full sended on the enemy team, and Team Peps better be ready for a storm because it is coming.
Yeah, that would be just being able to kind of play this Jwoo Gen.G. I mean, he is so good on this hero, and then when there's no Freya on the other side to have to worry about, and you're kind of dealing with more of the Cassidy Sojourn, you feel much better about running it. So we'll see Peps on offense, what they'll decide to do. So it'll be Cookie playing the Soj, and they're just gonna roll out.
Soj Gen.G, baby, it's a classic. Has good matchups against Sim if teams do go that way, because Sojourn, the Disruptor Shot can be pretty good against that Sim teleport, and you can maybe rotate her with your slide. For now, though, VP content to just play the second corner. That's like where they want to take this fight. They don't want to take any risks trying to challenge too early, too aggressively, where the attackers might have some better positions.
Yeah, and they're making actually pretty good progress here, Jake, right? They're getting this car close to the corner. This is where like kind of the big first fight will happen, right? This is where Ken takes a shot, gets quite low. This is where you'll have to win it though if you're Team Peps, right? You win a fight here, you win one. I know as it kind of gets that first checkpoint.
This position from Jwoo is critical here. If he can continue to hold this high ground, this off angle, it's going to be a major problem. Looks like he wants to go and play the front line a little bit more, maybe use that deflect, dashes in on the high ground, forces back Cookie on the Soj. Cookie's not really able to get into this fight and be aggressive at all, tries to get healed up just now. Fortify has been used for Team Peps. They have to once again fall back up the play in. VP, rock solid, completely stable. They don't really need to chase down any kind of kills here. No. They're just looking very unbreakable in this fight, and Ultimate's looking good on the field. Zirian just a little bit faster in the orbital ray, so maybe Team Peps can catch a timing.
You control the corner, right? That's all you need to do for VP. You don't need to chase. If you control that corner and you can keep kind of the advantage in terms of like the overall HP pool, constantly forcing Peps back, that's all you need to do. But that's a huge kill though. Railgun shot, Cookie gets high ground, takes out Shockwave.
And Jaywu very low, needs support, needs the heals. They come in just in time. Vistola forced to fortify, but he needs to get out of this one. Orbital raise now, traded from both sides. Vistola too low, too much damage coming in. The follow-up is clean from Team Peps. 3 kills, 4 on the board. And the opener from Cookie onto Shockwave turns this matchup on its head. Team Peps gonna be able to get first cap.
Dude, the first two, obviously last map, I know Cookie started off pretty well, but really kind of been like maybe the standout player for them thus far, right? Whether it's like playing the Widow or kind of going toe-to-toe at times with Shockwave in the hit scan. Like EMEA has so many good hit scans where it feels like you kind of need like a top tier one or one that can play that top tier to contend. Is going to be a blade inside of that immortality field. It'll be a blade from both sides. Is Ken actually gets stunned from behind by Fixa. Doesn't allow him to chase Jaywu, but Jaywu gets taken out by Cookie, but still it allows VP Jake to push down the staircase, get control over this area.
Yeah, you know, Vistola's going to take the fight once again right at this corner. Wants to pressure a little bit early on the walk-up, farm up a little bit of ult, and that was a relatively heavy commitment from VP to be able to secure that one. It's going to be the overclocks on the field for this next fight, and this is opportunity for Shockwave to reinstate himself in this match. Cookie has a very challenging position to work with here. Not a lot of space on the map, getting attacked from all sides, and there's Shockwave cutting down one. Jaywu finds another, shuts down the OC, and it's going to be another wipe here. A quick pickup from VP off the defense, and this time it's a clean one, sending everybody back to the spawn.
This spawn area, like the ability to jump down here and spawn kill, is probably one of the more brutal ones in the game, right?
Do you remember
like,
back in the day before they had the upper door, man? This was vicious. This was like one of the best fights in the game was at the spawn, which was a little bit absurd.
No, but even then, right? Let's say you force them off of this quarter, you're still rounding this quarter with like no cover and having to go like having to go uphill. It is so brutal to have to work against.
Vistola is hot right now. FD God cleaned up. Jaywu finds that one as well, and every time Team Peps steps up, they are being cut down. After Cookie's opening kill there on that first corner, this has been a very quiet map for Team Peps. I mean, we're looking at back-to-back fights where you're just dying to picks on the walk-up, and Virtus Pro shooting on all cylinders. Like, everybody is shooting well. And if Vistola hits a spear like that, the fight's over.
And the goal obviously should be to never have to use the ults to get out of the spawn, because that feels absolutely miserable. But you're kind of nearing that point for Peps, right? You've had some significant time dwindle off the clock. You lose another fight here. I mean, you never want to say you have to use an orbital ray in front of your spawn door, but that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, very defensive ray. A better response from BP. See if they can continue to push forward in this ray. The spin, the ray damage is massive. They're able to get the follow-up. Jaywu follows up on that damage. Clean dash resets from him. And deflecting out. Going to be backing off the play. Forced fully out of the fight is Zirian as well. Wasn't really able to come into that and support the team as he would have liked. Tread tanky for a while, but it's just not enough with the rest of VP on the follow-up.
I mean, what do you do? Peps has nothing, dude. I mean, they have nothing to work with here. I mean, this is
painful. This is really painful. It's like you're waiting for Cookie to get another opener, but this spot is so much harder. He can't even get his rail charge up, and now Vistola has the shield perk online. Zirian's gonna go over to the bat maybe to put a little bit more frontline pressure on it. I kind of like this for helping you break the corner, but you're up against Rally Blade. This fight is brutal, even for Bat Brig.
And I would argue it's like it would feel worse for the game to end here for Peps than getting like, you know, full health before that first checkpoint, because it's essentially the same. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, this is super painful. Here it comes. Blade comes in straight to the back line. No bash available. He's hunting down FD God. Saving that dash as well, is going to get that cleanup, looking for potentially more for now. Thinks better of it, has done enough. Team Peps have a couple players on no HP at all. Vistola does get traded out. Oh, but Jaywu wants the full team wipe, man. Continuing to send that dash into the spawn, perked up now completely on the Gen.G.
They saved the rally, though. They saved the rally to be able to kind of use it here against this Ken Blade, right? Ken's going to have to blade around this corner. You're going to have overclock as well.
And it's such a great spot from Shockwave. He's going to have full vision of the battlefield, and it's so hard to close the gap on this Sojourn. Ken, he's going to have to be the one to do it. He's going to have to be the hero in his team's moment of need. Maybe a deflected charge rail is kind of the only way he can do it. Cookie opens with the OC of his own. So gets a little bit of a wide position here. VP respond with the rally, the OC of their own, and it's instant kills. Fixa charges into the backline. FD just barely gets his rally online, but it's not enough. Too late into the fight, and VP just catches the tempo before the spoils are ready to come out, and they're stalling this Orisa. This is going to get bad for Trey. He's got to get off the map. He's got to get back to the spawn. Clock's running low. You need this Orisa in the next fight, and he's turning into a snowball. FD dying in the spawn.
And this is brutal, man.
Jwoo deep in your own spawn here. Sombra Tracer, they've got a touch. Time is so low. Tracer, if she recalls, she's not making it. Yeah, can't do that. Sombra coming in invis, but she's found out, and you said it, Matt. This is the worst case scenario for Team Peps.
It might be the worst spot for the card to end up, right? Because let's say you take that fight on the checkpoint and you end up like losing it there. You're going to spawn at that further one. There's no shot of even getting back to contest it, right? The game is actually over. So like, where like you almost have to play the first corner and then just play for the game. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to like give up the
let's
checkpoint.
Take a look at like the gold box of victory here, because I want to see exactly how far they actually got it, because the cart rolled back to the start, right, of this
they kind of make it, I think, right before the turn. Like it's right before that turn up on the high ground.
If they're not even at the U-turn, that's brutal. If they at least got it to the U-turn, then there's like a chance for a refight. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you kind of need to all in for the full hold here for Team Peps.
Yes.
But VP just look really good at this comp. Like Cookie hits a hero headshot, and
yeah, so it's like
that's rough
right here, right?
So like you are not like holding here is not supposed to happen, man.
Yeah, it's I mean, because it puts you in an odd situation. You fight that first checkpoint, you get team wiped right at the end. Where is your next fight? Is it like you're just running down there?
Map 3, Matt.
It might be on map 3 because VP is not going to be dumb, right? They're going to push up towards that door to like get out of the casino, and you're just screwed, right? I'm curious how Peps looks at this on defense.
I would honestly, I want to see
there.
VP play like a May comp here, but I don't know. Maybe they'll just have the comments just like full run it in the mirror, and I can't blame them for that with the way round 1 went.
So they're matching Orisa.
Yeah, let's see if Team Peps can hit the mirror match as effectively on the defense. For now, Ken's holding an off-angle flank, being a little bit greedy here. Gen.G can't necessarily retreat from that position. Team Peps are going to take multiple fights here. They're fighting very early on the map. It's a big risk they're taking. Shockwave takes a lot of damage. Jwoo goes down. Big spear from Tread. The aggression looks good. Is there any clap back, though? Team Peps players are low. They're starting to get healed up. And now, maybe the player advantage is going to be felt. Hold on. There's still a chance for VP to find some kind of a pick. The rest of the team is healthy. Despite being down 5v4, they're still fighting aggressively. Gala, though, now goes down to Ken. And that should be the beginning of the end for this push. Team Peps forced off the play, but without Tread, it's not going to matter. These picks just don't mean anything now.
I was going to say, I really like how they decide to play this, right? We're talking about playing that first corner here that's coming up. They decide to play like basically right up at the spawn with probably the idea that they full team wipe and then get another fight here. And then maybe there's a position where they get a fight at the end. But when you lose Tread, all of that goes down the drain.
This is why you don't fight like that, because in the end, your retake is going to be so rough here for Team Peps, right? Like this is a tough walk up for them. They did get some picks, so their ultimate charge is in a pretty decent spot, but the card's being pressured so heavily. Shockwave is going to have the first overclock here. He could be the one to just basically close this map out. Ultimate, or rather, the Fortify is forced out from both the Orisas now. But Bastola popped his first. There's going to be a power play here, and Zirian strikes first. I like this move. You've got to get aggressive. You've got to force something to happen here on the play. So far, it hasn't gotten anything. Ken does find Bastola. The OC from Shockwave needs to find a kill or two to bring it back. A rail shot from Cookie is going to dissuade that option. And without Bastola, they're going to have to back off. So Team Peps stabilized for now, but it cost them the orbital ray. Shockwave overstayed is welcome, though. Hold on. I love this punish from Team Peps. You know, just taking a risk, seeing like, hey, maybe VP stayed a little bit too long, and Shockwave does just that. Took a spear from Tread and got cleaned up.
I don't think that Shockwave expected him to kind of chase around the corner. I do like the decision, though, to chase, though, because if you're Peps, because you need to get as much space here back as possible, right?
Yeah. And the orbital ray is going to be a major advantage for Gala. Cookie, I feel like he's got to find something. An early OC pop comes out. He has to do a passive slide, though. They're falling back on the play. The spin as well, trying to just stabilize through that rally. Here's the ray now coming down from Gala. Jwoo's low, but getting healed up. The spin from Bastola also doesn't find much of a connection, so both teams running low in the ultimates. The ray, though, still online, and that's going to make this so difficult for Team Peps to come back, hold the point. The blade overwhelming from Jwoo. He knows this is the fight for the map. Gets the cleanup on Ken, and everybody else is going to fall to the sword. And I mean, for Team Peps, I don't think you really get the retake here. You stack cart, this should be just game over for VP.
Yeah, VP, so it looks like they're actually going to put two on cart.
TP behind the map. Is that possible anymore? I don't know.
Oh, like the jump over by the highway.
Recall, he's dead. There's no way you can do this, yeah. It's just too far.
No. Yeah, not able to get there. That was kind of the worry, right? Where their cart was in such a horrible position that if you ended up losing the first checkpoint, you basically were going to lose the game. I think that shows just how dominant VP's spawn camp was, though, right? Like, VP was spawn camping them there for about 3 minutes, preventing them from moving that cart any further, and that was ultimately their demise.
I think this speaks to the intelligence of the VP decision making, right? Like where Peps, right? They fight very early on the checkpoint, and this is like the most normal way to play on an escort map. You fight early on the checkpoint, and then you fight at the end of the checkpoint. So you get 2 fights. 2 is better than 1, right? But VP, they only get 1 fight on first point, choosing to play that second corner, and they end up losing it. But because they fought so early, they all get the forward spawn. They all get to the next fight. It's on the second checkpoint. But it's truly the beginning of the second checkpoint, and that position, think about how VP played it, right? It's just a gauntlet. When you swing that corner for Peps on the offense, there's players on every angle. They all have cover. Like from here, Shockwave just works his magic every single fight. You know, Jwoo and Fixa are ready to hit from the side as well. And I haven't seen that played this way, but I love it. I love it from VP.
And look at the clock when we're watching this here. Like, it was almost 4 minutes for Team Peps going into this, after they get that first checkpoint. And we obviously know the end result, just a crazy hold there from Virtus Pro. And I think also a part of it, Jake, is like Team Peps, you don't want to use the ultimates coming out of spawn. It feels terrible. But then the longer you hold it and the more that the clock wears off, like they're not using ultimates, they kind of become less valuable over that period of time. And none of them are good enough to get them out of that spawn door. Dude, only 12 deaths. It feels like this map was like closer, more back and forth than like what the stats would resemble, maybe. But it feels like maybe that is just like really only 2 fights that Peps ended up really winning.
Yeah, and I mean, think about like that hold that VP make on second. Nobody dies for a long time there. I think Pistola dies before like the last fight, but he is pretty much the only death for that second point defense. I mean, that is rock solid, that hold from VP, and they set themselves up to be in that position, and they really understood it. Like, they knew exactly where that was a very choreographed play. Everyone knew where they should be. Everyone was ready to punish. Shockwave's on the long angle. You're playing the corner with the Gen.G and the Brig. Pistola's holding the cart with support from Gen.G. It's just really well tactically set up, and it proves their experience. I mean, I think Peps made a mistake coming to Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I would say so. You're putting like Tread in a good position, right? Maybe playing some more of that diva that you would like to, but that's also kind of playing exactly into kind of what VP has had the historical strengths in. So Suravasa, potentially the last map in the set between these 2 teams. We'll get an idea of what the ban process is going to look like here. What for Peps, they've gotten rid of the Zen, and then they've also gotten rid of Ram.
I think the problem here is that like you go to Suravasa for Peps thinking you're going to be able to put FD God on Lucio, but I feel that you also need the Kiriko to make that actually a good comp. I'm not. I mean, the Lucio BAP actually could be good. It could be okay, but
then does that mean you have to ban a support? I feel that
Kiriko's better on this map, and that's what I'm worried about. Is do you have to use a support ban to protect the Kiri as well? Like you know,
you want to protect both.
The Lucio, I feel like a carry ban would be pretty devastating for the playstyle that I'm suspecting that Peps want to go for, and so I'm wondering. I mean, maybe that's all that matters, but I feel like you could also throw a Tracer ban, a Jwoo or something like that. Soon is coming in
for Ken. All right.
Okay.
But we've liked what we've seen from Ken. Ken's been good. We did see Soon play earlier in the season. I'm trying to think. I believe it was either. I'm trying to think. I actually think it was
Tracer ban right now. That would be devious if they hit him with the Tracer.
I believe we did see Soon though play for Cookie, because we saw Soon come in and play like Sojourn and things like that.
Yeah, okay, true.
And I think it was just that like
coming in on Flex DPS.
Yeah, it just like wasn't available that week. But now Soon coming in, a little bit of a wild card here, a little bit of a throwback. So the bans come through. Peps gets rid of Brig, which that kind of protects that Lucio Kiri like you're talking about. And then VP bans the Diva on the other side.
Interesting Diva ban. I'm surprised by that.
This is I mean, look, you could play Ramatra here, right? You can play. I mean, do we dare even say his name? He who should not be named. Do they play Maga?
I like what you're cooking.
Do they play big?
I like what you're cooking. The
they
big
play a little
boy
big
could be nice this snap.
Little big Mog here. I mean, yeah, I think if you're
Doomfist,
VP, you're
bro,
like, let's just play. Okay, sell me on
Wait, is
Doomfist here.
Doomfist banned right now?
Sell me on
Bug?
Doomfist here.
Is
I
that-
don't.
is that-
No. What is going on with Doomfist? Tell the people at home.
There's like Doomfist is like out of rank, so it's fine because it's a known bug. If you like have ulti online, you can like get a free power punch with like a bug that doesn't even use your ulti, but you like press the ulti and press the other button at the same time.
Let him go.
You get
Let
a
him
free
play.
power punch. Honestly, Doom needs it. All right, I'm the one to say it. Doom needs a bug to get the free power punch. Like I don't even know if he's good with that bug. Like
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Doom. We haven't seen Doom really. I feel like
no. Bring back the seismic slam slow. Bring it back. Bring it back.
we haven't seen. Yeah, that was a contentious period of time. We haven't seen Doom in like ages though. It feels like neither of these teams want to play Winston, right? I don't think that's either of these
Winston
teams.
map. In fairness, it's playable, but it's not easy. This is like not your first choice if you're not a hardcore Winston team.
Kiri
I think
Lucio
Ball
is
is actually kind of good on this map, but again, these teams. It's
no, he's playing ball. Yeah,
I'm spitting into the wind here. No one's gonna play ball.
Kiri Lucio is, it's like Maga territory, right? We're kind of
That's true. I
head in
kind
there.
of like what you're cooking with the Maga. With these bans, I'm like, bring it on, baby. Bring on the big Mog.
Oh, do we see Hazard maybe? Yeah, well, we would
I
have
think
saw
Hazard
Ice.
is probably pretty expected, but we don't see Eisnom.
We would have saw Ice Gnome come in, you would think, right?
But for maybe Team Peps, I think it's a very open option. I think Tread has looked good on the Hazard in other matches in the past. Could be one that they want to deploy here. I'm most interested though in Soon versus Jwoo. It's like Tracer almost certainly going to be played here, probably by both players. And I'm like, can Soon keep up, right? It's been a hot second since Soon has played at this level, and the level has gone up, Matt. The level is higher than it used to be. Jwoo is a monster on the Tracer. And so this is a scary one, someone where Soon needs to come up big. I would say kind of is under pressure to win that duel. Going 50-50, I don't think it's going to be enough.
You used to be able to get by as an Overwatch professional player, literally just playing Tracer. Tracer was like basically in every single meta.
That was Soon's era, man. Soon was on top.
We had no bans, but obviously the game has changed in such a evolved, I think, in such a rapid rate.
Sig on the first point is actually nasty, like actually hard to play against the Sig.
Are they gonna play Winston into this?
I don't think so. Please not with Cassidy Bap. Okay, yeah, that's a low. Yeah, that one. But this VP comp, pretty sick, right? And the Sim TP gets you out onto the point early. But they're meeting on the same side, though, which is good for the Arista team, right? Who wants to get a rush in. But Pistola is going to be able to do a lot of work here. He has every tool he would want. Soon on the Tracer. Maybe he's going to be a little bit free. Can he get one over Gala, though? The backliners, the supports. Ilari, shoot. I mean, Soon is under so much heat. The pressure. Shockwave already finds Cookie. Just trying to take a little peek on the flank. Just one little peek. No, not allowed. Not allowed in Shockwave's house. It makes a mistake. This is Shockwave's house. Recall not up. I think the recall CD has been nerfed by like 1 second in like the last couple of years. So Soon, I give him that one. I give him that one.
All right. Soon has played the game in the last couple of years, right? You're like talking like he's logging in and surprised that there's only.
That's one that's very hard to unlearn.
Yeah.
That's a feel. That's a feel.
Oh,
right?
all right. Yeah. It's a feel. It's a feel.
It's like sometimes I'm pressing recall and it's nothing's happening, and I'm like,
you're talking like Soon has been sleeping in some hyperbaric chamber for years and it's just been awoken.
I'm making an assumption.
We saw him a few weeks ago. He was playing some Soj, a little bit different.
Okay. It back though. Jwoo free on the map. Jwoo Tracer now. About to take this game over. Tread just, oh my God, he can't climb. Oh no. It's a massacre.
Oh, nice wall though.
Getting him out, but it's just, I mean, it's a full retreat, right? Team Virtus Pro are absolutely dominating on the point. Pistola is just the server admin. Like, people are just trying to go past him. I mean, they know there's no hope to take him out. Spike wall used. Face full of dust for Tread. Cleanse miss as well. And yeah, you're full desperation now. FD God getting cut down. Jay Woo was
I mean, he's farming.
this is a beat down.
You couldn't craft like, yeah, really. I mean, you couldn't craft more comfortable comps that VP would want to play than the ones that they've played in this series. Like this is like an ideal scenario for them, right?
Strengths, you know.
Yeah.
This is like, I think this is something, you know, we talked about. We praise teams for being willing to be off meta and to go with what's their comfort, where are they the best. And think about Virtus Pro. I mean, they're good at a comp that is oppressive to match up into, right? Especially with no Diva. Like, what do you do against this? Desperation pulse bomb from Soon there. Goes wide, and Virtus Pro are sitting on 5 ultimates. They're extremely comfortable here. FD God's still 20% off the beat. This is going to be a very hard opening cap to go up against VP. And Jwoo constantly marking the flankers, constantly threatening them. Tread trying to walk up, doesn't want to get caught up in a tracer duel, wants to be able to get closer to the back line. But the point,
nice shot.
Oh, that's a big shot from Cookie, though. That makes everything possible with the Kitsune Rush as well. Maybe this is enough. Team Peps Tread, though, burst it down. The damage is too much. The DPS players, though, from Peps combining for frags of their own, and Zirian now getting active. And that Kitsune Rush proves to be too potent. But it all started with a real shot from Cookie. I feel like if Jwoo had been alive, that would have been a different fight.
And like you talked about, these comps for VP, like they can be pretty difficult to play in too on the other side. But we do see teams who can play, you know, this Hazard type of style and other type of dive, you know, or like Diva, have success against this type of composition. It's just you have to play that at a really high level because VP is playing this comp at an extremely high level. So we'll see now. It'll be an overclock here from Cookie from the side. Yep.
This is big. He's pretty uncontested out here. Has some chances to get shots off. The rest of the team is with him. The beat used as well. But hold on, this is a heavy commitment just for the BAP kill. Jwoo finds one back the other way. This is still a very winnable fight for VP. Gala, caught in no man's land, ends up getting meleeed down by FD God. Cap is still being threatened. Jwoo, Shockwave getting back in with action of their own. Bastola is low. Does get traded out by Tread, who looks pretty tanky on the point with the support of the Kiriko. Jwoo knows he's got to take down Kiri first. But it's a tough fight to find, especially with Hazard breathing down your neck. VP coming back on the Lucio, maybe trying to play this one out with some tempo. Pistola to the Winston. Okay, yeah, that's just crossing the spawn on the Winston. Yeah. Now he's on the Orisa. And this is a much more stable, aggressive front line. Hold on, Fixa maybe has stepped up way too far there. Maybe had to get the overtime touch, but gets brutally punished for it. And Team Peps, despite starting this round out with like a complete ultimate disadvantage, they bring it back, and this should be an easy cap for them.
Yeah, we're actually seeing them just kind of like try and get their desperation to contest. Jwoo does take out soon though, so that's going to be a nice immortality field there from Gali, able to keep him and Fix up.
Bullet shot as well. Pulse bomb comes in. Jwoo, he's not giving up easy. He's fighting this one out to the bitter end. Still has a couple blinks. Still has a chance to fight this one out. Tread getting low. Fixes back into the fight. And yeah, the clutch comes in very clean there. Cookie strikes back with one, but maybe going down here if he has the slide. Okay, he does have the slide to get out of there. And Jwoo looking menacing on the Tracer right now. And you might be up to 99-0 right here, Team Peps. But they've got to make this comeback strong. They do have the rush. It should enable success. But Gala, 85 to that Imp Matrix. If he can get that online, he can buff up Shockwave, anything's possible.
Or I think if Jwoo can find a pick, right? Find a pick before it opens up. You know, with that Kitsune rush, that could be massive. Is Soon now with a pulse bomb? We'll see here if he can find anything. Takes some big damage. Has the recall, but doesn't use it, but that's a big pick.
Yeah, Tread, that's great. Pulse bomb onto the Orisa. Good damage from Soon. Cleans up that frontline tank, and the Amp Matrix just not quite enough. Zirian hits that tempo hard. Full aggression with the rush. Ends up being perfect. And Soon getting some cleanup frags in the back. Sending the rest of VP back to the spawn. And they're able to tie the scoreline at 1-1 here on Flashpoint. Jwoo gets a little bit of extra stall. But in the end, it's going to be VP sent back to the spawn. But now on to a mirror match on a more similar comp, right? Like both teams bring in the tempo, bring in the pace. VP, I think this Sigma comp is amazing on the first point, but it isn't so good on the rest of the map.
And they had so many ultimates and they didn't die at all, so there was no opportunity for them to really switch, right? Where I think this is our first real look at them in a mirror type matchup here against Peps, at least on Flashpoint.
Recall's already forced out of Soon. Soon's in trouble, yeah, getting hunted down by Jwoo. Was forced to recall into the enemy team's backline, and Jwoo took that advantage and ran with it. Gets the cleanup, and without Tracer, it's going to be much more awkward for Team Peps to put pressure on. You see Shockwave's kind of doing whatever he wants here, dancing up into the high ground. Big connection with that headshot, and Freya just wiping the server right now. Everybody's got to just get out of this fight, take the reset, get back. Big spear from Tread, though. He's been sharp with these spears, finding a lot of picks. Without Shockwave, that is gonna be meaningful. It's gonna mean that Team Peps have a little bit easier time walking up to get into this point contest.
And obviously they bring in Soon here for this potential final map. I thought Ken was playing quite fine, and I think when you're seeing this now, like, you know, it's really tough being a player that's kind of thrown into a series that's already going on, especially going up against like JWoo on a Tracer and having to match it. It's been a really difficult situation for Soon to have to play in. Puts a little bit of pressure there on VP, but everybody's got ultimate. It's not going to go directly into the back line.
Yeah, OC now from Cookie, putting some big damage on Pistola. Beat comes down. Terror Surge as well. Better beat from FD God, though. So has a little bit of a longer fight here in the cards. Big spin from Tread. Traps people in the corner and punishes them. Gets the cleanup. Tread is making miracles on this Orisa. Zirian finds another, and with supports alive, this should be a nice cleanup. A big point flip from Team Peps. And Tread has been the one to step up in this series.
Really, he has. That time, moving forward with that Terror Surge, able to find two both supports in it. I did like, you know, Bistoli actually ate a ton of damage from Cookie with the overclock, and then ends up using that Fortify of the Terror Surge just to kind of give himself a little bit of extra staying power to make sure he gets the sound barrier. But that later beat from FD God, like you mentioned, was most certainly the difference.
Ball spawn from behind. Big stick connects onto the Baptiste, forces the drone out, looking to get the follow-up on the Gala. He's getting the heal in from Fixa, just barely staying alive for the moment. Too much pressure from the Amp Matrix for Soon to commit. A better Amp Matrix now on the high ground from Ziria, and Cookie using it to great effect. Burst down Shockwave with the one hit. Pistola in the corner, holding this position down, just trying desperately to stay alive, but the Amp Matrix Sojourn is now right on top of him, cleaning him up. Team Peps holding on to this point, and Virtus.pro gonna have to fall back, lick their wounds, take one last chance at the reset. JWoo is in the back line. They know about him, though. He's thinking about going for a pulse bomb, but doesn't want to take too much of a risk, just needs to stay alive and be ready for that retouch for the overtime fight.
The change I'd love to see for VP is actually just bringing in a Sojourn for Shockwave, like on the Sojourn, because the Sojourn's just chunking down the armor of the Orisa so fast. If you can get through that Orisa armor, it's very easy to take out the tank, and they're doing a great job of that, specifically Cookie on the other side.
Pulse bomb went wide, but it still forced the drone out of Zirian. Now big bullet shot from Shockwave finally gets the profit he was looking for on this Freya, looking to get in and now assist JWoo in diving into this backline. FD God takes a couple melees and an explosive bolt to the face. VP get the flip back, 25% left. So Soon needs to grab this overtime touch. Team Peps, not so much time to work with on the walk-up. These spawns are pretty long, so Soon, he's getting damaged though. He's getting bot challenged early. JWoo was just stuffing him back in his own spawn. Yeah. I don't know if Soon's even gonna be able to get this touch. JWoo's putting that business on him.
No, and he had already used a recall, so there's no way he's gonna be able to get there. So that big play there from JWoo, kind of like off camera. Soon is actually really low at the end of that fight and has to double back all the way by their spawn for a health pack. And usually you would have enough time on the Tracer with 3 blinks to make it all the way back, but JWoo chases him to that health pack, puts down some damage, forces him to recall, and then there's no chance with the timing on it that he's going to be able to touch. So huge play there by JWoo from VP.
Yeah, but Stolen out, stepping up into the front line. Power position controlled by Team Peps here. They're going to be able to hit the back line if they want to. Cookie with that OC, maybe looking to do just that. No, just falls back, plays the fight defensively. Amp Matrix deployed first from Gala. Opportunity for Cookie to fight into that. It's a risky one, but maybe he's going to take that challenge, take that risk. Pistola trying to play in the corners of points. Rail just barely goes wide. OC now popped. No connection just yet. Big hit, though, onto JWoo. The beat comes out for FD God. That should be overwhelming. Fixa, though, is going to respond with a beat of his own. They're going to try to clutch us out without JWoo. The spin is beautiful.
Ball shot,
though, taking all the wind out of their sails. And Shockwave, despite finding one, he's in real trouble now, caught in the corner with a very healthy Orisa. And Team Peps battled that one out just a little bit better. That rail shot, massive. Shutting down JWoo when there's no JWoo alive with the beat coming down, it's just so much less effective.
And that's why I feel like having the Sojourn's just a little bit more impactful maybe in this style of comp than having the Freya.
One shot on Tracer, right? The possibility of blowing somebody up with a one hit. Freya has great sustained damage over time, but the support's playing at this level. Tracer's this consistent, grabbing packs. Blowing them up, threatening the one hit is really scary for them. JWoo bullies out the Tracer with the help of Fixa. Now he's going to be able to get wide on the flank. Soon just trying to bodyguard, trying to mark that opportunity. But that's leaving Tread a little bit out in his lonesome. Pulse bomb goes in. JWoo continuing to keep a lot of the attention on himself. Now Fixa comes over, gets active on the flank himself. Slight HP lead for VP as they work this retake. But Team Peps are holding on to the point for now. Still looking stable, still looking strong. Shockwave, though, comes from the side. Take down Zirian. From that flank angle, big bullet shot connects directly on FD God. You guys do not look at explosions, and Shockwave making a strong argument for the Freya deep into this round.
That is a sick shot from Shockwave as he kind of comes out on a flank, and that's where you start to get the power of the Freya coming on through. Cookie's going to go to the Cassidy here, so we have seen more Cassidy, but I'm curious, Jake, like playing into some of this high ground, a little bit of longer sight lines, and he was playing good on the Soj. I don't know if you needed to swap.
Oh, Jwoo just crashes down on Soon before the fight even begins, and Peps, I don't think you want to get into this. Losing a Tracer that early before the fight even really began. And I don't hate the Cassidy. I mean, this point and the next point, if you're able to survive to that, are both pretty good for Cassidy. Relatively shorter sight lines, but getting in here is going to be trouble. Shockwave is going to be up high, spamming you down from every angle. Here's Jwoo cleaning up the flank, drops an early window, defends this push completely, splitting the aggression out of Team Peps. Zirian with the counter window. Seems to stabilize things for now. FTGod has the beat, but does he want to deploy it this early? Does he realize the advantage he has over Fixa? Yes, he does. Big spear as well from Tread onto Fixa, denying the enemy Lucio. Now Pistola pops that spear spin, trying to get in, trying to hold this one down. Team Peps seem to have done enough, just overwhelming with the ulti advantage. The beat is good. Jwoo finds Zirian in the chaos, but it's only Jwoo against 4. Surely even he cannot do enough here. Just as a fallback, get the Mega, stay alive. And we're going down to the final flashpoint. And this one, though, it's all right for Cassidy. We are looking at some longer sightlines.
Man, it's just, can you get him in position? I also wonder if the Cassidy swap is to just help with a little bit of the pressure that Jwoo's putting on. I mean, you just constantly...
I think it's reasonable.
Constantly in the back line, at least make him think that it's a threat, right? Like, we did see Cookie laying a railgun shot on him, but just the threat of the mag grenade, maybe it's a little bit more of a danger, you feel like, for the Tracer on the other side.
Big ultimate advantage, though, for VP. Fixa has this beat, potentially uncontested. VP right now trying to get the trades, trying to force the ultimates out first. Cookie stuck, finished off by Jwoo. The heal lamp is big from Fixa here, getting everyone back to full strength. And Team Peps down a player advantage. They're going to go with the Terror Surge, trying to spin and get this one back, but Tread takes a big pulse bomb hit from Jwoo. Only the drone keeping him up, and it's not going to last forever. FTGod dies on the point, just wants to take that stall reset. And Jwoo, man, this guy he's heating up.
It's just not the immortality field that helps keep a stolen crew alive there. It's actually the sound barrier from Fixa. So Fixa ends up using the beat there, keeps everybody topped up, even with some serious damage coming down on the other side with the pulse bomb. But we'll see here. I know for Peps, right? I know, can you get this Deadeye in position? You maybe have like an Ant Matrix to work with it here.
So this is Soon's moment. He needs to get a big pulse. Even if it just forces drone and does some big damage, that might be good enough here for Cookie, for Zirian to find the follow-up. But Jwoo knows about that pulse. He's just taking the fight to him in the 1v1. And Fixer's coming here to just get active here. Actually, I think Soon should be happy to hold 2 presents, and Tread once again, just constantly finding these pickups on the Orisa. He's carrying right now. Has gone, I think, for the Power Spear perk as opposed to Pistola, who chose that shield. And Tread's been profiting with a lot of these opening kills, where Soon has been maybe forced into more of that defensive bodyguard style. Tread has been the one to find those openers.
If Tread wasn't having this good of a game, we'd be in the EMEA post show at this point. I mean, he has been so good here, on this Flashpoint map for Team Peps, really kind of keeping them in it, because they haven't gotten a lot of standout performances elsewhere. So we'll see if Shockwave here, he's going to get this bola shot rather quickly. Maybe it's like a Terror Surge with bola here. Maybe you try and get that out.
Beat is going to be very problematic. Early high noon from Cookie. Probably just zoning here. Wants to get a bit of channel, getting the speed at. Maybe he can get a shot off on the stole. Let's break the shield. Get what he can. Spin comes in and maybe going to force that sound barrier. Very defensive now. Team Peps see if they can get aggressive. Try and punish out Stole, who's running low on the CDs. Cookie finds Shockwave in the chaos. And maybe, just maybe, Team Peps have done enough. Virtus Pro trying to get the reset, trying to get out of this fight. Fixa so low HP would be a big deal if he can escape on this Lucio. FTGod would love to get that finishing kill. Instead, though, I think Fixa living there is actually massive. He's going to be able to taxi everyone out of the spawn. Shockwave taking the mirror here for the final fight, taking the series into his hands. Wants to hold on to this one. And Jwoo's got a pulse bomb, baby. And I'm scared if I'm a Team Peps fan right now. I don't like Jwoo with a pulse bomb. 95%. Jwoo grabs the overtime touch. Pistola continuing to help support that with a shield. And Shockwave lights it up on the Soon. Headshot comes in. Both Cassidy striking, though. And maybe Cookie gets the better. A big connection, though. Pulse bomb saved by that drone from Zirian. Now Tread with the spin onto the backline, cleaning up Gala and Peps. I think they've got this map in the bag now, holding onto the point, full dominance. VP playing slow. They're going to give the flip right back, trying to play for a last overtime touch, trying to get those last vestiges of health up and into the fight. Jwoo forcing the OT touch, grabs the first one, now has to go back into the Ant Matrix in an unenviable position, even for the Tracer in the best of times when he slips in, slips out. Fixa dies in the chaos, and eventually Jwoo out of resources, out of gas, and Team Peps brought this one back on the Flashpoint, Soon coming into the field, and they're able to force the series to continue, Matt.
Yeah, they will stay alive for another map. Soon comes in, but really the standout there is Tread.
Big, and also Cookie. I think a lot of big kills out of Cookie, a lot of clutch moments, opening kills. Somebody's watching you, bro.
Yeah. So. He's
Yo, what's
chilling.
up, big dog? What's up? Dap me up.
He's like, yo, man. He's like, let's get. He's like, why did Peps win? I want to go outside. He's like, but no. Yeah, no, that was a sick game from Peps. I wonder if they keep in soon. Like, Ken was totally fine. I wonder if soon maybe it's like, okay, like this is going to be a map where we're just going to play Tracer the entire time. Soon is literally just playing Tracer. Maybe that's kind of what the idea is here. I would have liked to see, and I think VP like go away from the fray at times. I don't think it's bad per se, but I think from what you're seeing is like the Cassie and the Sojourn maybe be a little bit more effective than her at the moment.
Yeah, I almost wonder about the perk choice from Vistola. It feels like the shield wasn't that big of a problem, especially with the Bat Lucio. There's a lot of poke damage that just pretty happy to be breaking that Orisa shield. And Tread made a lot of big plays with that Power Spear, right? He was able to get a lot of those opening picks, stabilize, in some tough situations or open things up when it seems like the fights were looking hard for them. So interesting choices now for Team Peps. And also, I mean, in the end, yeah, you went on your map pick here, but now you got to face down 2 back-to-back VP map picks. So VP has the opening bans. They're going to be in full control from here on out. So Team Peps, they need more from Tread. They need to keep having this kind of performance. And this is the closest map of the series, right? And it's one that Peps are able to squeak out.
And for the maps remaining, right, as we see some of the stats, this is obviously much closer than the other ones we've seen in terms of the maps in this series. You see the amount of healing comes out from Peps. That's quite impressive. That difference in terms of the overall healing output.
Yeah, wow.
But for VP, like, so you have push to pick from. You also have the hybrid maps, right? We could see them go King's Row. They could go like Runasapi. It seems like EMEA is like Runasapi pilled, where like that's the only kind of push we're going to see.
Nobody plays Colosseo. I have not seen a Colosseo match personally.
We saw it once in EMEA thus far. It was like really early. I want to say like week 1 or week 2 we saw a Colosseo pick, but other than that, it's been Runasapi 24/7.
Yeah, man, the Runasapi, it's a much more dynamic map, I think, much more versatile and open. I think teams like that opportunity, to get a little bit scrappier, to make a little bit more plays. Think about how teams like Twisted Minds and Akatsuya play it. And I think VP is also a team that is really solid in those types of scenarios. I think this is a solid Freya map, but also one where Sojourn could be good. I mean, Cassidy maybe looks better. So decisions for both teams. I would like to see Team Peps keep running it with the Cassidy. I think Cookie has impressed me quite a lot on that pick.
And VP has already banned Lucio. I was like, oh, maybe there's a world in which you like kind of ban Lucio here, kind of throw up FD God a little bit, but that is already gone for VP. VP's bans thus far have been the Diva, the Freya, and the Lucio. So that's where they've kind of gone in terms of the bans. Dude, Tread, would you ban Orisa? Get Tread off of the Orisa?
I don't completely hate that. I think that will take us towards maybe the Ramatra, maybe the Diva type of a meta.
Or would you ban like a
Tread is kind of soloing in a big way this game.
Yeah.
Soj is interesting. I don't think this is really a Soj map, honestly. I think this is more
They
of
would just
a
play Cassidy
map.
anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if a DPS ban is going to do much for you really here. Unless banning Cassidy, I think I'd be like more open to actually. Because think about that. Like you go to this Cassidy as a way to sort of answer JWoo from another role if you're not able to keep up in the pure head-to-head. But without the Cassidy now, JWoo might be the one to really profit a lot from that. And then also maybe more comfort from Shockwave.
So VP ban Hazard here. And then Gen.G on the other side. So no subs. Soon is going to stay in. So that is going to be just, Tracer 24/7. You imagine now for, JWoo and Soon as the Gen.G's gone. And the Hazard ban doesn't really kind of like impact much. Maybe
I feel like this is more of a tank protect really.
Yeah.
Right? This is like ensuring, because the Diva ban has not come out from Peps yet, right? So
I wonder if they were scared of Peps banning like Ram.
Yeah, maybe. Well, the Peps already banned the Ram, so I guess it's Peps could have banned a Diva, or I mean, Peps
has banned the
Peps
Zen.
banned Ram on map 1 on Ilios.
No, they banned Zen. It looks like. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, sorry, Ilios. Yeah, I got it all done. Yeah, so. Yeah, they did ban the Rams.
You got your old eyes, Matt. Your old eyes.
I know. Me and Soon.
You and Soon.
Yeah. We use one of those. You know,
I'm telling you, he's been in the time chamber.
Nah,
he hasn't aged a day.
you know your eyesight's bad when you get the glasses and then they add the little like reading like glass cutout things in them. You know.
Yeah, you got like the bifocals.
Yeah. Zoe's on those now. No, my eyes are lasered. Zoe's.
Your eyes are young. You got young eyes.
Yeah.
You got young eyes.
So he's got a new pair of glasses for reading, screens, distance. I mean, it's like a. She's like a whole set of monocles she just travels with and just rotates. Yeah, she just rotates through them. Yeah.
I love how we should rock a monocle, man. You think they still make those?
You strike me as a monocle type of guy.
You strike me as a monocle, man. I don't think it'd be for me. I think it's more for you.
I don't know if monocles and hoodies really kind of go together, but maybe.
True. That is true. It'd be off-brand for you. You're right. Shockwave though gonna take this Cassidy mirror, and I like this. He wants that smoke. I think the game is going in a Cassidy direction right now, and I think VP with a player like Shockwave would be crazy not to capitalize on that.
And the Freya just has not seen, at least with some of these adjustments, right? Last week we were still seeing it, and like we were still really seeing like great stuff. I think though with the rise of this Cassidy, yeah.
Especially in this matchup where Lucio does a lot of poke damage, but Brig is way better at supporting the Tracer, and that's going to make life very difficult for Soon. And Jaywoo's just taking it to him, forces that recall off to clean up the rest of the team, and yeah, I mean, just got dominated out of the flank angle, forced completely back to the team, and it's still Shockwave who finds that opening kill. And I mean, I say somehow, but like we know he can do this, man. Just give this guy the Cassidy, give him that 6-shooter. This guy has looked so insanely sharp. I mean, I'm thinking back to that Flashpoint map against Twisted Minds. I mean, that was a different performance on Cast.
And Gala already making really nice progress.
He's in big trouble on the Cast.
Gotta stay alive. Really good progress towards an matrix.
Oh, big headshots from Cookie though on the flank. Shockwave gets healed up instantly though. Gonna move back in and take that duel once again. Fixa trying to get active here, but Team Peps getting the better of this trade. Despite a couple opportunities there being opened, Team Peps stabilized through it. Zerian did a great job healing up FD God up on the wall on that Lucio.
Yeah. Most importantly, they didn't give up checkpoint.
It's a big fight win. Yeah, they don't give up checkpoint. They win fight in a very comfortable spot, and the Lucio comp has better poke, right? So usually it's the Brig comp who actually needs to make things happen in this matchup. And Fix is a little bit far from that rally. FD God could have a window to pop this beat very aggressively if he sees that opportunity.
Right, which is like quite interesting because you would think about it the other way around, right? The team with the Lucio, yeah, the team with the Lucio wants to be the team that's like aggressive and go, right? But it seems like the team with the Lucio, they want to take advantage of some of that poke and then go, not exactly just kind of like fly in. But that pulse bomb breaks, fixes shield, forces him back. This is 2 big kills now for Peps as they are starting to heat up a little bit later in the series.
Jaywu, hold on, Jaywu turning that one around. Able to duel out on Cookie, punish him. Bastola though, just a little bit too much profit from that flank. I mean, when they got that pulse bomb from Soon onto the Brig shield, FD God was quick to collapse and they were able to clean up that flank fight. Should be advantage for the Brig, but that was a big one from Soon. And Team Peps, all right.
Double
They're
support.
showing us something here on this map where it felt like VP were so dominant in the opening parts of the series. I thought this would be open and shut for them. Maybe they started to get that overconfidence as well. Now though, Team Peps on the reset, having to taxi back from spawn. They're not really at full strength. Very early Heinen deploy. They're trying to block that spear, but Tread slipped it through. And that's gonna stabilize things for the moment. VP thinking of taking this jump pad. Big flank now from Shockwave. Dashes up for the high ground, gets that flashman, but can't quite get the connection.
He's going up there with the shield.
Yeah, big value. And over the spin though from Tread on the flank. Holding too strong. Pistol's gonna get a big hit from that spin of his own. Is he going to turn this around with a tank counter kill? Tread still looking healthy. Jaywu though is alive. This is not over until Jaywu is out of it. Pistola goes down.
He gets 2?
Gets one last kill though. Gets Cookie just before he falls, and that's gonna make this just barely possible here for VP, who've gone over to the Lucio area. I actually do like this. I think the Lucio having the better poke, the better ability to kite out of the engages from the Brig is very strong, but Team Peps able to stabilize for the moment. Still, this game is incredibly close. We talked about sometimes Rush gets out of control early. This map is absolutely not that.
I mean, back and forth it goes here between these two. No, nobody has checkpoint yet. That I think is massive, right? A lot of the times, about where we're at now, halfway through the game, somebody is usually kind of like pulled way ahead, has gotten the checkpoint, but neither of these teams able to, chain really 2-3 good fights together. At the moment, just a lot of fighting mid-map. Soon with a pulse bomb goes for nothing, but we're on board with Jaywu with his.
Yeah, Jaywu now starting to dominate on the flank, not even really under pressure to use that pulse bomb. Here's that Cassidy trying to get in with some value, but Shockwave already found one. Hainu not really getting enough channel to get much done, and Tread starting to run low. That armor threshold crucial on the Orisa. Big counter go from Tread though onto Gala. Knows he's getting low and forces the play, gets the profit. Big pulse bomb connection though onto Tread now. And Vasola trying to capitalize, they're trying to punish these low players. Tread with another spear connection. He's the hero for Team Peps right now, and Team Peps just barely stabilizing. FD God back into the action, getting healed up. Cookie dropping these big right clips through the amp matrix, and it's enough to shut down Vasola. Once again though, Jabu is just unstoppable. He's a force of nature here in the backline. He's gonna stay alive out of this one.
Well, I mean, FD God wants to chase, going to try and put as much pressure as he can on Jaewoo, and look at how far he actually forces them out, basically all the way back to their spawn, as that's going to be checkpoint here for Peps, as Jaewoo gets back in the fight, does have his recall to work with, going to use it here, but he actually recalls right into, he recalls right into Soon and FD God.
I mean, dude, Tread is gapping right now on this Orisa.
Really
so many impactful kills in these difficult fights. Virtus.pro are going to gamble and go for the clutch here. A very risky decision. Yeah, Soon breaks that drone. Should be able to get the Baptiste though with a clean jump away from Gala. The nice poop from Istola buys just enough time for Fixa to throw some heals down. Pulse Bomb just barely goes wide. Shockwave got his high noon canceled, and looks like the aim matrix has just clutched up enough for Jabu to come back. Big spin though comes in, shut down Fixa. The counter spin though is huge from Pistola. The follow-up is there, but he doesn't have quite the HP to stabilize. Jabu getting the cleanup in the backline. This Tracer is a freak of nature right now on the server. FD God has the beat, but he's just running for his life. And Jabu coming back, denying that extra cart progress in the chaos. That flip did come in on the checkpoint, so the forward spawn's active for Team Peps, giving them a big edge in the fight. Still, Shockwave will not be kicked off the server, will not be forced back to the spawn, just winning these duels out in mid-map.
For as good as Jaewoo's been, the story I think of the last two maps has been Tread just hitting another level, right? I would have said early on in the series that Solo was getting the better of him, specifically like in the Diva type of play, and then obviously the Sigma to kick off Surabasa. But since we've kind of gone over to these types of Orisa-based comps, too, Tread has been on fire, being able to kind of really even the odds and give Peps a fighting chance in the series. This might be a good opportunity though for VP to get things going.
Yeah, they've got to navigate through the support ults. They're already through the Zirian window, though. He's being attacked from all sides, and the beat comes out too late from FD God. Virtus.pro take the opportunity to get aggressive. The pulse bomb from Jaewoo takes down Cookie. And now, finally, after a long hold, think about how well Team Peps have been playing, but they still have not been able to generate much of a lead, and Virtus.pro are going to snatch it right back, grabbing the checkpoint, and certainly going to be moving into a big lead here. They still have a lot of players alive, going to be able to take whatever positions they want on the map, and that's a devastating kill on Soon so incredibly late. He's going to miss the spawn wave, caught in the back line. A good read from Fixa to speed Shockwave around to get that one done. And now Team Peps coming back into the fight, but this is a 4v5. They're not at full strength. The Soul, though, on the high ground all alone. He has maybe doing a little bit too much here. Has to back off.
Mortality field.
Gonna pop that A-Matrix. Does have a drone. No drone available. Used it already. Good punish from Cookie. And now should be clean up. Virtus.pro, couple missed positions from them. They're still getting a little bit of extra cart time, but this should be an easy cleanup for Team Peps. And yeah, here it comes. Players starting to drop low. HP just not enough. Jaewoo once again staying alive. This Tracer, you just can't get him off the map. He's died like what, once this map? It's been absurd.
But it's the fight previously though. You cannot have those types of scenarios if you're Peps and you want to compete at this level. Jaewoo ends up falling here towards the end, but where you end up using your amp matrix, they push right on through it, and then the FD God sound barrier is light and you end up losing it. That basically gives them another, what, 31 meters or so? It's just such a backbreaking fight loss there. Is a nice pulse bomb from Vestola.
It's a biggie. Tread now with the Terror Surge. He's been a hero before, but the team asked him to deliver just one more time, maybe two. It's going to be a long fight from here. Still 2 minutes left on the clock. Tread going deep. Big spin. Pulls Cassidy out of position. He's caught in a very awkward spot. Speared out of the drone. But Jaewoo, Shockwave, they've already drawn blood in the fight. So quick into the engagement. They're punishing the attackers. And VP with the player advantage. Tread without a Baptiste behind him. He's not long for this world. Vastola gets the cleanup. Starts to pressure the cart back as well. And FD God running for his life. Trying to get tricky. Wall right off the edge of the map here. But yeah, booped off by Fixa. Punishes that one. And Team Virtus.pro, they're playing with the house cash right now. Able to continue to roll this car forward. Maybe going to make some yet more progress here around this final stairs corner.
Peps needs to fight as soon as possible. They cannot allow much more progress and feel good about their chances to battle back into it. As I know Jaewoo with a pulse bomb yet
Jaewoo can end it all with the pulse right now. And here he comes with like a big stick. Oh, I'm so sick. And without FD God, without the speed, you can't really back out of this engagement. Virtus.pro, they've got blood in the water now, chasing out for more. Cassidy full committing on the flank. He's desperation mode, trying to get something done, but Fixa reads the play, shuts it down with the help of Shockwave. Now Jaewoo dueling soon running out of gas with the help of the Lucio. And this game looks to be fully out of control right now. Ant Matrix available to be deployed aggressively into the spawn. High Noon as well. This walk up very challenging for Team Peps. They have a Matrix of their own, and that kill on a Jwoo, massive from Tread. That one makes this one much more doable. But with the High Noon, with the window deployed, you're going to be giving him so much progress. Tread breaks that one, but just going to go for the overtime recontest. The players are so low. Zirian, desperate, tries to win this fight without ulting. I think is very intelligent here. I think he forced the ult here would be pretty devastating for their chances, but it's already looking so slim, Matt.
Because even if you use this ult and win this fight, it puts you in no position to win the next one, right? So you kind of need to figure out a way to win it without it. They end up using it anyway.
Force the beat out. Damage done from Vistola. He's into the backline. Jwoo's here as well. They're chasing down this Baptiste, hunting, killing. Lucio as well, low. Vistola holding all the attention in the backline, not allowing anyone else to get active into the fight. Big power spear from Tread, but the damage is just too much. Cookie soon dueling this one out. Desperation, Tracer can continue this overtime touch, but Virtus Pro, both supports and the Cassidy alive. This is so hard to fight into. And Shockwave trying to force his hand, trying to chase him down with the help of the supports. Gets it done onto Cookie. Zirian finds Gala, and the respawns are coming back in, so I think Team Peps should be able to stabilize here. It's so close, so desperate. Shockwave with the High Noon, the damage is just enough from Soon. The overtime touch as well is there from the teammates. Fix it, cleans him up. Diva just barely back in time.
You got to run.
This is going to be so awkward. I mean, the problem for Team Peps is they have to push the car, and they're pushing it further and further away from their own spawns. The overtime players are back. Virtus Pro at full strength now. Team Peps, desperation touches from Lucio, Kiri, but they're all going to be dying for the play, and the touch is just a bridge too far. Team Peps, they fought back so admirably. Tread, what a hero in the team's moment of need, but Virtus Pro are undeniable.
It gets a little close here towards the end of the series with Peps taking Suravasa, and then here at the start of Runasapi, and really I think it's just like heroic effort there from Tread, but not enough in the end as VP still staying course, right? Still looking at like one of the better teams in EMEA.
I mean, Jwoo was farming. Even when they were losing stuff, Jwoo was farming. So absolute sharpshooter. Team Peps did get a map, so that puts them in a better position heading into tomorrow's match. It's going to be the last match, right? Currently, they're still in 7th place, meaning that they will be facing relegation if they don't manage to win tomorrow's match convincingly. So it stays exciting until the very, very last day. Quite frankly, Peps, they came out of the gate shooting, right? Like they won that first round here on Control. There were moments there. Also, Tread on Orisa, once they switched to Orisa-centric compositions, he had the better end of the spear.
Tread was really nice in this matchup. Like a really important performance from him to look this solid against a very good team, right? But I think Shockwave, you know, it's on. Like he played a really great series across the Sojourn, the Freya. But I want to see more of that Cassidy. I feel like the meta has started to lean more and more towards the Cassidy. And for me, that's where Shockwave really gets crazy, right, man? He's opening up so many fights. The ultimates don't even matter that much. He's just like every single fight. He's up on ready to take a trade, ready to take a risk and make a play. And I think that's exactly what you want in this meta, to like bring that level of pace. Like even with some of these fights where Tread is charging forward, getting kills, Shockwave's killing people right back, right? He's winning those fights at the same time. So impressive performance across the board from VP, but Peps showing they still have fight left in them. Like this would have been an easy match to kind of fall over, you know, and just like it's such a tough match.
Mail it in.
You know, you're such exactly you're such like the heavy underdog in this series. It'd be, you know, to be down 0-2 and to be like, oh, this is just getting really rough. But the heroics, frankly, from Tread and Soon to keep this one active, and Cookie also dropped a great series. Impressive stuff from Peps to have that stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah, I mean, some people here on this very broadcast were doubters when Soon got subbed in, because quite frankly, like even they lost the first 2 maps. Ken on that Tracer was the bright spot for them in those first 2 maps. So that felt like a risky move to bring in Soon coming off of the bench. We haven't seen Soon in action. Obviously, we know what Soon can do on that Tracer, so we know what he's capable of. But yeah, that was a great effort from Peps, and should give everyone who is supporting that team hope moving forward into their last match. However, they went up against VP, which has been very, very dominant throughout this stage, currently on 3rd place, and a lot of that is due to the heroics of people like Jwoo. Another quote, I don't know if we can call him rookie. Jwoo has been around for a bit, but like, yeah, here in the OWCS.
This is his rookie year, right? Like he played last stage, but you know, I think he still looked like one of the best in the EMEA. Amazing hero pool, Tracer, Gen.G, all insane. And like, I mean, Soon comes in, and Soon also plays a strong couple maps.
but Soon is playing a very defensive style. He's like staying alive well and contributing. He's doing his job on Tracer. Jaywoo's going above and beyond, right? Jaywoo's pushing the limits of what's possible. He's taking more attention. He's forcing more fights on the flank. He's hunting down more aggressively than Soon can. And honestly, that's a really advantage to VP in a lot of those trades. He's generating those opportunities above and beyond what's really expected of him. But that's just the level the game has reached these days.
And the potential for him as a player is unreal, right? Like for him to kind of come in and like this is potentially the floor, like what he could be in the future is crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean that DPS lineup for VP is just extremely strong and so dominant and also versatile. We have one half of it joining us now for a post-match interview. Shockwave, welcome to the show once again. Congratulations on what we just got to witness, which was a bit of a murder for most of the series. I want to chat about Cassidy and Cassidy's return to the meta. Obviously, you're popping off whenever you're on Cassidy. Last week was a insane performance. Today, again, absolute sharpshooter. How happy are you to see that switch now a little bit off of the Sojourn and Freya and seeing more Cassidy in the mix?
I think Cass is fun because it's like a classic, really old school type hit scan, like a real hit scan, you know, a lot of like raw aim. But the comps it's played in is, I don't know, I think Orisa is like a little bit boring because if both teams played well, the Orisa is just gonna like run you down, you know, and spin and fortify and stuff. So it's like a positive with the negative, kind of, you know. So.
Yeah, I'm curious for you guys, for Virtus Pro, you know, looking ahead to the playoffs, right? These last couple matches probably, you know, can still have some effect on standings, but in the end, you guys are looking to take the challenge towards teams like Twisted Minds and OWCS. And how do you look at your playoff run now, stacking up against some of those teams who've had a really strong stage 2?
I think we just kind of like need to figure out what is our strong comps. I think Freya's release kind of made it a bit awkward for us. I think more the heroes she's good into, like Gen.G and Break, was kind of what we won playing, won with, you know, in stage 1. And she's kind of strong into those heroes. So that has kind of, I think, thrown us out a little bit. But I think we've, you know, I think like the TM match shows that it's like getting better, you know, getting closer, because the OWCS match, you know, like that was not even close, right? So yeah, I think just keep practicing and should be fine for playoff.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, with the TM match and then the match today, when we were watching you guys, it just seemed like back to the comps that you guys are like more comfortable playing and have had great success for. Do you think that's like the way the meta is like currently going and trending? And obviously that's a great sign for you guys if it is.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. Honestly, right now, like it's kind of funny in EU because TU kind of played their own style. Then you have OWCS, I think they lean into like a lot of sim. Then you have TM with their double flex and RAM, and then you have us playing like I don't know. It's just there's so much, you know. And
everywhere, yeah.
honestly, like just play good. I would say just play good and win.
That's right. I do love that we're seeing that. Every team has an opportunity to show some flair, show some team identity, and then it's just a matter of like, yeah, full send it, play better, hit them heads, be more dinky, as Jake would say. Shockwave, we thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. Congratulations once again on the victory, and best of luck in the upcoming matches.
Thank you.
I don't know if Be More Dinky is gonna catch on, Jake. I'm gonna be real.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna run with it this weekend.
No, that was catching on.
Give it a weekend, Matt. You know, give it a weekend. See if it's.
Give it some time. Let the people cook.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Maybe I'm out of touch with the Zoomers. Maybe it's me.
No, it couldn't be
not
you.
be you.
Maybe it's me.
You're a dyed-in-the-wool Zoomer, Matt.
Well, our top teams have definitely been the dinkiest on the server. If we're looking at our standings now after this match one last time for our EMEA region. Again, standings are pretty much almost solidified at this point.
There's one more day to play, but how much is it really going to move? And I guess it seems like Peps who have a chance to fight their way out of promotion relegation, but that's going to be a big match tomorrow, right? Is it 1D100G versus Peps, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's going to be like a money match, man. Because especially today, like Peps, they did what they needed to do today. I mean, they would have loved to get the win, but they showed that they're here to play. If Tread can deliver like that tomorrow, hey, 1D100G, they're on notice right now.
That's our biggest match of the day tomorrow, right? You do have Frosttails against Twisted Minds.
Big match. That's the biggest match, baby. Lock in.
I mean, look.
Get psyched, brother. Get psyched.
One team's going to win, one team's going to lose. We got a good idea how it'll go. And then Ultimates versus VP. I think that could be quite interesting. They were talking about how different like the styles of play are. I think that could be a really fun game.
Yeah, but Ultimates have now also shown finally that they're not just trying to be a dive team, right? Like they've been looking better as well at the more EMEA standard compositions. Although, as Shockwave just said in the interview, every team still kind of got their own thing going, so you kind of need to be ready for everything and just need to have that flexibility and versatility. That's just been the name of the game for all OWCS. For now, we're going to say goodbye to our Butter Boys and heading over to our NA region, which will be a little less greasy, but equally as sweaty when it comes to the gameplay. Also, before we're back with NA, we have another battle of the bots, and it's a ladies' night, and the feeling's so right. No kings today. Only queens. Kiriko, May, Sojourn, and Ash. Who will win? Let's find out. Bet some channel points, vote in chat, and we see you on the other side of this.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champion Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by my very good friends, Jack and Johnny, to bring you all things NA. We have 3 exciting matches on the docket. The first one being the banger straight out of the gates. I'm very excited to dig into this one. But first things first, we got some housekeeping, boys. Gotta chat. Also, Johnny, very nice shirt.
Thank you.
Good.
Oh, thank you, Zoe. I appreciate it. Wow, that's so kind. You complimented my wardrobe? That like never happens.
Now.
That's awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll be kind of just I can backstab you later. That's
Don't worry, I'm okay with it. One compliment. That's all I need. That's all I need. Just one.
Such is the way. Such is the way. Well, there's plenty more opportunities if we're looking at our schedule for stage 2 to stab Johnny in the back or any other vulnerable
God, I love my
spots.
job.
And he's
My job is
very big, so
great.
there's a lot of surface area to go in at. Either way, regular season coming to an end this very weekend. And we still have so much more action to come, though. Playoffs, promo relegation, last chance qualifiers, all of that leading into the EWC.
Oh yeah, which is right around the corner, which is crazy. It's time flies very fast in esports, and we say it every single stage. It's like, wow, we're on stage 2 already. We're going to be on stage 3 in like a couple of months.
All right, I got a hot take.
Hot take. Go on.
Oh, we're here already.
2025, time has passed exactly in a reasonable pace, okay? This hasn't been a quick year. It's been a very normally paced year. That's my hot take.
That is,
Everyone's always like, oh, time flies. No, actually, it doesn't. It takes the same amount of time all the time.
Bro, is Doctor Strange?
Johnny has figured out
Actually,
how time
is flying
works.
perfectly.
I do love that for you, Johnny. We're looking at the ABC heading into next week as well, so it's very exciting stuff here on the broadcast. Also, if you want to... No, I don't have a good transition out of that. I thought I have something, but there was nothing there. Tickets. I just wanted to talk about tickets. Let's talk about tickets. Johnny, have you gotten your ticket for the World Final yet?
Well, I'm expecting to be a guest of honor, so I don't personally speaking. Personally
Not even working
speaking,
event. He's a guest of honor.
I'm not buying a ticket because I should automatically be invited for the World
Who
Finals.
thinks he's
Now,
the king of Sweden? Hang on.
Most people not so lucky. You
king's
actually
there,
have to pay a price. You have to give us money. And so I do recommend that everyone in the audience, people watching, give us money and come see some Overwatch action. It's worth it.
That's a really good recommendation. If you don't want to plan ahead that much, the tickets for EWC Riyadh is also already out there, so grab those as well. Just meet us for both of these events. Why shouldn't you? Because there's great gameplay, and of course we're there too, here to entertain you, and just to show you how entertaining we are, we're gonna play a little game here on the desk before we're diving into today's first match. Jack, Johnny, you probably already saw we started the snake draft for the EMEA region. I 100% came out on top of this one. I don't know what Jake and Matt are doing. Let's see if I can continue my dominance here.
Oh,
in
the
the
chat
NA
will be
region.
hearing about this.
That's right. That's right. These
what is
will
this
age
music?
really well. Johnny, you are actually going first for this one. It's
Great.
a snake draft, right?
Perfect.
Also, you can only pick one player per team, so you can't just fill it up with your favorite team. Got it?
Okay.
Got
Yep.
it. Let's
Understood.
go, Johnny. Who's your first pick?
All right. Well, straight off the bat, people are going to be upset, okay? They're going to be up in arms because
Great.
all they're going to do is just like, oh, GK, nightmare. You know, they've been so great. They've been so great to stage. You know, give them their flowers. You know, they should be first pick. Look, I know they haven't been the best team so far at this stage. Producers are mad at me because I'm dragging on this segment. But all this to say that I think the first pick has to be Sugar Free. Because Sugar Free will give you a chance to win every single map. This dude is just so freaking good at the game, okay? So I understand SSG, they've been struggling, they've had a variety of issues, compositions, you know, they haven't really looked on form, ping issues, stuff like that. But Sugar Free, perfect as ever. Love having Sugar Free on my team, so obvious first pick for me.
I actually don't feel like he's been as consistent as he used to be.
Okay. Well, I got the first pick, and I'm happy with my first pick. So.
Sugar Brand is always a good call.
That's a good.
Sugar Free. That's okay. First pick for Johnny.
My guy is crying out there.
Jack, who you got?
Okay. You're right, Johnny. GK and Nightmare have been exceptional. So I'm going to pick the guy that posts the most slop on Twitter.com, Ultraviolet. I hope he doesn't post any more of his meals. My God. But UV in the backline, probably the most consistent support player we've had over the last couple of years, especially this year with Team Liquid not looking so hot. SSG also not looking so hot. It's got to be UV, man. Look, I think a lot of people would expect maybe a Zera pickup here, like the hero of North America. And sure, Sugar Free might be the essence. Sugar Free might be the essence of that dish, Johnny. But UV got the spice. That's all I'm saying. Come on, it's GK. It's all GK backline. They're unkillable.
He's got the spice. Oh, okay. My pick is just like all the seasonings. Like that. It's a recipe for success. Cause he's got the flavor, he's got the vibes, he's got everything. The cooking reference don't quite work here, but either way, I went with Infected. Infected is just awesome. And even if the rest of my team ends up not being great, I will get vibes points for this one, and it is chat voting on the best team in the end, so I feel like Infected will already give me a leg up.
Ooh, you're going for
it's actually it's the chat voting for that's trying to game plan this here smartly. And Infected is just he is well rounded, like he's a great player.
You're saying that Infected is the everything bagel.
He's literally the everything bagel. He is my everything bagel. Infected.
These food analogies, they've gone too far.
Sorry, there's no hole in his game.
Ew, Johnny.
There you go.
Johnny.
On the stage, I got a banger. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah.
He does ball. Matt would be clapping right now.
Right?
That's crazy. He knows ball.
And yeah, I will continue the snake draft heading into that next match. That's right. We're gonna draft one ahead of every single match. We have 3 matches today. Let's talk about our first one, shall we? It's gonna be GK versus Nightmare. And yes, they're both sitting pretty on top, but with a different map differential. And each of those teams obviously want to get out of this one first seed, because that will give you an advantage in the playoffs, obviously. Now, here's the thing. I feel like the only reason why GK are sitting at a better map differential is because Nightmare had maybe a little bit too much fun in their match against Extinction. They went a little funny with that one. But that's not going to fly, obviously, against GK Esports. Which player said that this is not going to be a tough matchup? I can't remember. We interviewed someone last week, and we hyped this up as like the toughest test for both. And the player was like, nah, we already have like the toughest. Was that Lethal?
Lethal, yeah. Lethal.
Just to start, who do we think said it?
Yeah,
all of them. Honestly, all of them are chatting smack.
That sounds like Kaffa. Well, yeah, why not?
A Kaffa moment?
No, Kaffa would never.
Okay, all right.
I think it might have been Lethal.
Would never.
Obviously, a lot of confidence coming into that. We expect this to be an extremely close match. Just given what we've seen from both of these teams, especially from the DPS department, Nightmare, Rocket, and Chronic have been out of this world.
Yeah, I mean, Jaws Chronic came off, starting the stage looking like the best Freya in the region. And I think the question is going to become, as we get closer to the regional playoffs, can Chronic keep it up? Because I do feel like the meta is kind of moving away from Freya. We've been seeing more Sojourn, a lot more Cassidy and EMEA. So the question is, can Chronic keep up those kind of performances, I think?
I think there isn't too much of a gap between those DPS, though. I think if you are still top tier on the Freya, I don't think you mind going into Sojourn, a Cass, or anything like that. Being honest, Chronic and Rocket can kind of do it all. Like, Rocket just sits on the Tracer. Tracer's a perfect pick in almost every single meta. Chronic looks like an absolute beast and one of the best. Like, but Lethal, on the other hand, holy, like, this is the true test of like the Freyas versus the Cassidy players. The raw hit scans versus the like brand new hero, brand new shiny toy.
That's right. Some good, honest Overwatch is what I want to see, and I hope we're being treated to that. This is for all the marbles. This is for the first seed in the NA region. Nightmare going up against the GK. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Here we go. Nightmare versus GK. A Tracer ban for GK going on to Oasis, and a Brig ban for Nightmare. And Johnny, first thing I want to mention actually as we come into this, and Zoe was talking a little bit about it in the top of show, was Nightmare, they got a little city versus Extinction. Supernova, they lost a map. SSG, they lost a map. Like, GK have that better map differential. GK have only lost 2 maps, and that was against Liquid the other week where they lost 2, both Ilios and Runasapi. Are GK the stronger team here coming into this? The renamed, basically, Nightmare squad against a brand new roster, you'd say, under this banner in Chronic, Rocket, Painkiller, Leopard, Lucamino.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so, Jack. I feel like GK, every time we've commentated them, Joss, have just looked fantastic. Like, their coordination and teamwork is spectacular. Their coordination, obviously, playing these kind of compositions, their pre-fight planning. I think that GK has been the best team in the region so far. I know Nightmare, they're undefeated as well. Like you said, they dropped a few maps. But going into this matchup, Joss, I really do feel like GK should be the favorite.
Also, look, cover on the Orisa. Painkiller's going to do the same. And no Tracer here. Probably one of the best stages for you not to have the Tracer online, to be honest, if you're a Nightmare and Rocket specifically. So we're going to see Chronic on the Freya and then Leith, of course, on the Cassidy. But another pick that's been kind of favored a lot of the time, at least recently, Johnny, Mimone on Sombra.
Yeah, especially GK. They were very happy to play the Sombra. Like I said, great coordination. So Mimone working with the invisibility, setting up the rest of his team, finding manual hacks. I feel like this is kind of what they're doing. You're seeing them. They're kiting away for now and waiting for Mimone to set something up. See if they can make it happen.
Okay, so low there. Ended up getting manual hack, like you said, and even checked by Lethal on the sidelines. Nice little mini pack control here from GK, but a good spear spin from Painkiller shoves Abro into the wall, and that's going to be the first blood going the way of Nightmare. Although GK do end up capping, but you can't imagine it'll be for too long, as Lethal and W Mimone are going to have a struggle getting back into this fight. And in fact, Ultraviolet ends up going down. Both teams kind of walking at each other, or at least the Orisas are. And it's up to Rocket and Chronic to make that space, and space they were granted.
Yeah, I feel like it was a bit of an unforced error from Admiral, because I think Admiral's trying to scout that flank, make sure no one's rotating through there, but caught a little bit too close. When you lose one member, especially in a close match like this, Jaws, you're just going to be such a disadvantage.
Little manual hack again, a little virus connection, but it's a bad air. Some are quite risky, honestly, Johnny, to play on control some of the time, because building up the EMPs can be a little tough. Not too much scared, not too scared of Lep there, you can see. You can obviously TP away if you do end up getting booped off of the map. Chronic already with the bowler shot in the hands, although almost catches Mimone as he went in stealth. There's a rush being used, but that bolus is going to connect with a couple of people of GK in the backline. Should be fairly easy to heal up for Ultraviolet, and even a high noon from Lethal to chase Nightmare off of the point, and that actually grants them a cap, Johnny.
Yeah, they have such a sturdy composition here that they're kind of just putting a lot of pressure onto the point. So it's going to be an aggressive soundbird from Lep, actually. Nightmare trying to push here, but can't find a pick, Joss.
Oh, good move. There's no way Ultraviolet's going to be able to escape from that. Lep in disguise. An aggressive sound barrier, like you said, but they're trading pretty evenly right now. Terror Surge from Painkiller does manage to connect with Cuffer and April and score the kill on the Lucio, as Nightmare regain control of that point. But here's the big fight for GK, Johnny, coming up. They've got EMP, but that's the only thing they have.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye on Mimone now. Nightmare very happy that they got some kind of value with that sound barrier. But question is, what do you do now? Because again, GK, they got a lot of pressure under the point. Mimone drops the EMP.
Two-man EMP, but already GK, they've managed to trade 2 for 1. Blade from Rocket is trying to even up the scoreboard here. And it is Lucamino and Rocket just tag-teaming him up, getting to the back line. And Rocket might be in a little bit of trouble, but he's got more than enough health to deal with Ultraviolet. GK with the cap still, as you can see, Cuffer now not wanting to mess with Rocket, as well as Lucamino, who's secure it again. I mean, GK, they're barely inching towards the finish line here, Johnny. Only 36% gain.
Yeah, I feel like they gotta have to rotate through here and look for picks now. Put some pressure onto Nightmare. Can't just sit back too much. Nightmare, happy to just poke for now. Oh, Leb.
Leb, you're gonna have to have some hellish movement right now. Oh, kind of slips away from Lethal, but Lethal continues the pursuit and finds Chronic. Lucio spotted on the outskirts of the map. Lethal not wanting to get too close to the edge there, afraid of the boop, of course. But Lethal still with control of this high ground, forces Lucamino away now, and even a high noon from the skies. A good headshot on melee. That left hook was not needed from Lethal as he takes care of Lucamino.
Yeah, look for a moment there when Lethal couldn't find the pick on Lucamino that maybe that was GK throwing a chance away, but again, putting so much pressure onto the point with the BAP, having such great sightlines, a lot of damage healing output from Ultraviolet here, setting up GK for success. Now Nightmare, they dropped the Kitsune Rush there, Jaws. It's an expensive ultimate that could have helped them close out this round.
Another bowler shot there from Chronic. Look at the aggression from Nightmare on the high ground. 3 players pushing GK off of their roost. There is a connection with Lethal, but Lethal just getting healed up fairly easily, and even a lamp deployed to save the Cassidy. Lethal repays that bowler shot in kind with a headshot onto Chronic. And now with MyMoan closing in on this blade, won't have to worry about a sound barrier anymore, but it is all Painkiller and Rocket right now in the front line. Good team up there. As Rocket is able to clear up the last couple of members of GK's backline. What a wipe there from Nightmare. They've got a blade in 15%. They're going to cap this point, and with overtime triggered, it's going to be up to Avril to try and get the touch. Manual hack will stop him from doing so. Grounds the Lucio, and that'll be Nightmare taking round 1.
And I feel like so far this stage, Joss, we've seen GK slow things down a lot. Remember the BAP life we saw around week 2, week 3, right? And even last week, there was a lot of Brig BAP, which is such a slow kind of composition. It really favors more poke-heavy style. And I feel like we didn't really hit on Nightmare banning the Brigitte, Joss. It's actually allowing Nightmare to push really aggressive with Lep Sound Barrier and find these picks crucially before GK are able to stabilize.
Led with 11-2 and Rocket 12-1 in that round as well, which is...
Let's go in.
A little wild, I'll say.
It's working out for them.
Yeah. Aggressive Lucio in left. All right, hazards now. And MyMoan again, Johnny. Starting off on this Sombra. Very good mega health pack control in the center, and Nightmare know this and gonna go high ground first. A bit easier to take high ground too with the Orisa. But it's Rocket that goes down initially for Nightmare. Manual hack and MyMoan just, gets him off the map. Literally deletes it.
Yeah, that's something that shouldn't happen. Curious how Rocket messed that one up. And now Nightmare stuck in a pretty tough position here. Painkiller can't afford to get picked here.
You should be able to get Orisa. Yeah, nice wall placement from Cuther. You've got to imagine that was maybe Cuther dealing a little bit of extra damage with the violent leap to initiate the fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like you said, you cannot let your Gen.G go down that early. So little things to challenge the Sombra. The Genji's not alive.
See how they move around the map here, Joss. Nightmare, they're looking for this kind of wide flank. And something they have been doing is hunting MyMoan and then wait for the translocate. And this kind of opens a very brief window where they can't look elsewhere onto the map. Now, though, GK is rotating quite nicely to support MyMoan. And GK looking pretty for now.
Oh, nice dash there by Chronic getting away as MyMoan just continues to be a nuisance in the backline. They're making 2-3 people kind of 180 trying to, okay, where's the Sombra? Okay, poke the Sombra out, make her translocate, and then Cuffer and the rest of the front liners of Geek just kind of walking forwards. I mean, MyMoan having a lot more space to work with now compared to University.
Yeah, I feel like MyMoan is very happy on this Sombra as well because Nightmare don't have a great way of dealing with the Sombra. So yes, you can force the Sombra away temporarily, but as soon as Nightmare try to engage with Rocket's Gen.G, you know MyMoan's gonna be there in the backline. And now GK, they built enough ultimates. They got 5 coming up here. They can take this fight however they want.
I mean, there's no wall here, and there's a rush available from Lucamino. Downpour is going to get laid down by Cuther. Doesn't look like there was a connection, though, but the backline now of Nightmare are in trouble. Lucamino uses the rush on the point, but is basically the only one benefiting it from right now, although Chronic does end up joining it. However, that bowler shot is going to find a bit of damage onto cover, and Chronic's there with the finish. Blinking health bars all on the side of Nightmare right now as Lethal just basically one-tapping the entirety of Nightmare. Lucamino and Lep struggling to keep up with the heals as GK continue to hold the point. It is OT now with Nightmare not even having a word in this round.
Yeah, that was night and day.
This is
Nightmare, no
that was
chance. That was ridiculous. And, you know, going into the next round, it's not looking super promising for a Nightmare because, again, you hit on it. It is a bit more of an open round there on Garden, which allows Maimon to have more area to work with on the Sombra. And City Center is not going to do Nightmare any favors now. GK in a pretty good position to succeed after that one.
Oh,
wow. Blocked the bowler.
Blocked the bowler. Nice stuff, Cover. The wall placement has only gotten better, as you'd imagine, with the hazards. A lot of hazard players picking up initially. A lot of creative uses of the wall, but as time goes on, gets more creative and more ingenious, and you can see a good use of it there, blocking an ult. A fairly key one as well for locking down the front line.
Yeah, did you see an EMEA last week? I think someone blocked a Kitsune rush. Like, essentially just planting this big wall as the enemy team was trying to engage. Like,
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Hazards are getting creative these days.
Getting clean with it. All right, Nightmare now basically matching Geeke, at least in the tank department here, is Painkiller no longer on the Orisa. That's a lot of damage.
Rocket on this Sombra, Jaws. Bit of a duel off the Sombra so far. Nightmare getting the first cap. That's a great first sign here. Allows you to play a bit more freely, puts pressure onto GK, and Rocket's just looking for angles right now. Hits the virus actually onto Maimon, forcing Maimon back. Nightmare in a pretty strong position.
Ultraviolet now in a little bit of trouble as well. It's SMG down from like a million miles away. I think Rocket was doing like maybe 1 damage. Chronic there with the kill, of course. Virus onto cover now as Rocket does end up getting hacked. That mini health back though. Couldn't end up reaching it. His dead body caressing that mini health back. Wondering what could be. As Nightmare still control this point, but Cover with a violent leap kills Chronic in the end.
Painkiller with some final stall there. Yeah, I think it's going to be... we'll have to see how Chronic and Lethal perform in this round, I feel like. Because obviously Painkiller on the Hazard, Rocket on the Sombra here as well. Those two heroes are kind of pivotal in how the fight plays out. Obviously you can engage with Hazard, put a lot of burst damage out. Deadeye coming in from Lethal. I don't think it's going to find anyone. It's a bit of an aggressive push here, but... yeah, not going to be able to catch anyone here. But like Lethal and Chronic, they're gonna have to watch out here, Jaws, because they're very vulnerable in these kind of burst-heavy compositions.
DK can have EMP first as well, Johnny. 20% away from Maimon, and you can see now the push with the rush. There is a bolus that does connect with Cover, but Cover just holding up his arm there and getting healed by Ultraviolet through the window. So, my word, Cover survived on a sliver of HP that entire time as Nightmare overextended to try and get the kill.
Yeah, I feel like we see this every week, Joss. These amazing Brawl teams, they're so good at knowing their limitations, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but just a great example of Kaffa surviving. A crucial bit of damage right there, and Ultraviolet with a great amplification matrix gets tons of value after their mobility abilities have already been used by Nightmare.
They're gonna go early.
Yeah, EMP.
Oh, the Lucio out. Oh, he's too high. That manual hack. Could not reach the Lucio. No beat though for Lep, of course. Maimon is going to be aware of this. Going to look for somebody yet again. On the point might be a good target though. Painkiller solo EMP'd on the high ground.
That's all you need. Sorry, just need the one pick. And now this advantage is so big for GK that Nightmare shouldn't be able to get back in the round.
Johnny, this fight is going to take so long to finish as well. Look at the positioning of Nightmare right now. Lep has the sound barrier, but overtime is approaching. Sound barrier does end up coming through as well as that EMP to kill Cuffer. Nightmare still need to get the touch, of course, but Painkiller should be able to get back in time to do that. And Lep, obviously, taking the mega health pack, is going to get there too. But Lucamino also going down. This is a scrappy fight, Johnny. Nightmare get the cap eventually, but GK, they're on 99%.
GK should push here with this sound barrier before Lucamino gets back. They have a small window here before the Kiriko can TP back. But they're going to wait for now, actually. Put pressure onto the point here.
They got it for free, Johnny. Oh, there's the sound barrier. in response to the Hazard downpour. Painkiller's just super low. Chronic's waiting for something to happen, waiting for the kills to come to him. The bonus, it connects, but it doesn't matter. GK with quite a dominant second and third round there as they managed to claim that first map, Oasis.
Yeah, they looked really good with the Sombra after it opened up following the first university round. And this is what I'm talking about. GK, I think so far this entire stage, they've looked really well coordinated. The communication is on top. And when Maimon is on this Sombra, I think they're just happy kiting around the map, looking for individuals to pick off and like, where can we realistically like put pressure on the enemy team and find the opening that allows us to win these fights. Those last 2 rounds, Joss, they were clinical playing the Sombra composition. And now if I'm Nightmare, I'm really worried about Maimon playing more Sombra as this series progresses.
Yeah, I mean, GK have been the team to kind of push their own variety on these Hazard style comps, even on the Arista comps as well, using that Sombra. I think Sombra right now just so powerful in the way that you can basically control and dictate how the enemy tank moves and positions. Because getting hacked, especially as a Hazard, is he's violent leaping in, hack, virus, you can't spike guard, you're just kind of chilling in the front line, and the ability to blow people up with the amount of burst damage your team has with a Hazard of your own and a Cassidy, for example. Yeah, it can't be understated. GK were off to a hot start. Of course, one team here, Johnny. One team will eventually lose. Both teams are 6-0 right now. This is their final series in Stage 2 regular season. And it has been quite a performance from both squads, although still GK with a better map differential over Nightmare coming into this series, only losing 2 to Liquid in week 4.
And I feel like we can't talk enough about the stakes here, Joss. Obviously, GK, they're playing their former organization in Nightmare, so, you know, love that storyline. But also the first seed, it's so important because it allows you to choose either predicting here Liquid or SSG come the regional playoffs, right? And that choice could be pivotal in that you get to choose kind of what playstyle you get to go up against. Liquid, SSG, both very formidable teams with slightly different playstyles. So this match, even though both teams are secured for the regional playoffs, the seeding is really important.
Stats from the last map on your screen right now. Yeah, I think a lot of people, if the audience were to vote, obviously it would be GK taking this one, but it will be a close one. I mean, at the end of the day, Nightmare is still 6-0, losing map to SSG, Supernova, Extinction. They've not lost a map to like a team like Team Liquid, right? Like, it's been a tough, hard-fought battle, I think, for Nightmare to deal with this Sombra. So we're actually going to go to Circuit Royale. So hey, probably not going to play Sombra here if you're GK. So how do you expect the bans are going to shape up? Because Nightmare, if they ban Sombra, I think it's a bit of a throwaway, in all honesty. They get to ban first, of course.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting pick, actually, because I think GK have looked fantastic on the Circuit Royale so far. I mean, when we talked about the Baptiste Lifeweaver kind of composition, this was the first map you really thought of as GK playing a composition that looked unbeatable at the time. No one had really figured out an answer. I'm suspecting maybe you banned the BAP here, and it's going to be the BAP, actually, yeah, because that allowed, you know, obviously, it means that GK, they can't play either the BAP Lifeweaver, or if they don't want to play the Lifeweaver, we've seen more teams play Brig BAP. You also remove that Brig BAP kind of composition, and we're more likely to see something like a Juno Brig or Lucio-based compositions. So Nightmare, this makes sense. I think you get first pick and first ban. You get to go to Circuit Royale without having to face the Baptiste from GK.
Heavy targeting in the backline right now for Nightmare in the Brig, and now the Baptiste ban. GK, Johnny, they just banned the Freya. Freya's so good on this map. Like, it's just ridiculous. The amount of cover, especially like cover near the skybox, where you can play around these buildings as Freya, is crazy. So banning the Freya here from GK is also a really, really smart move. Allows Lethal as well to play a Cassidy, to play a Sojum, to play... I don't think we're going to see an Ashe, but we could see an Ashe. Or
I thought we were going to say Widowmaker, and I was like, no, we're not going to see... Probably not the Widowmaker.
No, probably not, sadly. But here we go. Map number 2. GK, Nightmare loading in. Expecting a map 5 from both teams. We'll see how these bans influence what GK want to play. Because like you said, this BAP Lifeweaver has been infallible over the last few weeks.
Yeah, Chronic as well. Can't talk enough about how impressive Chronic has been on that Freya. So this Freya ban, bit of a respect ban as well. You have to say, okay, we're banning second. This will be a good time for us to remove Chronic's best hero. Yes, like you said, Jaws. Obviously, you can flex over to other hitscan heroes and be similarly as impressive. But Chronic's best hero, the hero that's allowed Chronic to shine so far this stage, has been the Freya. So a bit of a respect ban from GK coming out here on Circuit Rail. Did they fix the bug?
Oh, the audio
with
bug?
the sounds?
You know, I did actually tell Scott about that. I was like, bro, there's this insane bug. I was like, you could hear the Mercy stuff from any POV. And he's like, oh, okay. I was like, you better fix that, Scott. I blame Costa for that bug, honestly. Let's have a look. GK still playing this kind of off-angle strategy, Johnny, despite... I mean, this is a bit of a devious angle, I think, from the Widowmaker as well. Despite not having the Bab Live Weaver, Maimon and Avril holding down that flank.
Yeah, it's nice. You set up multiple angles here, so Nightmare obviously forced to clear this angle out. There's not going to be a life grip, which is relevant in this scenario, but that's why they haven't put the Ramatra up here. Just Maimon holding this angle for now, putting some pressure onto Lucamino. But I think you don't want to die here, actually. You just want to be a nuisance and, you know, get time off the clock, really. Oh, sleep.
Good sleep.
Great sleep by Luke.
Yeah, Lucamino. Kind of nasty with it, I won't lie. All right, you can't let you die in the front line there. All good. UV's little blaster is not going to do enough damage to Painkiller. Widowmaker for Chronic as well, Johnny. Did say that maybe we see a little bit of it, and I'm happy that we're seeing it from Chronic right now. Knowing Lethal wants to play more Cassidy, you're getting outranged by, like, to the nth degree if you're Lethal right now. So, care for him currently is going to be an all-time high.
Right. As you mentioned, Cassidy, a bit more close range, so there's no one really to punish Chronic here on that Widowmaker, but still, I don't think GK are too concerned. Happy to brawl and play this close range game for now.
Just going to get even more deadly, though. I was going to say for GK, but maybe for Rocket, as he gets tapped in the head by Lethal. And now the push can continue. However, Cover with this Nemesis form is going to make it a fairly easy front line to play behind as GK force Nightmare all the way back. Haven't used any ultimates as well. Want to save as much as possible here as Painkiller actually ends up using the Terror Surge. Easy disengage, though, you've got to admit. However, an orbital raid from Ultraviolet is a parting gift as he goes down to Rocket. Painkiller in a bit of an odd spot, but still the Orisa prevails in the front line. A blade from Maimon to try and settle the score against Chronic. The payload now trickling back with a minute and 45 to go. Once again, these fights descending into chaos. Not something we normally see on Circuit Royale. They're fairly definitive with these Orisa comps and these brawls. His Cuppa is just getting hard bullied in the corner. Ends up getting antied in the Annihilation. Did end up getting popped, but it basically runs out instantly.
Blade, this is hugely important. The need to get picks here.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy. But though, saying that, Avril does end up going down, but I think the rest of Nightmare expected a couple of kills extra on top of that blade. A reflect kill onto Lucamino as Lethal was just free firing in the front line right now. They eventually get the payload in. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Painkiller's still alive, Chronic as well, but it's Ultraviolet trying to chase the backline of Nightmare right now. Someone kill Lethal. Finally, he dies. Jeez, I mean, this fight has lasted a little bit too long for Nightmare's liking. They get the point. 3 minutes on the clock and 1 ult remaining.
But that was also why I stressed the importance of Rocket's Bay there, because it looked genuinely really close there. And, you know, one more pick and it could have gone GK's way there. But instead, it's going to be Nightmare capping the first point here and cuff us over onto the Winston. This is something we've seen from GK more the last couple of weeks, playing around the Orisa compositions with this heavy mobility.
Oh, good Terror Surge. Damn, tracks cover down from the skies there. Rally, though, for Avril ends up blocking that Bionic Grenade as well from Lucamino. And the chase can continue. You see Lucamino in such a strong position for the Ana in that little staircase, but as soon as you get split for the Orisa, it's a very easy target to push, and especially with the Winston, you can just kind of jump past the fortified Orisa. As Nightmare do end up changing their tank now, going to the Ram.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure put onto the backline of Nightmare. You know, playing at Juno Ana, a lot of greed there, and GK
he's just dead.
happy to sit back. Oh, that is a huge mistake from Cuff, actually. This defense might just falter now. So much positioning to gain 4 Nightmare.
Wonder how long GK want to stay in this. Lethal on the back line. He's got the high noon, lines him up and knocks him down. Didn't quite get the skull connections, but it was enough damage. It's got to be a pixel off of getting those insta-kills. Sneaky beaky from Lethal. Blade from Mimone as well. Painkiller obviously in the front line. Kind of wishing his team was able to run away from that high noon. There's now 1:45 to go. This Geeke core of Lethan Mimone has just been such a menace.
Yeah, such a menace indeed. And Lethal saves his team there, honestly, with a huge 2K. Because like I said, Kappa going down early just gives so much positioning for Nightmare. This is a big fight for Nightmare though. Coming up on 4 massive ultimates and an early Biotech onto Kappa is going to force him back.
Blade's going to get popped. Mimone actually dashes straight towards Chronic, but Chronic gets nanoed and finished off by Lucamino. A single dart after Chronic hit him in the back with a railgun shot. Orbital Ray now for Ultraviolet. Chronic is realizing now quite quickly that he's no longer welcome in the front line. The Overclock will be pushed though as Chronic now joins the rest of his team who have waylaid this Orbital Ray for long enough. Judges towards the tents there with the slide. Manages to get away from the grasps of W Mimone and now covered with the Primal Rage separating the team as Lep with his own Ray should be able to seal the deal for Nightmare as they push it into the second point.
Yeah, another great cap for Nightmare there. Built up the ultimate bank. Gets enough value to capitalize. Secures the second point here and Kappa's over to Ramato, recognizing the Winston is not going to work here. Number close corridor, third point. Lethal staggered a bit later on the third point. Just going to benefit Nightmare even more. They've kind of stuck around so far in this map. GK, great opportunities throughout this first defense here, Jaws. But Nightmare, they're getting enough value from these ultimates to keep pushing.
I want to hold this pretty early as well by the looks of it. Kappa behind the shield, shooting Painkiller in the back of the head. Pretty big head hitbox to be fair, especially for that close range. Annihilation, but yeah, Painkiller's like, where did he go? I need the speed boost.
That was a bit early.
Rocket at least secures a kill. I mean, the payload was still pushing that entire time as well, Johnny. I mean, Abro has used this rally, but GK have overextended. They've over-pushed. And even with Painkiller looking rather menacing with that the Annihilation, I mean, it's all Rocket all day. It's a complete overextension from GK, Johnny.
Yeah, and he's not too bothered either, because again, Lethal's playing the Soldier, Mimone on the Gen.G. Rocket, so much presence in these fights. Getting tons of value there, cleaning up. Sort of GK, and now Nightmare. Good opportunity to cap out the map here. Oh, Rocket with another one.
Down UV. Admiral tried to drop lower too to try and help his fellow support. So now only relying on Admiral to keep the rest of the team in the fight, and he needs to heal Mimone. He's the only saving grace right now for Geeke, who has got the blade at about 5% or so. Chronic doing a decent amount of damage there to cover in the front line, who have now taken over the base. Mimone ends up using the blade, gets one kill, but the sound barrier might be too much for them to actually secure hold of this point. 22 seconds in the time back for Nightmare.
And they actually get some great support ultimates here to close things out. GK, you know, they made quite a few swaps here on that last point, Jaws. Cuff obviously went over to the Ram. You have a tough first point, first fight on the third point. And then you make these support swaps. So again, just putting you pretty far back when it comes to the ultimate economy. So Nightmare, build enough ultimates. Rocket getting a ton of value so far, 21 and 3. Great performance on that Tracer on the third point. Nightmare looking really solid here on Circuit Real, which again, I would have said was one of GK's better maps.
25 and 2 as well for Painkiller. Look at that damage. 11k damage. Like, only just, Chronic Rocket are only just like ahead of Painkiller in damage if you combine their score right now.
Tank in 2025, Jaws.
Tank moment.
Tank moment.
25 and 2 is kind of gross. And you can see why they went here, Johnny. Banning that BAP. There's been such a vital key for GK's defense in recent times has been that Lifeweaver BAP. And they've said in interviews before, we will keep playing this until it breaks. This is how you break it. You just get rid of one of the heroes, Johnny.
Yeah, that's what hero bans allow you.
Exactly.
It's a great time. It's a great time. Yeah, because it's really neutralized the playing field here for Nightmare. You know, obviously, you take away one of GK's best maps by essentially picking it against them and removing one of their better conditions. So now, though, Nightmare with a great push here onto attack. See what they can do on the defense here and see if they can steal one away from GK.
I'm playing the Weaver, though.
Still playing the Weaver.
I mean, hey. Still good on this map. I don't know about Moira being secret OP, but I think Life Weaver might
you were offended
fit that
by that
criteria. I was very offended by that, actually. Lethal is getting owned. All good, though, Cocoon. It's fine. And that's the thing as well with the Life Weaver, Johnny. Your DPS, Gen.G as well, specifically, can play so aggro, knowing that they've got the life grip. The only problem is, though, no Suzu, no way to cleanse Cuppa there in the front line after Lucamino anti.
Yeah, Nightmare here, they're playing the Soldier in Pharah composition, so, you know, we're poking now, all good, but at some point you gotta cash in and one of these guys gotta find a pick for Nightmare. And there was one, at least, from Painkiller.
All right, Admiral dead. Should be a fairly easy push, yeah. It's all about splash damage, right? It's all about just two-tapping people. Railgun to the body, head, whatever, rocket to finish them off, and you can see how much damage Rocket's done already. Well, he ends up killing Lethal, of course, there, but Barrage online. Nano boost too, Nano Barrage available. Won't have the perk, I'd imagine, just yet for the moving Barrage, although Rocket does end up going down, so actually, that'll not a factor anymore.
How did that happen? Did he get railed or something?
Might have done, yeah, I'm not sure. Terror Surge in the back line. Uh-oh. Lucamino's in trouble. Dancing with death now in front of the Orisa. Terror Surge off screen currently. But that tree from Admiral is going to be a rather nuisance for Chronic. He hasn't got his wood cutting at 99, that's for sure. Can't bring it down. There's the blade from WMyMona as well, straight to the back, and easy kills. No support. Skewered with that blade. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go for Kike as they clean up Nightmare and they push on forward. And that tree just coming into full effect, Johnny. You just can't over-push if you're the DPS. There's no way you can kill people when they are blessed by the tree.
Yeah, I mean, especially as well, if you're providing, giving the enemy team a 4 versus 5 situation. Rocket getting picked early and Nightmare punished for it. Cuppa now over to the Orisa once again, playing this brawl heavy composition. GK used a lot of ultimates there, so just want to see how much you can work these fights now. Lethal gets picked by some Juno torpedoes, but
all good. Broper in the stadium settings has got the torpedo build.
Double torpedoes.
Shot build.
Yep. Let me get some ability power real quick.
Dude, how many ability power? I don't heal much, but I do a lot of damage. All right, Cuppa trying to make his move. Rocker on the Tracer as well. Basically only targeting Cuppa right now. Did end up popping gold in the front line. Painkiller with an extra lifeline here too with the Annihilation. Ends up getting speared and booped away. Okay, I just won't play the game for a couple of seconds. All good. Still doing a lot of damage, and the majority of his damage for the team, though. And there's the Annihilation. Left with another first kill in this fight with the Pulsar Torpedoes. I think he did go pure ability power, Johnny. I'm just saying. That will be the Cuppa being chased away in this point. Pretty handily taken over by Nightmare now.
I think Rocket is a bit of a problem on this Tracer. Again, GK, they're playing Lucio, Juno here, Sojourn, Gen.G. Rocket just has so much room to operate. Because essentially you get this high ground as well. Lucamino can rain down the nades and then Rocket follow up on them. Nightmare have a really strong hold here, and like I said earlier, GK, they're still building towards some of these ultimates to gain some momentum in these fights. Oh, Chronic with a great pick again.
They're gonna try and go for something here. Okay, well, it looks like GK have decided, you know what, we're just gonna ignore Painkiller. We're just gonna go straight for the backline. Unfortunately for them, though, Chronic and Rocket right now, they're like, okay, that sounds good to me. Rocket is just dominating. Oh, the Tracer, yeah. This is ridiculous. 2 minutes to go. As Nightmare are accepting the fact that, okay, they've got Admiral, they've got UV, they can speed WMyMona into our backline. And Rocket says, okay, that's chill. I can just pulse bomb your tank, and then we can just round up the rest. They're like herding sheep right now into the pen, Johnny. I'm in at 45 on the clock.
Yeah, it's so difficult because GK They have to live just walking up and rounding this corner and establish some kind of positioning. But you see this disengage from Nightmare. They're playing patient, Rocket, working some of these angles, trying to find picks. Nightmare, they have so many ultimates to work with here as well. Chronic's taking a huge off angle here, actually.
Ooh. Oh my word. There saw Lucamino get absolutely vaporized. Just a stain on the tarmac now. Oh, as Lethal rips this overclock. There's only a minute to go. Rocket eventually dealt with Johnny. But look at this, Lep using that orbital ray on the high ground. They managed to scare GK away. Ultraviolet once again letting out a last hurrah with his own orbital ray. But the fight is already over.
Kaffa,
or is
nice
it?
Two.
Kaffa found two, but okay, it is now.
Yeah.
It is now.
Yeah, this is not working for GK. They have to change something up because Nightmare, they're just kind of toying with their food right now. They get to play with such decision about when to engage, who to engage on. They're just rotating around GK. Maimon swaps over to the Mei for now, rolls out with it. And Ultralights on the Kiri, so GK searching for answers right now, Joss. They haven't had any momentum whatsoever on this second point.
And I don't mind the Mei at all. Good against the Ram, of course. Also good against the rest of the team. Mainly there for the tank. There's this sound barrier to try and get things popping, but a nano boost onto Chronic, and yeah, that overhealth, it's already all gone. Like, they didn't gain any space at all, Johnny. I guess they forced this nano boost onto Chronic, sure. Pulse bomb in the hands of Rocket right now, who's pretty low, eventually dealt with, sniffed out by Lethal. But look at the front line. Painkiller dead, and now eventually Nightmare do end up getting destroyed, but Geeke, they're gonna have another chance to touch potentially.
Yeah, I think Chronic got overtime spawn potentially. We'll see. Leps on the Lucio. They might not be able to touch here. It'll be a rough fight regardless.
Well, they got the Tracer, Johnny. I mean, Rocket's already in there. Gets the Tard. Still Pulse Bomb in hand. Terror Surge is going to make their lives a little bit harder there as Lep ends up going down. Painkiller, even though covered by that anti-nade, couldn't end up getting healed up quick enough. Geeke, they get the job done. Not much time left in the bank, though. They're going to have a time deficit versus Nightmare if they manage to complete.
Yeah, I can breathe a sigh of relief here, and Lep and Lucamino, they're going to swap as well. With Ultraviolet on this Kiriko, no point to play the Ana anymore. Nightmare will take this duel now, but GK, they're coming up on some pretty big ultimates. They do have a pretty good chance here of rivaling Nightmare's attack push.
I just want to put it into perspective as well, Johnny. Painkiller is 40 limbs to 5.
Wow.
Versus Kuffa, who is 19 and 10. Nightmare putting up some just delectable stat lines right now. Good for the fantasy league, that's for sure. Oh, he's dicing with him. No, no recall either. Can he get it? Oh, Lethal eventually gets the kill there. Looked like Rocket was going to win that one. Lep trying to finish off Lethal, but not to be. Still a lot of ultimates available for Nightmare still, and Painkiller's going to keep this fight going with an Annihilation. And you're trapped in the wrong place at the wrong time here. Admiral's got the sound barrier, but does not want to Ajax. He fears it. And so he should. Pulse Bomb onto the tank. An easy cleanup there for Painkiller. And with 15 seconds to go and a lackluster blizzard coming through for W Maimon, it's Geeke's final hurrah here on Circuit Royale.
Kappa's over on the Wrecking Ball here. Gonna get slowed from the Vortex. Maybe
can they get there in time? Yep.
Admiral's got the beat still.
Acquired. Sound barrier connects, and it connects with Kuffa too. Manages to get to the high ground, so Beat actually connects with 5 people on the side of Geeke currently. They still have to deal with this rush. The Vortex is enough to kill Kuffa, and that's where the push will end. Lethal takes down Painkiller, but I don't think you're going to be able to stand up against Chronic or Rocket for that matter, as Lethal ends up getting Suzu'd. But another touch, and it's only the Sojourn on the point. Rocket with a final kill onto the Sojourn, and that is the series tied. Nightmare take down Geeke on Circuit Royale.
And that was Rocket, MVP of Circuit Royale, with a dominant performance on that Tracer. Painkiller as well with a pivotal Annihilation there towards the end of the map, Jaws. Really turned that fight around and allowed Nightmare to push forth, get a couple of picks there with just 15 seconds left on the timer. So yeah, Nightmare looking confident as ever. And again, I gotta give them praise for this plan of taking GK to Circuit Royale and getting that BAM onto the map. Really smart move against the GK that looks so good on Circuit Royale up until this moment now.
Okay, I'm harping on Painkiller a little bit. Maybe I'll pick him up for the fantasy team, you know what I'm saying? But
all right.
44 limbs to 6, Johnny. Most damage on the team as well.
you are glazing Painkiller now. Yeah, Painkiller's been amazing. Yeah, I mean, Painkiller's been one of the big reasons as well. Kind of like underrated reason why Nightmare's been so good this stage. You know, been able to play these brawl tanks. Don't want to harp on Kaffa though. I know there was a bit of a stat diff there, but Kaffa was trying to play the Winston and was playing the Orisa, you know, with the Lucio Juno there as well. So you can't harp on Kaffa's individual play too much. But Painkiller, with a great tank performance here for Nightmare, really setting them up for success. And this has been their bread and butter so far this stage. And I like their ban so far. Like we said, banned Brig in the first map, allowed Lep to play with aggression on that Lucio. And again, it didn't work out for Nightmare, but here on Circuit Real, you banned the Baptiste as well. They're giving themselves real good win conditions on these first couple of maps, Jaws.
Now it's GK's chance to pick. They've only ended up like losing maps, like we said, Ilios, Runasapi. Runasapi was the one of the maps that Nightmare ended up losing against Extinction as well. Do you think we go to a Flashpoint? Maybe a Soravasa, perhaps?
Ooh. Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like if I'm GK here, I kind of just want to push the Winston game. You know, like Nightmare, like we said, they've been so good in the Brawl, Painkiller, playing the Orisa, the Ram, stuff like that. But GK, they have Kaffa, which is, you know, obviously a difference maker in that kind of matchup, in that Kaffa can play the Winston. They've been wanting to play more Winston recently. Obviously, with Circuit Real being picked here, Jaws, Gibraltar's no longer in the pool. I'm wondering, like, do you go to like a Hollywood or something? Like, well, I have to see.
Kings.
It's going to be King's Row, actually. Quite an interesting choice here. Yeah.
So a lot less Winston play, in all honesty. I mean, you can, but the Brawl is a lot more favored. Even like a Hazard on both sides. Do you think a Hazard is just more on the cards?
Right. Yeah. I mean, Kaffa has been amazing on the Hazard, one of Kaffa's go-to heroes. So I could definitely see the Kaffa Hazard being a thing. GK, they've looked really good on King's Row. It's been one of their go-to maps actually so far this stage. This is actually where maybe I'd consider something of a Sombra ban for Nightmare, because again, like, they've done a great job so far banning supports. Maybe you want to ban tanks against Kaffa in a matchup like this. But I feel like the defining factor for GK so far on King's Row has actually been when Maimon has been over on that Sombra and opened things up for GK and the rest of his team. You know, finding these manual hacks, which then allows the rest of the team to capitalize on those hacks. So this would maybe be a moment here where if I'm Nightmare, I'm thinking, let's ban the Sombra and let's play a straight up game here. We don't want to, you know, play this like awkward strategy game instead. I
wonder if GK end up banning like a tank here to protect. Looks like they're gonna back. Oh, Kiriko. Wow. I was thinking like maybe if you ban the Orisa, maybe fearing that Nightmare want to ban like a Hazard, and then that way you kind of protect the tank role. But they're gonna go with the Kiriko ban, and then, like you perfectly pointed out, taking away the Sombra from Maimon, which probably means it's gonna play Gen.G on this map. Like, no doubt about it. But it removes that added layer of pressure, especially on King's Row first, where you can hack that mega health pack on the defender's side, like in the building, and then you can also hack the mini as well in the hotel. So we'll have to see where GK want to pivot. We'll see if Nightmare and how their tank matchup is here as well. I think this is going to be the big story here, Johnny, with a Painkiller facing off against Kaffa. Of course, this entire team here on GK playing under the Nightmare banner. And if you look at the results from the China LAN, like taking down a team like Crazy Raccoon, everybody was on their feet, just hoping and wishing that, you know, one of these Korean teams would get beat. And they were the heroes of North America. And it was a real, just a breath of fresh air, I want to say, seeing a Korean team fall to a North American
okay, all right,
or an EMEA team. Hey, I'm just saying, North American EMEA heads, they were rising up that day.
Yeah, they were. I mean, that was one of the, you know, greatest moments in a lot of these players' careers. You know, you get to take down one of the top dogs in international competition on stage, on LAN. Yeah. Yeah, that's huge.
Easy.
That just kind of proves what GK can do at their absolute peak. But that, you know, we don't talk about the lower bracket match. We don't talk about that, Joss. But that upper bracket match, it looked real good. It looked real good.
I choose to forget.
I choose to
forget. All right, Painkiller on the Orisa, and here we go. Lethal back on one of his old favorites, Atlanta Rain skin with the Galaxy and the Mythic weapon. Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Atlanta Rain away skin too.
Oh yeah, the white hat. Good notice there, Jaws. You really studied the details.
Thanks, Johnny.
That's a good one.
Thanks,
That's a
man.
good one, yeah.
I take, you know, I'm really like kind of living it right now because you've been quite fashionable over the last couple of days.
Okay.
You know, a couple of broadcasts. So I'm noticing these small things. You know?
Yeah, it's
Speaking
important.
of small things, Lep was trying to get away there from Cuppa, violent leap towards the very low health Lucio. And as expected, it's a hazard for Cuppa. Attempted wall there, but Painkiller just taking so much damage. Even the Orisa at times, playing on that miniature health back. Yeah, it could be quite dangerous.
This is where it gets really tricky for Nightmare because something we didn't talk about, GK banning that Kiriko allows GK to now play this back life over style. And the pressure's on for Nightmare. You're playing Juno, Lucio, you gotta play fast. Can you find a pick on someone before GK stabilizes in these brawls?
They're gonna have to get the touch as well, so only a couple of ticks provided. Although Ultraviolet, he's farming. That's why he was my number one pick, just say.
Yeah.
As a triple.
I respect it. Great pick.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The BAP and also the honor, right? Yeah.
And they have a tree.
Tree.
That's what it's
yeah, they do have a tree. I don't know. Every time someone says like, "Oh, they have a tree," I'm like, "All right."
So true.
They have a tree.
Say that to 2016, 2016 Johnny.
It's going to be a hero that plants a tree which heals everyone around it. It's huge. It's massive.
So it would be like, I just want to play Ryan.
Oh my god.
Rogue's the best team in the world.
How do they actually like play around this tree though? They kind of just have to take a fight outside of it. Just like,
I don't think they can. I don't think they can. My goodness. Looking like an ent out there, that tree, scaring the orcs away. There's Geekate. And just moving through this streets phase with impunity. Although they didn't really capitalize on it. There's no real kills here. And now Lucamino has got an orbital ray. Although everybody from Nightmare pretty low right now. Pretty late orbital ray, I gotta say. And in fact, yeah, fairly late. Lev already died and everybody was pretty low. And there goes Nox. A blade and a bob for a orbital ray. You'll take that any day of the week.
Well,
on a window, I suppose.
In Lucamino's defense, I feel like that fight looked really winnable up until the very moment he pressed Q. And so, you know, 2 seconds earlier, and maybe it's defensible. But it's going to be GK. They get this cap, surely.
Nice wall. Really nice wall there from Cup. Almost got booped into the pit there. Sound barrier's going to connect, though, Johnny. So hold your horses just a second.
Wait a minute.
No cap, 1.11 as you saw Rocket dash through Cuppa's ultimate, dodging that downpour, connects with the payload, and hey, triggers OT, or not OT, but triggers the touch.
Wow. Oh. I was not a believer, Joss. I thought that was all but done and dusted, you know, push up, make it difficult for Nightmare, but they get the last minute touch and the Sunbreak from Lep is enough to stabilize. Finds a pick on the Cuppa as well. And Nightmare's still in this one. 3 minutes to go here on the second point. Oh.
Okay, Lep's already dead. And Chronic, yeah, needs to be able to secure a kill. Dueling out with Lethal right now. Was one shot away from going down, but it takes him out. Mobility from Sojourn cannot be understated, but all the meanwhile, that duel is happening, that honest 1v1, the Ashe and the Sojourn. It wasn't quite as honest with Cuppa and Maimone just dominating that front line. Yeah, Johnny, this King's Row pick, it's looking real good. And like you said, one of their better maps as they've gone throughout stage 2.
Yeah, Nightmare. I really do feel like they have to kind of play faster here, get more picks. If they just drag on these fights, GK are going to feel so comfortable with this likely or bad lineup. Here comes Rocket with the blade. But the freaking tree,
oh, the tree! Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Rocket's blade looks great, Johnny. It looks cool, but unfortunately the tree.
Oh my god.
Well, Cover jumps to the back line and gets a triple kill. Johnny, I fear one thing. That is Cuppa on Hazard. You thought I was going to say tree? No, it's Cuppa.
I thought you were going to say that, bro. Yeah. No, Cuppa on Hazard is pretty good as well. This is GK in their comfort zone. This is them with sweatpants on.
Seriously. Bull's going to come out as well, trying to block that spawn door, as well as that downpour in a couple of percent. Oh, Chronic with one. Hello. Oh, almost got the second one as well. I didn't cancel the Bob. No, Bob, it has been deployed. I'm not sure if there is like a frame-perfect Bob cancel. Yeesh. You see Cuppa just getting yoinked out of the front line as Painkiller goes down to Ultraviolet. And there he is. They're just going to win, I think. Lep ends up falling, and they're just going to win. Yeah. Yep. Chronic tried to have a Shanghai Dragons moment, and unfortunately, it didn't happen. That's 2 points on the board, and a heck of a time bank. 242 for GK.
All right, Jaws.
Go on.
I don't know what the word for this is, so I might need Twitch chat help, okay? I feel like GK, the way I describe their style, it's like when you see those like, you know, military formations in like ancient Greece and stuff, where they have the spears sticking out and they're just like shielding each other. Yeah, the phalanxes. Yeah. So they're just like creating like a shield around them, like to putting all their shields together, and then there's just spears sticking out. But in this case, Kappa plays the hazard, so this phalanx stuff can leap, and there's just spears pointing everywhere, and so you have to find a way to get inside the shield and get picks, and then you break the entire comp. But it's very hard.
Okay, well, it is perfect use against cavalry. Cavalry cannot charge into that. You'll get slaughtered. Same with infantry.
Exactly.
Right? The only way to deal with that is artillery fire, Johnny. Archers. Or even better, horse archers, right? They run fast, they shoot well, and they can flank the phalanx. That is how you deal with that.
All right.
Or you have longer spears.
So
Macedonia versus the Greeks, the hoplites, Johnny.
Hoplites, there you go. So they need the April Fool's patch where Hanzo could be on the Orisa. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that
ride
is what
around.
I'm saying. We need to quickly reset the game, put on the April Fool's patch, and then Admiral's still running out with the Weaver, Johnny, the Life Weaver. Honestly, having this kind of composition is honestly scary for Nightmare. Even on a map like this, where high ground control is so crucial, this first point, the ability to yoink Cuffer, get Mimone out of danger, cannot be understated. Ultraviolet's going to hold his own on the high ground as well, as Rocket barely gets off a single left or right click towards Ultraviolet.
We'll see how they work these angles. I mean, Painkiller's kind of just sitting on the point for now. Lucamino's farming. Lucamino's going to have a really quick window, actually, in case you want to drop that early, but Nightmare's kind of just poking for now.
Window from Lucamino might be good, though, for Nightmare. Yeah, there it is, in the front line. This is really how you deal with this comp, who wants to be in and out. Cuffer and W Mimone want to get in, get out, get in, get out. Try and get a pick and then reset. Ultraviolet with a window, though, that is something to be feared. As Sojans do end up trading there, but Lucamino does die, so Ultraviolet is just so free to basically do as much damage as humanly possible now. Still without a death, by the way. Between Admiral and Ultraviolet, they have not died.
Oh my god. The unkillable backline. It's so tedious, actually. If you're coping, if you're Nightmare, you got 2 ticks, all right? That early amplification matrix, it earned you 2 picks. Now you just gotta find a different way to close out this point.
Well, they're determined to get this high ground away from GK, but it has just been such a hard-fought effort. Mimone's got the blade too. Lamp's already been popped. This is a free blade, although that disruption shot being rather frustrating to deal with. Tree's on the point though, Johnny. Good luck trying to kill Lethal now, even with a battle platform too, so he gets some high ground. All right. Everything thrown there at Lethal to try and get some kills. Tree eventually ends up fading there as a Terror Surger and Painkiller was a rather mute for Nightmare. This ain't pretty, Johnny.
No, this is not pretty.
That's all I'm saying.
Again, cope. They use double support ultimate. Nightmare, this next one is ours.
This next one is ours.
This is our fight right here. Realistically, they actually have to win it.
Yeah. 1 minute and 20 seconds, like, Painkiller now switching to the hazard, trying to match Cuffer. They got downpour if they want to go fairly early, but Nightmare do have a wealth of ultimates. They're going to use that sound barrier first. They're going to try and get in. Admiral grips Cuffer away, but the blade now from Rocket has been popped straight on top of the pedal platform. He's trying to chase Admiral. Gets one flash on, a second one, as that punches Admiral's lights out. Finally, the forest has fallen. Both Mimone and Cuffer. They have got the kills, they've got the touch, 50 seconds to go, and while you've dealt with the backline of GK, Mimone has shredded the rest of your team.
Dude, that beat was so aggressive. I'd love to see a replay, of course, if someone was slow, if Left felt like he had to drop it, but they could have used that overhealth. when Rocket pulled that blade. That was so aggressive from Nightmare, and GK able to capitalize on a pretty stressed dive from Nightmare. And now Nightmare backs against the wall. 20 seconds to go here, Jack.
Mimo's got a pulse bomb in 10-2. He's already in the back line. Chronic permanently checking these angles. And look, getting tagged over and over again. The window is going to be a large help for Nightmare here, but they still have to deal with that damn tree. They're shooting through the window, Johnny. But this overhealth is just stacking up. Lep getting chased away by WMimone. Pulse bomb, apparently a non-factor for him, but it doesn't look like he actually needs it, to be very honest with you. Chronic goes down. Lethal's got the overclock. This is all but over. Whoa. It's OT. As Lethal lands a dirty little snipe there on Rocket and Lep. I mean, this was anything but close for GK. King's Row is theirs. Match point in the series too. As Nightmare, they just can't find the answers.
That was a tough one, Joss. That was tough. I really felt like, you know, we had a good series on our hands. I was like, we're gonna go map 5. It's gonna look close. That was about as dominant as it gets for GK.
Yeah.
If you're Nightmare, who's next? You ban the BAP, time to ban the Lifeweaver. Because if you're gonna play against that, they obviously don't have an answer for how to deal with what GK just brought to them on King's Row. That was brutal.
Not even a first point cap. And then GK had like 2 minutes 40 as well on third.
Yeah.
Brutal stuff.
That looked so good.
Look, Circuit Royale is not the only map you can run this comp. This Lifeweaver BAP backline, it is unkillable. Lamp, grip, petal, tree. Like, how do you kill it? Bro drops the seed as well on the floor.
I don't know, Joss. Like, not even some of the best
that
teams.
That shot was sick as well.
That was a disgusting shot.
Oh, God.
I need to stress the point that not even the best teams in the world have figured out, like, the greatest answer to dealing with this Baptiste Lifeweaver composition. It's just so hard to play against, especially when apparently you have Admiral, the goated Lifeweaver player, and Ultraviolet just cooking on the BAP here. I think for Nightmare, this is going to be a really tough choice now, because I don't think there is any great choice. Realistically, maybe you go towards something like a Runasapi, either of the flashpoints. You know, I'm kind of like okay with, I suppose. Like, maybe you're not forced New Junk City for some closer angles or something like that. But it's going to be really tough for Nightmare to work around GK's comfort the rest of the series.
Admiral, historically, Johnny, only a Lucia player, right? Played a little Brig here and there, like even back on the London Spitfire days. Like, Admiral didn't look like the strongest part of that team. But now, like, with this Lifeweaver and with this backline, with UV, just so improved over the years. And GK, Johnny, they might just go 7-0. We're going to Nightmare's map pick, like you said, and maybe they go to a close quarters map, somewhere that the Lifeweaver and BAP aren't as good. Or maybe we go to a Runasapi. Something a little bit quicker for Nightmare. They've heavily targeted bans into the backline of GK so far. They're just going to continue doing that. It's got to be. Runasapi is going to be the map. Both teams have lost this versus Extinction and Liquid, of course, in GK's series. So, yeah, do you ban Lifeweaver if you're Nightmare? Are you that fed up with it?
I mean, I would consider it. Like, even if you say to me that, like, oh, it's not the greatest map for Lifeweaver, I feel like if you're Nightmare, you're kind of fine with everything else. Just like, we'll play Orisa or Ram. You know, there's a few different damage heroes we can't play. Like, we're generally fine with all of the damage heroes or tank heroes available to us on this map. The Lifeweaver BAP is obviously a problem here. So if you're just fine playing against literally everything else, then yeah, might as well take out the Lifeweaver.
Well, Nightmare, they're on their last leg here. Match point for GK and Nightmare. I think they're praying to the god of Mars right now for some war and hopefully a map number 5. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. All right, welcome back. Here it is. Runa Sapi. GK, Johnny, they look good. They looked too good on that King's Row. A full hold. Not quite the fuller hold. Only a couple of ticks from Nightmare after GK full capped with time to spare. Runa Sapi is the map choice of Nightmare. They actually banned the Cassidy. A little bit of a conversation before we jumped in, and maybe they banned the Life Weaver. But no, it's the Cass targeting Lethal as an Orisa ban goes the way of GK here as we load on in. Fourth and potential final map as GK find themselves on match point.
This been a nice little twist and turn in stage 2, Jaws, with Cassidy seeing more play, huh?
Yeah.
Now get a little bit of a ban from Nightmare as well. Cool. Just out of nowhere.
I mean, not really surprising, to be honest. How good Lethal is on that pick, and his favor is like, okay, his favorability, like, okay, I don't really want to play the Freya. That's fine. I can play Sojourn still. I can play Cass. Like, he can even play the Ashe, right? So it makes a whole lot of sense why Nightmare just want to get that off the table, but Lethal can just go back to one of his other favorites in Sojourn and W My Moan. Can't ban out two heroes, Johnny. They're on the Sombra.
Yeah, I think as well, maybe you ban the Cassidy because it allows Rocket to play on the Tracer, of course. You know, if that ban were to come through, obviously one of Rocket's best hero here on the Tracer could be a big difference maker for Nightmare as they look to get back into this series, Jaws. Kalfa still on this Hazard and Ultraviolet on the BAP. See if Nightmare has an answer on here on Rosapi.
Rocket trying to check their body block, or body check, W My Man on the Sombra. As they're getting shot at by Lethal. And this has been the big challenge for Nightmare, especially on their first map on Oasis, was dealing with this. Manual hack there onto Lep, and that increased damage is just crazy from My Moan. I mean, look at the response required there from Lucamino. Unable to heal Rocket in the front line, and yeah, that's 2 kills for GK. My Moan just commands so much attention, and his presence is just enough for a Nightmare to be a little bit scared. And you can see Chronic now switching over to the Sojourn to try and match Lethal. Had his way with the Freya.
Yeah, I think this backline from Nightmare is going to be one thing we keep our eyes on throughout this map, because Nightmare, they have played a lot of Kiri and Juno historically here, Jaws, but My Moan could have had a big impact on this Sombra, shutting them down. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, recalled in a very awkward spot. As you can see, classically, a DPS taking a large off angle here near this checkpoint. And now Painkiller's also trapped in this corner. Like, he's just getting bullied right now. A shot onto Lep. Lep has to take cover. And Painkiller, that Nemesis form is going to run out eventually, my son. And unfortunately, it might just be the death of you. Shield doesn't getting propped up there, but Lethal using that overclock. An easy slide kill onto the front line. As once again, Lethal takes over this game.
Are you serious? This guy is just crazy on Sojourn. It's disgusting. I think Lethal is one of my favorite Blitzcamp players. Like, this guy can just take over maps. Like, it's unbelievable. It reminds me of Merit, honestly. Like, when Merit will have these disgusting hit scan performances and just wins the map, Lethal has that similar energy.
It really does. My Moan out of there. Man, the Translocator cooldown is so low. Oh yeah, okay, just a solo EMP on Chronic. Actually forces the Suzu from Lucamino. They did end up using the rush, but Johnny, GK, they got checkpoint already. And some extra meters. And they still have positioning. Rocket has got the pulse bomb. Admiral ends up dying, and sound barrier from GK not meaning a whole bunch there at all, unfortunately.
But at least if you're GK, you got out the double support ultimate here, Jaws. Orbital Ray committed by, left there to secure the fight. And now as they push forward, you're really hoping for one of the damage players to really come up clutch here, either with the overclock or that pulse bomb. But Ultraviolet, of course, has the immortality field to prevent any kind of value here for Rocket. But GK in a great spot so far here on Nasapi.
Still trying to take down this shield wall, Johnny. This phalanx from GK, rather spiky. Actually, it's quite considering Hazard. All right, there's the downpour. Chronic's going to dodge it, and now trying to take the position away from the backline of GK right now. But he's just getting bopped around, but still lands the shot on Abru, who's right above him. A really tough angle to shoot at as well if you're a hit scan player. Doesn't end up getting traded, but Rocket is right there with the pulse bomb. Okay, Nightmare. They're taking control. This should be a checkpoint too. GK can't fight with two. And W Mimone and Admiral don't want any of the smoke.
It looked like a bit of a feed from Admiral, but I honestly think GK, they thought they were going to get that pick onto Chronic way sooner. It's a bit of a miracle that Chronic was able to stay alive that long. And it gained enough time for Nightmare to really break down GK and Rocket find a pulse bomb as well. This is Nightmare now with the cap, and they're looking pretty good themselves.
Yeah, Window's really going to help out GK as well. They were so close to that lead too. That's going to be a little bit disheartening for Nightmare. They can rely maybe on this annihilation, but considering how mobile GK are, it's really just like almost like a remake in a way for the D.Va, just keeping him alive in the fight, right? Looks like he's going to try and at least create a little bit of space, but Lethal does end up sliding away. A good little vortex though does lock Lethal in place for the time being, but eventually Painkiller's ult does end up running out. And Lethal has got all the support in the world and then some. Even gets the lamp from Ultraviolet, an amp heal from Admiral to keep him in the fight. A couple of meters to go though, and Nightmare, they might end up just capping. They're only a meter away as W Mimone is found out in the back line and killed by Lucamino. And now they can keep this fight going. Although Rocket falling down to a violent leap, this fight might not be over here for Kike as they trade 1 for 1.
Oh, big investment here from Lep, down 4 versus 5 with Rocket. But they're choosing to use their ultimates.
They gotta kill Cuffer! Someone's gotta kill Cuffer right now! He ends up getting lamp too! Cuffer has been alive this entire time on the bot! Stopping this 1 meter advance! And they still manage to keep him up and win this fight! A huge investment from Nightmare using an orbital ray, and they still don't win!
That can't be your game plan though, which is we're gonna pop orbital ray and try to kill this hazard without our tracer. Really wanted them to go maybe perhaps a bit more aggressive, see if there was anyone else here to get a pick on. Obviously very difficult, you know, Lucio, Bap, like who do you realistically reach? But there were no great targets for Nightmare and they waste a pivotal ultimate.
That is an insane pick as well. On to Lucamino of all people. You can't fight this if you're Nightmare now.
You gotta back off, yeah.
$80 meters on the dot too. Look at the ult right now for Geekane. This is an easy fight, you've got to imagine. Oh, the downpour connects. Chronic witnessing his own demise. That was a little dirty. Mimone is going to chase let down with the blade as well. Fortunately for Chronic, staring death in the face. The bot has been stolen though for Nightmare, but that's not going to last too much longer. Very split fight, Johnny. Oh, nice TP. That perk really coming in handy for Lucamino with the double blink, double swift step. In fact, this bot being stolen actually is working out well for them. I'm surprised there Lucamino didn't end up going down. Lethal still ends up coming up with a pick, but a vortex brings him back down to earth.
I actually think as this map is developing here, Jaws, GK are under some form of pressure of actually like getting a lot of meterage here because Nightmare, they have these big ultimates. Kitsune Rush committed from Lucamino. Painkiller drops the annihilation as well. This should be a fight win for Nightmare if they can capitalize.
Oh, Mimone's 1 HP. Oh, long range. Oh, I didn't get him. The mortar strike with the... I don't think W Mimone was expecting that though. Rocket on the sidelines with the tracer. Ends up chasing him out. 4v5 now. Lamp deployed to save Ultraviolet's life. Nice little boot there from Avalanche, actually keeping Rocket at bay, but finds himself different targets. And it's going to be Lethal. But Lethal and Cuffer still coming up with kills. Johnny, these fights aren't, like, they aren't even here. They're very much scrappy.
Very
Clean picks
scrappy.
either side, and with Ultraviolet as well playing in this position on this high ground, easily being able to heal up Cuffer. No real pressure from Nightmare on this BAP.
Yeah, GK are doing a great job just creating these messy fights where Nightmare aren't able to stabilize and get a concentrated push going. Ultraviolet cleaning things up there on the BAP. But if Nightmare could just get one good fight going and push enemy territory, they have such big valuable ultimates. Their heroes are so good when it comes to the ultimate economy. They just need to win a couple of fights here, give themselves a chance.
Oh, the downpour. I think it may be connected with one in the backline there for Cuffer, but I mean, fight's done. Nice retreat there from Nightmare, getting away from the downpour. Okay, they've got control of the bot, Johnny, but not the lead. With a minute and 20, Lep's orbital ray, it has to be better than the last. They ended up using it last time, and not even being able to kill the hazard was their eventual demise.
Yeah, I think this is actually pretty scary for GK here now. It's going to be a very difficult fight against this orbital ray. Lep commits it. Can you get any frags?
Surely. Okay, there it is. Cuppa, UV, dead. GK knows this fight is over. If they can escape with their lives, good. If they can't, don't worry. Die on points.
Cybernetic innovation at its finest.
Yeah, I think
that's a bit of an odd spot. Lethal's behind them, Johnny.
Yeah, Lethal is behind them. Let's see if
really bad.
Something happens there. Lucamino obviously not here. So you gotta protect, make sure Lucamino can rejoin the team here. Don't think they're gonna get the lead. Kappa will contest.
No, they get the touch. Wall's gonna be nice defensively.
Chronic.
And there's Chronic with the ult. Oh, here goes the blade though, right over the top. Oh, maybe Mimo didn't even get that kill. It was Abra with the boop. Annihilation on the point, just try and make sure people scurry away, but the lead is going to get taken if they're not careful. But no, look at that. Mimo jumps straight to the point, hits the deflect to stop those punches going through. However, Cuffer on his last limbs. Now Nightmare take down the hazard. The unkillable demon in the front line there for GK.
And they got to rush here
the
as
lead
well.
with 6 seconds to go, and they've got to rush, like you said.
The ultimate's so critical here, Jaws.
There's a window going to get used as well, but there's the sound barrier. They do end up using both support ultimates, and I think Nightmare are okay with this.
Nightmare very much okay with this. We'll get at least a couple of fights here, and one good rush is all you need. Now, remember the last one, Jaws. Lucamino dropped the Kitsune rush, and GK just kited around it. This time, however, Kaffa has to stay on this spot, and it's give Nightmare a good chance to put a lot of pressure onto the GK's tank.
Right, forward spawns. Denied now. This overclock from Lethal has to go nuclear. Well, there's the rush. Suzu already used by Lucamino, and that's the target. Mimo with a nice slash and dash straight into the back line. Rocket gets sniped by Lethal too, with a pulse bomb in hand. Lethal just comes up again and again and again. But they cannot afford to lose anybody here, Johnny. But look at where the bot is. While this fight is happening, while these kills are getting cleaned up, they are pushing the bot this entire time.
The stagger is really bad for Painkiller. He's going to pop the Annihilation.
It's not the Annihilation. They're just running away.
They need him to contest the point here.
There's the downpour. Here you go. Here's the flank. Nightmare end up joining back into the fight. Overtime in session here for GK to try and get back to the point if anybody dies. WIMO falls to Rocket in a 5% rush here for Ultraviolet is what it's going to be required to win this fight. A TV from UV straight into the front line, avoiding Rocket. Another teleport onto Cuppa. This rush from Ultraviolet is not really netting them anything. The entirety of Nightmare are playing it safe, waiting for the Ray. And there's Lip with the finishing blow. Nightmare, of the hand of that Ray, managed to take us to a map number 5. Lep needed that Ray. He needed it desperately. But on the flip side of things, Johnny, GK needed that rush to secure kills. They secure kills there. That Ray means nothing to the team. Insane stuff from both sides. It comes down to the wire.
I mean, that overtime was absolutely insane. First of all, Nightmare getting the lead, right? And double support ultimate invested from GK just to like get a chance in overtime at all. Nightmare kind of like throw away a fight with the Kitsune Rush because Lucamino gets picked. And then Painkiller just like rotates from mid back to his spawn, and Lep is able to build that orbital ray. But I said it around the 3-minute mark. I really felt like this backline actually with Lep, Lucamino, they got so much value from the Kitsune Rush, the orbital ray. They were so happy just playing 5-man brawl with the Ramatra that GK, they didn't get the same amount of value playing this Lucio BAP. Like, they weren't really rotating, they weren't active, they weren't looking for picks, and they kind of played not to lose, actually. They were trying to create these messy fights instead, where you're trading 3 for 3, 3 for 2. But if you're not able to make that happen, Nightmare are just gonna win out because better ultimates in their favor. So wow, Nightmare able to claw themselves back into this one, and a bit of a big turning point in the series. Map 5, exactly what we wanted here, Jaws.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. GK and Nightmare both 6-0 coming into today. One team walk away with a perfect record in Stage 2. very rarely does it happen that we have both teams like this, especially in NA and like EMEA, right? Where two teams are that evenly matched. And Nightmare have really started to prove themselves. Of course, players that have been around for a long time, to be fair, in the NA scene, Chronic, Rocket, Painkiller, Lep, Lucamino, like, you're looking at these players, some ex-Overwatch League, right? You expect GK to do extremely well, considering their performance in China, in that first international LAN on the big stage. But this is Nightmare showing up in a big way. But now it's GK's turn to choose where we go.
Have to say, Joss, Nightmare, this has been a bit of a glow up for them. I mean, going into this stage, they were perceived as an underdog, middle of the pack kind of team with the talent on this team. But you know, Freya being released, Chronic, some awesome performances from him. And the rest of the team really stepping up and playing a great game together. Coach has really helped out as well. This is a Nightmare that is punching above their weight and, you know, taking down a team like GK here. Go undefeated against teams like Liquid, SSG. This would be an incredible achievement for an organization that just once again able to put together a really good roster.
Team.
It's incredible.
Crazy. Nightmare, it does have this aura to it. This name in North American Overwatch. They had the GK roster plus Zera last stage. Then they come up with this roster who could potentially go perfect after this next map. GK, of course, now get their map choice. We're going to a Flashpoint, Johnny. And that's the only mode that's not been played yet. Suravasa and Runasapi obviously are the picks. Very close game, 33 deaths to 32. And I want to bring up what you mentioned a minute ago as well about 3 minutes in, you were saying like, hey, GK are playing not to lose. They are just going for these big trades, these like really scrappy fights that end up in like a 2 for 3, and then a 3 for 3. So 2 people alive, and then like they back off, and then there's it's like a continual skirmish, what we normally see on these kind of map types. But here you can't do that. New Junk City, you can't play scrappy. These points tick up so quick, and New Junk City is going to be the pick for GK. Bad Life Weaver probably not on the cards. So where do you expect the bans are going to be slung?
So this is where this could be a huge decision for GK. Do you ban the Tracer? Do you ban Rocket's Tracer here? Do you feel like that is going to be so impactful for Nightmare losing one of their star players playing their preferred hero? That could give GK a big advantage, but leaving the support and tank ban on the table for Nightmare, that could also swing in how these compositions are played, right? There are still, you know, supports on the table that Nightmare could ban out if they have a preference either way, right? So I did this ban phase. I can't predict it. You know, I felt pretty good about my picks so far this series, but this one, we'll have to see. And GK are going to ban the Ramatra. They struggled against on Runasapi, and Nightmare with the Gen.G ban, forcing this Tracer duel.
Okay. Tracer for Rocket. Although you say Tracer duel, to be fair, but Sombra for my own.
Right. Sure enough. Again, though, like
counterpoint.
On a Flashpoint map like New Junk City, like, can you afford the time to play the Sombra, do you think? Because it is a bit of a give and take, you know, like, yes, it works really well when Nightmare are, you know, when GK are rotating, you know, they're trying to set these manual hacks. On a map like New Junk City, that could also backfire. And it just takes too long to set up some of these fights, or Nightmare, like, they don't care about the Sombra and they're just 5-man push, trying to mow you down.
Where do you expect the tank pick is going to go?
Well, it has to be the Orisa, right? Don't you think? Ramatra not on the table here.
Feels pretty inevitable.
Yeah, or
they hazard on a couple of the points, but I feel like Orisa is a bit more standard across the board and a little bit more consistent, especially on first point. It can be very important winning that first fight, the momentum being shifted into your favor and capping first. It does mean a whole bunch. And so I'd imagine it is going to be Orisa. We'll have to wait and find out, though. We'll see if GK have come up with any silly strategies, anything too crazy.
You never know.
You never know. That's all I'm saying. Didn't expect Life Weaver BAP, did we? Coming in stage 2 is all I'm saying.
Oh boy. 2 undefeated teams, Jaws. Map 5. It's exactly what we wanted. Peak Overwatch right here, buddy. And these are the comps. My mode on the Venture.
I
on the
wouldn't
Reaper.
hate
Here we go.
it. I wouldn't hate it.
My mode played Venture in the past, this stage.
Yes. On maps like this?
Yeah, it was on New Gen.G, in fact. I'm pretty sure my mode played Venture, yeah.
Lethal back on the Cassidy, though, is going to be a nightmare for Nightmare, in all honesty. Banned away last map. There we go, Rocket TPing out, and Mimone on the Venture. Okay, this is what I'm all about. Rocket on the Tracer, so no Sombra, and the back line. Very different look from both sides too. Lep and Lucamino going fast with the Kiriko Lucio versus the Brig Bap.
Yeah, so GK obviously playing more defensive with this Brig Bap now. See what Nightmare can do to work around this composition from GK.
Nightmare are going to be able to outflank with this Tracer. It's up to Mimone to really stand up to Nightmare, but you can't really not play as a 5, right? You have to play together if you're Geekade right now. The Cassidy is too much of a pain and an annoyance for the Venture. It almost gets double tapped out of the skies. Chronic hits a headshot there, and that would have been a kill. And in fact, he's just going to find a kill on Ultraviolet with the help of Rocket. So this 5-man death ball from Geekade has just been dismantled so easily.
Yeah, I think Nightmare, they're really happy. Actually, I mean, GK, they got point control. They're finding a couple of picks here. Should have been Nightmare cleaning it up. Not Mimone? All right, finally.
Surely.
But yeah, there is some percentage gained by GK. But yeah, Nightmare, you know, Kaffa has to drop onto the point, right? And contest the point because you can't afford to give up the point cap. But that does leave GK up to be rotated upon. And Chronic did just that, force Mimone, drill dash away, and then pursue and find a pick onto Ultraviolet. And that is enough. Mimone over to the Tracer now.
Yeah, I mean, you are doing negative damage as the Venture versus this comp, to be fair. I mean, you're shooting Painkiller, right? Like everybody else, too quick, and you haven't got as many dashes as a Tracer. High noon pot from Lethal. Remember the rush from Lucamino. Lethal wondering where everybody kind of disappeared to. Well, I can tell you for one thing, it's on the point. This is a very sore spot for Geekade to be in right now. Terror Surge, gold has been popped. Lucamino is in the back line. Oh, hello, Lethal. That's going to be one dead Cassidy too. This is going to be point, Johnny. Geekade, they're just getting owned, to put it lightly.
That is one way to put it for sure.
That is, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket is having a field day on the Tracer as well. This is what I talked about going into this map. This is a star player for Nightmare, having a great performance on the map 5, and GK need to find an answer realistically. So far, they've been slow playing this Brig Bap. And Nightmare have done a wonderful job working around the GK's composition.
Right, can they set up Lethal though? Can GK put Lethal in a position where he can succeed? That is giving me my big question here. High ground control is going to be perfect for them. A bit easier for them to take, of course, with the Testudo formation backline, with Admiral and Ultraviolet being the protection of Lethal, of course. Right next to him 99% of the time. Lucamino goes down to cover, though. Long-range duel ended with the Kiriko falling, as now GK looking like they want to cap the points. Admiral is alone currently, but
oh boy, this
high noon with the sound barrier is going to be tough to deal with. Nice little dash there from WIMO. Gets out of the way of Chronic's flashbang. His point not taken just yet, and the split forces of Nightmare aren't going to do themselves any good. Not against this backline, even with that pulse bomb connecting. Ultraviolet has got the answers, and that answer was a lamp.
Yeah, can we talk about that sound barrier from Lep? Lucamino was dead, so we're 4 versus 5. And Nightmare were like, we're gonna Deadeye and sound barrier, and we're gonna try to go aggressive. But they kind of were torn, like, do we push the enemy team? Do we put pressure on the point? And they didn't get any value. A wonderful lamp by Ultraviolet to deny that pulse bomb from Rocket, which did land. Now GK finally building some percentage on the board. This is going to be a tough recontest from Nightmare. Probably go really fast with this Casino Rush.
Well, there is the rush. They're going to be on high ground. They got Terror Surge. But this window from Ultraviolet, they cannot assail this high ground. Like, good luck. Uh-oh, well, that's a big problem. Cover pretty low. There is the window. Oh, hello, UV. Straight back onto the high ground though, and a nice little shift there, Teeling back up, but Rocket from the sidelines lands the snipe on Ultraviolet. Nice play there. Bringing them down to earth and bringing them away from the window too. Really nice moves from Painkiller. As we're getting taken care of, sure, but GK, they get 98%. Painkiller with a hero play on the Orisa.
That was a max value Terra Surge. That was sick. That was awesome. Ultraviolet with a great position for the amplification matrix. And Painkiller just yoinks them down. That was a game-changing of a play from Painkiller there. Amazing value from Terra Surge, which otherwise is tough against compositions like these. Nightmare now. Backs against the wall. Can't lose a single fight here. But at least they got a chance.
Bro took the shield perk.
Wow.
Oh, we're living in an Orisa time. An Orisa world. Dude, look at that. It looks so silly. All right, Cubs going to have to use that gold to get on the point. Lep is pretty low, but here comes a high noon. Rocket a little bit scared. You can see him cowering. Oh, nice little stick, though. Oh, the cancel with the roll. Lethal survives, luckily, by the skin of his teeth. And Rocket's not there with a follow-up kill either. Terra Surge on the point. No damage, not even a hit marker. A flail onto Chronic as he's pushed down to the ground with a high noon, charged up, looking for skulls, but finds nothing. Lethal finds one kill in the distance there onto Lep, and now Chronic, when I remember where the rest of his team went, is 99% for Nightmare. It looks good, but not when the rest of your team are dead. A rally from Admiral to see them through the rest of the fight. And there it is, a 1-1 on New Junk City as we transition to the third point.
Yeah, it was just too much in the way of GK there for Nightmare to survive and give themselves a chance to cap out that second point. Tied 1 apiece here now on New Junk City. Nightmare, though, they got double support ultimate here. Let's see what they can do on this point specifically. Like to see them maybe work around the point. See if they can get on top of Lethal, on top of Ultraviolet here. You can see they're taking these wide angles. Give them a lot of different opportunity in what kind of approach to take on GK here.
Oh, that window.
Oh, Ajax!
That is scary. And that's an Ajax. That's an Ajax. One bullet through the window. Lep tried to put down the beat, but no. Lethal denies Lep. That is a sight for sore eyes for GK there. That was one of the only win conditions there for Nightmare in that fight was probably that beat. They thought they could win, but Lep completely denies GK find the point.
Oh, lose your mates. Crying all over the world. Oh, what a disaster for Lep. That just can't happen. That's just swung this point massively in GK's favor. And they now look set up to gain an early lead here. I'm getting ahead of myself, but can't understate how important that sound barrier was for Nightmare.
Dude, this guy is clicking heads right now. Every other shot, headshot for Lethal currently. This rush is going to be pretty decent for Nightmare to gain some positioning on the point. You can see them trying to cap right now. Lethal goes down to a pulse bomb. W my moan. Looking for the Cassidy, but the Lucio Lep's going to be able to protect Chronic. All right. Going to be a good percentage, though, brought up by GK, Johnny, I must say. Cover's stalling this out to quite a considerable degree. I mean, only just now he's been taken out, and they got like 96%, 95% on the board.
Yeah, that's where the strength of their composition comes in, right? They are very hard to take down, and Nightmare have to be very calculated about their approach. See here, no support ultimates on the side of Nightmare. You only have a Terra Surge and a Deadeye to go. You can't afford to lose this fight. I mean, this is... They need a miracle to win this fight. Just look at the ultimates for GK here.
What does Lethal see? Not many people, that's for sure. What is he cooking? High noon for Chronic, though, on the sidelines. Nice way to cover the point if you're on this high ground. Got to make a health pack to retreat through if you need it as well. Terra Surge, oh, the long range spear denies that high noon, and the Terra Surge on the front lines. GK, they've got all the ults in the world to win this fight, Johnny, and it would be a miracle if Nightmare won there. An absolute overwhelming, like, tidal force of ults. They threw in 4-5 that fight. They know they need to win this one, and they put themselves on match point, Johnny. 2-1 on New Junk City. 1 point away from taking the series and going perfect in Stage 2.
And again, after you lose that sound barrier, there was just no coming back onto that point. It left just 80% on the way there now. And if you're Nightmare, you have to win 2 consecutive points. This point as well, Jules, don't you think? So difficult to try to get to the BAP get to the Cassidy on this very round. So closely cornered here for Nightmare. They have double support ultimate, but they need to get the value this time. Oh, Kuffa actually gets picked there. That is so much value for Nightmare. They don't have to invest now.
What a spear from Painkiller. All right, okay. Yeah, GK, see the writing on the walls. They're backing off. Looks like a small chase, though, for Nightmare. They're going to get a whip shot away, but these late kills could cost GK dearly. And yeah, Lethal goes down to Rocket. This speedy composition from Nightmare catching these stray players.
That's Flashpoint for you, Jaws. One pick could just mean a massive difference. Because now you're not forced to use that Kitsune Rush. You don't have to use the sound barrier. And now Nightmare, they have such a great opportunity now to get back into this map. See how they utilize the support ultimates here.
So back in Overwatch 1 shooting that Arista shield. Well, here comes the rush from Lucamino. Lep and the gang are going to try and force GK's backline to position rather suspiciously on this mega health pack. Nice little kill onto Admiral there, but it is all Nightmare all day. 80% on the board. Overtime approaching for this point as GK try and get back, but oh, they are going to get denied right at the door. We're going the full distance, Johnny. 2-2 on New Junk City, as that is 100-0 on that point as we rotate to the final one.
And again, just needing to win 2 fights there to close out that point. Using double support ultimate, that was enough. It looked a little shaky there. Looked like they were a bit indecisive whether to pursue with that sound barrier or not, but to get the value required to go to a 5th round here. And this is going to be an uphill battle here for Nightmare. GK, lots of ultimates on their side. They're looking pretty with Cassidy now on this high ground. With the supports taking care of him, can Nightmare find a way into this fight here?
That lamp was unbelievable there from Ultraviolet, saving Lethal's life, and the health bars from Nightmare are slowly, steadily being drained. Rather large investment, though. It's got to be said, Johnny.
Right.
From a GK, blowing both support ults.
Absolutely, and that is kind of what they're expecting from either side. They'll have one big ultimate fight each here. You know, Nightmare, they're quite far away from their support ultimates, but they should be able to build them at least once during this point, right? The big question is, who can come up clutch for either team here? Make an individual play with a damage ultimate, a pulse bomb. That one big pick could swing the entirety of this point, Jaws.
Man, they want Lethal so bad. Spear narrowly avoiding a Lep there, but W My Moan still with the kill. 50% for GK. They've lost a player, but so have Nightmare. A lot of their speed now gone as Lep ends up going down. In fact, make that both supports. This is looking dicey for Nightmare, but Chronic still coming up with kills. Somehow kills My Moan as well. Ultraviolet shuts him down, but still, Nightmare with no supports and very little chance to stay alive in this fight. If anybody goes down from Nightmare now, these staggers are going to be ginormous. Painkiller is just so low. Where is the support? Where is the backup? He's 15 HP. Cuffa chases him down. Now OT is in session. Nightmare, they fall at the final hurdle as GK with 100-0 on the final point as Rocket just gets battle rifled by Ultraviolet. A 3-2 victory for GK as they go undefeated in Stage 2.
Building on their amazing performance at the Champions Clash, where they crowned 3rd best team in the world, and now GK here going undefeated in North American Stage 2, earning themselves the top seed, and they get the pick of the litter going into the regional playoffs in North America. What an amazing series we were treated to here, with 2 of the best teams in the region going to map 5, going the distance.
Yeah, there were a few moments where I was kind of fearing that this is just going to be GK rolling over them, but Nightmare showing, you know, the tenacity that we've seen from them all stage long. Also, I did love that they came in with very targeted strats, like heading into map 2, for example, you know, picking one of GK's best maps, then targeting the Bap Weaver, Life Teast, whatever you want to call it, backline, which just has been such a strong look, right, for GK. I kind of like that one too. Yeah, no, I think they kept themselves alive really, really well in this series, and they should just be so proud. You talked about this reinforced heading into this one. Like, generally, heading into this stage, Nightmare coming in with a completely different roster, you know, like, I don't think anyone would have seen them at the very, very top. Like, we were confident about them being a great, solid middle-of-the-pack team, but they far exceeded people's expectations.
Yeah, I think Nightmare have to be so pleased with themselves, actually. You know, you fall here to GK after they look amazing in this series. They looked all stage. But Nightmare, like for this group of players right here, I think they've proven themselves that they're a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, an amazing chance here in the upper bracket now for them to potentially qualify for the mid-season madness, right? Mid-season championship. So I think if you're Nightmare, you can't be too bothered about this one. You just gotta build on this performance really and say we got so close in the end. You know, one AJ here and there, and maybe we come away victorious here in the end.
Yeah, maybe that is different, right? That point, you get one tap through the window by Lethal. You lose the sound barrier. Maybe you win that, and it's a very different game. Like you said, this game was really about inches. It wasn't about miles at all. Like, these teams look extremely close. New versus old, Master versus Student, but it is Master that comes out on top. And like, Geeky, they don't look infallible at all. There was hero plays from Nightmare. This playoffs is going to be so close. I mean, I don't know if Geeky can go like perfect through it at all. I think it's going to be a very tough thing to deal with.
Yeah, and as we heard already earlier today from other players, right? Like, the meta is still like, people are still trying things out. There's a lot of opportunities for curveballs. There's also a little bit of a break in between, of course, the international competitions, so plenty of time for the teams to just dig really deep into their strat books. For now, though, it is, of course, GK all the way on top of the region. Let's chat with them. Let's chat with Kaffa specifically, as he will be joining us for a quick post-match chat. Kaffa, welcome to the show. Congratulations on taking the #1 seed in the region, and at times you make that look really, really easy. Looking back at the stage, did you expect the team to just be this dominant?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good performance in China, I think, so I don't think NA was ever really going to be like an issue. Like, we've definitely had like some issues throughout the way, but I mean, as soon as we, come playoffs, I think everything's going to be good. Like, we just need to sort a few things. Bit of Ram mirror. I look, you want to play Ram, but team just doesn't want to play Ram today. So I think that's an easier win if we play Ram. I can't lie.
What's on your headset? Is that something on your headset? I need to.
Oh yeah, it's like a sprout my girlfriend made me.
Oh, that's adorable. I kept trying to figure out, it's like, what's going on there?
You look like a pigment almost.
Yeah, I love that. That's true.
Good. I like it. I did want to ask, coming into the playoffs, you just said, like, it might be a little bit easy if we improve some things. Let's look a little bit further than that, and the international stage. Like, how do you chalk yourselves up against other teams like EMEA? Obviously, Korea is going to be very hard, but you've taken down Crazy Raccoon once. Like, where do you see yourself in that global standing?
I think once we get to go and like play all those teams, we'll improve a lot in that time period. Like, I think before we went to China, we were still like struggling a bit. We played in Super Cup and we had really poor performances. But then we we just like leveled up as soon as we got to like lock in and play like good scrim quality. Like, I think playing against the NA teams, we kind of like stooped down a bit to that level. Like, I'm not trying to flame, but like, you go from practicing against like the best Korean teams in the world or the best teams in the world, and then you go to NA, and it's kind of hard to like keep that same focus. I think as soon as hopefully we qualify, but as soon as that happens, like, I think we'll improve massively in that period. And obviously we want to prove that wasn't just a fluke beating Crazy Raccoon once, because I mean, there's still a bit of propaganda going around about that, so we just want to prove it.
Is there any type of like long-term planning looking forward to the mid-season tournament? Obviously, you're not qualified yet, but in the back of your mind, you're probably still thinking like you said, like, we can't slack off too much. Obviously, like, we still have to play way better come the international competition. Is there any kind of like long-term planning or lessons you drew from the Champions Clash that you're still trying to instill in your practice and in your game here?
I mean, those teams are the best in the world because they've played together for so long. Like Crazy Raccoon, like the best players, but they've also played together for like a year and a half. Like, I think our plan was just to stick long term and try and do as well as we can constantly. We had someone leave, not saying who, but a couple snakes. But I think we just want to keep playing our game. We want to prove that we can compete internationally, and like, it's cool winning NA and everything, but like, that's not really the highest priority. We want to compete with the best, and the best is outside of NA.
Yeah, and we get an opportunity to see that, I believe, very, very soon. Kafa, we're going to let you go, but not before. We're going to let you know that you are our player of the match for this one. Of course, teamwork makes the dream work, but you are standing out on top of the rest in today's match. Any shout out to your teammates?
Yeah. I love this team. You know, we've had like quite a few issues the last few weeks, and you know, we're sorting things out. I think, you know, I wouldn't want to play with any other players. These guys are awesome. Our coaches are awesome. Whole team's awesome. You know, everything's great. Can't really complain.
Everything's awesome. I love that. Everything's great. And we love to see you guys in action and coming out on top of it all. Best of luck, of course, in the playoffs. Not that you guys need it, because, again, it's been extremely dominant in this region. Kappa, thank you so much, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. See ya.
Great to hear from Kafa. Let's take a look at the standings to visualize where they are at. Well, it's not them, but also there it is.
They could be on top though.
Just, you know, to hype it up.
7-0 is ridiculous.
That's insane.
Like,
the 17 plus map differential is what really drives this one.
They've lost a ridiculous number of maps. A ridiculous number, guys. It's 4. That's it. Ilios and Runasap against Team Liquid, and then the 2 you saw today. I mean, an insane performance from the team. Obviously, Virtus Pro, last stage, like, hey, they looked almost indestructible. Their whole region has kind of caught up, but GK and even their performance from stage 1 as Nightmare, they just improved, man. And I think Kafa put it perfectly. Continuing to play together really does make you a world-class team. So it's good to hear that him and the rest of the gang want to do it.
Yeah, and they're in it for the long haul. Let's see what they can get done when it comes to international competition. That's where everything's on the table. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, and then we're back with our next match of our NA region. Sakura will be going up against Team Liquid on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back, friends of good and honest Overwatch. Johnny, Jack and I are about to set the stage for our second match of the day. But I also think we first have to continue slithering our way through our fantasy teams. Why are you looking so surprised?
I ain't lying. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised Johnny's picked, you know what I'm saying?
You're surprised?
That's
What?
crazy.
I think whose turn is it? My turn?
First?
It should be my go first, right? Because we snake,
so
it's me. It should be me. We're snaking.
Okay.
Gotta be real with you. I'm trying really hard to remember who I picked. First
Oh my.
I picked.
Oh, wait, it's my go first.
I did infect it. No. Wait, why would it be you?
Because it's snaking. Because I was last. We're snake drafting. I'm next.
last.
I picked Chronic. Yeah. So he's
Right.
like, it's my go.
We know how snake
Snake
traps
anatomy.
work.
I picked
Clearly.
Chronic.
You know how this
Chronic's
works.
a beast. Very, very good player. Shoot very well on the Freya. Yes. Easy pickup, actually.
Chronic. I like that. I've been a Chronic day one. You know, his Widowmaker lives rent free in my heart forever. So that, yeah, Chronic's a good shout. I'm gonna go with Admiral. Cause you know, it's just solid.
I like that.
Solid.
Yeah.
And I want to build my very own Baptiste Life Weaver backline. So I'll see how far I can get with that one. I just need a competent Baptiste in the mix. But for now, I'm going with Admiral.
Okay. So you have picked, both of you have picked players from GK.
Yes.
Which means I don't have to pick anyone from GK straight away. I can save my GK pick for last. So instead, I'm going to pick Tree. I went with Tree. Because Jack still has to pick someone from Team Liquid. Don't want Jack to get Chronic and Tree, and so I'm jumping ahead of you in the line there. And I feel really good. I got my damage duo, Tree and Sugar Free. They're locked in, ready to go.
That is a flexible damage line. Dang.
That
It
is
is.
good.
I'm so
It's
happy
like
with that.
different eras of NA proteges you picked up there.
We're good for like 10 years. We got our franchise players. We're
love
good.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's how our draft is looking like so far. Of course, we have more matches which still need to be played, which means that we also have more drafts to make until very Sunday is the end of it all. And then our esteemed viewers, that's you chat, will be voting on who they think has the best draft. For now, though, we're looking at actual existing teams, starting with Sakura. They are, of course, the underdog heading into this, but they are the one team that really showed that they can punch up to other teams. They cannot be underestimated. Every single person on this squad has been showing up at different times. Clear has been a very big highlight of them, so has Peace been as well. And they looked competent early in their match last week, but then kind of crumbled to SSG. And it's not going to get any easier when they go up against Team Liquid, which has been looking really solid.
Yeah, I mean, historically, you know, they did take that map, Josh versus SSG. Like you said, that first map, they looked very good on Ilios, but SSG just got the better of them. Against Team Liquid, I don't know if they can fare even the same. I think Liquid, they had a very close game against GK. Like, these are the top three teams right now, Nightmare, GK, and Team Liquid. I don't know how you feel, Johnny. It feels like although Sakura can kind of punch up and they can have like these like in crazy performances, but like finishing out games and finishing out maps has just been a struggle for them.
Yeah, I think this is a really promising team. I think this has kind of been the surprise team so far in Stage 2 here in North America that is actually competing kind of like with the top 4. And they do have a very slight chance of making the top 4, if I'm correct. Because if they do beat Liquid here, they give themselves a chance, right? So
yes,
we love a chance, Johnny. We love a chance.
I love Hopium.
Yeah, Hopium, Copium, put it all inside your body.
I'm just excited to see. You know, obviously you can only play so fired up. I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference in Sakura's gameplay here. But there's some stakes on the line here.
That's right. And they're ready to play. So let's dive straight into this next game.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Team Liquid versus Sakura. And Liquid banning the Moira.
The bad boy. Sorry, Joss. I'm sorry, Joss. I interrupted.
The Red X ban.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, we gotta respect it, right?
Yeah.
OP hero?
Someone
Thoughts?
said Moira's OP. Look, Moira's OP, bro.
Really?
No. Liquid picked the map. They ban Moira, and there is a ban for Sakura as we load on in. Starting off with Downtown. Team Liquid currently 3-2, Johnny, in the standings. Now, a team that everybody expected to do extremely well. Their losses have been against, no surprise, GK and Nightmare. A very, very close 5-map series versus GK in week 4. Not so close, though, against Nightmare. It was a 3-0. So you can see how close these matches are against these top 3 teams currently. I expect Team Liquid to win here. I think that's the expectation for a lot of people. But Sakura, they can surprise. They have done in the past. We'll see if they've got any tricks left up their sleeve as we roll out with Infected on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, one of Infected's signature heroes here, going aggressive with a pile driver. Surely you don't get that frag. Nice Susu there from Zed, keeping themselves alive here. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Liquid bring us this weekend. Double header, of course, 2 matches back to back. See what compositions they're rolling with, no pun intended, going into the regional playoffs here as Tree finds a pick here onto X10. Because this has been a Liquid team, Jaws, that have played a lot of different compositions. They played the Lucio hero like they do now. They swapped over, put Rupalmer on Baptiste, stuff like that. Now, right now, they're actually trading back and forth here. Let's see if they can close it up.
Every single bolt from Tree is connecting currently. Ouch. When the Freya's on fire, they truly are on fire. Although X10, to be fair, she's been a standout Freya player for Sakura. And in the region, it's tough to beat at the very top. And X10 has always been kind of up there with the likes of Chronic, the likes of Tree.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sakura roster in general has been mightily impressive so far. They've really followed Clear's lead, playing the D.Va, playing the Hazard, and Peace as well, earned themselves player of the match a couple of times here. It's been a team that's really come together, and like they've said in the interviews, they have a lot of fun playing together. See, they can be on the same page here against Liquid and get some nice pushes going.
I always get so scared with the Wrecking Ball, maybe going a little too far on the outside of the map there. Tree ends up going down. Good Suzu once again to make sure X10 stays alive as he ends up coming up clutch, and they buy enough time as well for Tree to get killed. So there's the flip from Sakura. Staying power of the Wrecking Ball squad is quite high, but when you lose your main damage output in Tree, it's tough to stay around.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a hot take here, Jaws. I don't know if you agree with me, but I actually feel like Liquid, as much as we talk about Infected's Wrecking Ball, I'm not sure this has actually been their best composition so far this stage. I actually like when they slow things down. RuPaul is on the map. But maybe here on City Center, you're thinking, we can't afford to play such a slow composition. Instead, we're going to force the Wrecking Ball here. And X10 with another pick onto Tree here. Sakura, very much in this.
Oh, nice boop as well by Cinnabar. She boops away Infected, who laid down the mines on the point. X10 comes up with another kill. I mean, they have lost their Kiriko, sadly. But X10 with 3 kills in that fight. Like, this is looking pretty easy for Sakura currently.
Yeah, looking good. X10 finding all the picks necessary. And you gotta need this if you're gonna take on a team like Liquid. Yes, they lost to GK Nightmare, but you need all players firing on all cylinders. And if X10 can step up alongside someone like Peace and Clear, that's going to give Sakura a good fighting chance. A lot of ultimates on the board here for them, Jack, if they want to drop them.
Yeah, Tree's been hard focused out. Gets one hit on X10, but she slips away. There's the rush too, so Team Liquid trying to end up flipping the map on Sakura. Rather unsuccessfully, although this late sound barrier here from Vega doesn't even catch through Port. It's only a 2-man, and X10 does get chased away, but Sakura is still buying time. They still control this point. Tree needs to come up with kills. His life's going to get cut pretty short if he steps anywhere near Clear as well. I mean, Infected is also having a hard time locking people down. That's what the Wrecking Ball does best. Eventually, Clear dies here, but Sakura has still built up a sizable lead for themselves.
Yeah, and finding that pick onto Clear is crucial because as soon as a Hazard is dead for Sakura, there's just no one left to really contest the point, and that is when Infected on the Wrecking Ball can really shine as well. So Clear will be a great focus of emphasis here for Liquid. See if they can give themselves a good chance to drop the mines here. Quite aggressive, perhaps. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. It's all good. Just waiting for Sakura to come through choke first, I'd imagine.
Maybe make it last fight.
Yeah, maybe. Just like stall out for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Possible. clear is so low too. Another Suzu comes in for Z. Here is the mines. All right, and there is a kill onto Cinnabar. Lucio dead, and the focus fire on clear, by the way, is ridiculous. Tree, like every single cooldown used possible to shoot clear with an explosive bolt. Zera has got the recall still, so escapes from X10, but unfortunately recalls straight into Peace. Fight's pretty scrappy though, and like you said, maybe this is going to be final fight here for Liquid, but Sakura and Cinnabar end up coming out with 3 kills in the fight. I mean, now X10 could just wait for the members of Team Liquid to trickle on the point and just score them with bombs. A stick onto Vega. No more Lucio as Team Liquid struggling to keep themselves in this fight.
Yeah, the fight really broke down, and now Sakura, with all the opportunity in the world to close this one out. Infector's going to get a good frag on the piece, but X10 trades out. And this is
Infector's just gonna die, Johnny.
Yeah, Infector's just gonna die. Wow. Great start for Sakura here.
Nice TP away from RuPaul. Kitsune Rush used from Z, and they've even got the downpour still as well. An inevitability now as Liquid end up drying up on this first point. 91% to 100 as Sakura secure that first round. Always been a very savvy and sharp control team, have Sakura, so really showing up to Team Liquid.
Yeah, really kind of like dumbfounded how Sakura ended up winning that last fight. You know, great minds from Infected. Zero finds a pick early as well with the Tracer. But somehow, like Cinnabar, you know, finishing off 2 frags in that final fight gives Sakura a punching chance, and then Zero picked as well. Yeah, really surprising results so far. X10, 10-2. Looking good on the Freya. And like you said, like last week as well, Sakura, they were able to beat SSG on Ilios, and you know, that's one hell of a way to kick off a series. See if they can build on that one-run performance.
Very different comp from Liquid though. Look at this.
Yeah,
like you said, maybe they want to play a little bit more slow, and this is what's expected. RuPaul on the bat, Vega on the rig. To basically grind this map to a halt. This is a very good comp on University, Johnny.
Yeah, this is where I think Liquid have been at their best so far in Stage 2, right? And now you can play these close cornered. Vega's going to get a lot of value on this brig, and Tree's just going to rotate, look for picks, land these shots right.
See, the game plan here for Sakura is basically throw their bodies at the problem. They try and put up a wall and then isolate someone and kill them, but it's just not working out. Movement there from X10. It was a little tricky for Tree to land the finishing blow, but it was Zera at the very end of the day. And there's the cap Team Liquid.
Yeah, I want to see how Sakura approaches this now, because it's so difficult. You're so vulnerable. Zera, okay, that's a position you can take. Yep.
Just wait. Is Zera basically just waiting there for X10 piece or even Cinnabar to move towards that high ground?
Almost got him.
Ends up getting chased away.
Let's see here, this Matrix here, and this choke, going to get a lot of value, but Infected drops early actually. Miscommunication from Liquid, and Sakura with an opportunity here, Joss.
Yeah, they can still fight this though. They have high ground control right now. And Zera has got a pulse bomb. Their ability to stay on the point is going to be pretty evident now. A bowler shot from the high ground. Oh, the lamp from RuPaul. Not good enough as X10 lands an explosive bolt straight between the eyes of Tree. Although still Liquid with control of the point, and now with a rally, and Infected ends up coming back. These fights extended, drawn out. It's a slugfest. Sakura need a clean team wipe, and if they don't get it, this is the result.
Yeah, this should be the fight though. You're nearing double support ultimate. Liquid, they've drained their ultimate bank a little bit. You just gotta make sure that Peace gets value with this Dragon Blade. Give Sakura a chance to come back in this round.
Peace with that blade ends up killing the lamp, but yeah, RuPaul is... There's too many shooters on the side of Team Liquid there, just looking up at the sky, and a Piece without a sound barrier, without a nano, like needs an extra survivability tool to utilize there to stay alive during the blade. Team Liquid now on final fight.
Yeah, but you went early there, Sakura, anyway, so very decisive fight where there with the Dragon Blade, and you should get a touch here with ultimates in your favor. Infected's got Annihilation here, Jaws, to get a lot of value on this round.
In this spot. It's the third time Sarah is hit in this corner. Oh, here's OT. Downpour, and Clear's already dead. Downpour connects, Johnny. But Sakura, their sound barrier is going to melt away before their eyes. This annihilation on the point, just splitting the entire team. It's so rough to fight into. X10 even on the Cassidy now. And that's Liquid with 100-0 on that point. They want to play slow, and this is the point to do it on. You can see why.
That's tough. That's tough. Yes, you had a chance when it came to the dive, the Lucio Kiri. But now, you gotta find a way to beat down on Liquid playing this BAP break. Pretty similar, eerily similar to last series, right? I mean, what do you do? Liquid playing real good right now. I did see, you know, maybe there's an opportunity there if, you know, Vega maybe misses a shield bash, becomes vulnerable on the brig. Maybe you can force something that way. Punish Vega on the brig perhaps, but and you gotta do so much work to stay alive to begin with and even put yourself in a position to get a clean engage.
All right, Tree again, jumping over to the Cass. Again, another map you can play very slow. Is there kind of map roulette you play on Control, Johnny? Just which stage you end up going to and which stages are last if you manage to make it to 3? Clear is permanently half HP as well. It's very hard to brawl against this comp.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It's such a big target, but at the same time, you gotta pressure the point because you can't give up the cap to infect it.
They've just rotated all the way through Hookah. Like, Tree is behind them currently. Zera dead, sure, but Tree can be the difference making for his team, but it's X10 that actually comes up with kills. Tree just way too late. A Suzu and then 3 people looking at Tree. Yeah, you're dead.
What do you do though? X10 just like found a 3k, a 4k out of nowhere. Just a great individual play from X10 to set up Sakura here. That's exactly what you need. Especially if, you know, Team Liquid, they're gonna find themselves in these tight corridors with the BAP and the brig. Unlike University, right? Like this Freya has some more verticality and some more room to operate with.
Losing a lot of utility in the front line as well. Yeah, nice land. Really early from X10. In fact, and yeah, there is the Vortex, and the Nemesis form is going to chase up X10, and there's a stick on RuPaul. It's good for 1, and that wall is actually going to block Vega's escape route. What a perfect wall from Clear. Sakura going to be able to survive on this point, but unfortunately, Trine infected. They brought the guns, they brought the firepower for Team Liquid. That looked too good from Sakura. Clear's wall was really the difference maker that they needed, but Team Liquid, they're going to now rack up some percent.
Yeah, Sakura give themselves a chance in that fight after some individual plays from Peace and Clear, but it's X10 getting picked that early that really is a downfall for Sakura. You're up against a team like Liquid, you just can't get first picked like that. Have to play safer.
It's just like an awkward room for the Freya to play in. A little small one. Oh, there goes Clear, and yeah, that'll... Remember when Hazard initially got revealed and you saw the ult go through a wall and everybody was like, this is crazy. And now you look at it like, oh, okay, whatever. It's fine.
It's fine, we'll deal with it.
We can just run away. Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
Even if they hit
Initial reaction, very different to reality.
But I think I think Clear just responded to the amplification matrix from RuPaul, right? Just like, okay, you're gonna put this ultimate down, I'll respond with the downpour. And it's the right move by Clear, but just can't stand up to the damage in time. Oh,
Z goes down. Cinnabar again, unfortunately, she's a little late on that sound barrier. Ends up not connecting with Z. And this annihilation is just too much. Just does too much work. Infected kind of running rings around Sakura right now on the Ram. This is final fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Jaw, so far, this has been Liquid just playing the poke game, right? Like these last 3 fights, don't you feel like Sakura or Liquid are just finding picks? Tree again, finding a pick on the Z here, and this is going to be them pushing the spawn doors of Sakura, closing out the map.
One person touches, it's going to be Peace. They're going to be able to get there. Oh, maybe not. Tell a lie. My bad. Cinnabar, she gets touch, but another one slain. And that is an ultimate cancel as well as Zera takes down X10 mid-cast of the Bolus. And there it is, Team Liquid with a 2-1 on Oasis.
There's a reason I brought up why Liquid have looked better on that BAP composition. That's that's them playing their A game right there. And that is the Liquid you have to be scared of come the regional playoffs. Because when they play like that, they can beat anyone. I know they're facing off against Sakura right now, but I think that this is a Liquid team, Jack, that have really found their groove the last couple of weeks. Starting off early, of course, playing a lot of Wrecking Ball, playing Vega a lot on that Lucio. I think this is a Liquid team that after their losses to GK and Nightmare have really shifted the way they play the game. The meta has developed, of course, and now they find themselves in a pretty good position, actually, where they're playing Comfort.
Yeah, Comfort heroes and Comfort maps too. A lot of this map pool does allow you to play poke. Even though you look at like the escort maps, it's quite divey. Poke's still viable on a lot of those maps. So we'll see where Sakura want to bring us.
Yeah, I mean, some of these maps as well, Jack. Like, yes, you could, or in the past, you could have argued for something like a Winston, right? You could play more dive, stuff like that. But because Freya especially is, so good against Winston, and these hero bans are so effective at shutting down a Winston, get rid of the Ana or something like that. There are so many ways to deal with Winston. Hazard has been a great hero as well for dealing with Winston, D.Va. And so, because you aren't allowed to play these dive compositions, I mean, the BAP is just free farming in the backline. And nothing's really changed, right? So you're still able to play these broad compositions with the BAP. And teams like Liquid, they're benefiting because of it. They found this playstyle that really works for them. When in the past, maybe they struggled a little bit with the dive.
Can't go to like a Circuit Royale with fear of the BAP, the Lifeweaver. Like Sakura, I feel, even with how vast the map pool is, it feels like they're a little bit constricted in a way. They're under a lot of pressure to choose the right map for their style of play, because Liquid can play a lot of poke. You can't go to Junkertown. You can't go to Circuit Royale. Like, even a map like King's Row is going to be a struggle. Like, there's a lot of ways you can take this if you're Sakura. And let's have a look at that map pool. Midtown, you can play poke. Like, Hollywood, you can play poke, even though it's very good for dive. Like, yeah.
You go to spend King's Row.
Tough ask.
Let's see if they go there. I mean, yes, all of these are quite difficult, but if you really just do feel comfortable on King's Row, you might as well just go there, right? Just well feel like you're playing your best game, right? Why overcomplicate things? They have picked Circuit Royale a couple of times here in Stage 2 as well, Jaws. So, if you want to do something similar to Nightmare, where you force the Liquid onto Circuit Royale and then you get the first ban to maybe set yourself up for success, you can do that. And they're actually going to Circuit Royale here as well. So, yeah, they got a bit of a plan.
Yeah, clearly a game plan in mind. I said it a second ago. Like, I don't think you can go there, but okay. What do you ban then if you're Sakura? Like, do you ban the BAP away from RuPaul? Is that the target?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe, but at the same time, like, this has been a Liquid team that I think have played quite a few different things. I think the BAP has, been very useful for RuPaul in the first couple of points, but this is a team as well that, they've even busted out the Winston Ana, Team Liquid has, on Circuit Royale. So they're quite happy playing a lot of different styles. Vega has played the Ilari on Circuit Royale. So Liquid, I think, are another one of those teams that are really showing off their flexibility here on Circuit Royale. And so how much value are you realistically going to get from a single ban? It might just be something like a BAP that sets back Liquid the most.
Yeah, but then, like you just said, like, even then, it's like, oh, it's whatever. Like, play Ilari or play Juno Ilari or something like that, right? You can still play a poke star with those comps. Like, sure, the BAP's not dealing enough damage, but the Ilari's there. Like, that's more than okay. You set and forget the pylon and then just start shooting people. If you're Team Liquid, on the other hand, if you really think that Hazard is a problem, I mean, they banned Moira in map 1. Are they protecting the supports? Maybe. It seems like they want to play, obviously, this BAP rig kind of thing, but yeah. Moira ban feels a little bit out of left field. Still waiting on the teams to come up with their bans, so we're just stuck on the screen for a little bit longer. But Team Liquid right now, they do look strong, and they do look like they can play their comfort to the level we expect. Do you think, looking forward to like playoffs, Johnny, obviously this has implications on the seeding. Both teams have secured their spot in playoffs. Seeding still matters for both teams. how do you see like a Team Liquid, for example, being treated in the playoffs? They're not going to be first round pick. Like that's for certain. Okay, now we're getting there.
I mean, to answer your question, I feel like if I'm now GK, I'd much rather play someone like Space Station or Sakura over Liquid, right? Like I don't.
Right.
Like you might even think that you're favored against Liquid. Like maybe you think, oh, we have a better Batiste kind of composition, right? And maybe we're just a better team. But I still don't like want to square up against this Team Liquid. I'd probably rather play Space Station Gaming instead.
A Alari ban from Sakura. Okay, so you brought it up, Johnny, and Sakura are just going to ban it away. No more Alari on circuit. And then a Gen.G for Team Liquid.
All right. Hey. Is it worth banning Alari, though? Like, for real?
I don't know. You're just going to play Bat Brig. Like, you're chill. Like, that's fine, right? But, like, what can you ban? Like, do you know what I mean? It's
I feel like the BAP is a way more valuable ban than the Alari.
More valuable? Yeah.
Like, if I'm playing as Liquid and Vegas on the Ilari, I kind of take that, no flame, but I feel like RuPaul on the BAP is like a game changer. I'm like, all right, how do we game plan to deal with RuPaul on the BAP? Like, that is a big deal for us. Like, that is a very tough question to answer. And Ilari...
And then Clear can pivot to D.Va to deal with the Ilari, like, yeah.
So, I mean, they obviously don't want to play against Vegas Ilari. Maybe they feel confident against RuPaul's BAP. We'll have to see.
All right, let's get in the map then. Map 2, Team Liquid and Sakura going to Circuit Royale. Alari and the Gen.G ban. And hey, if you don't want to play against Poke, Alari's a decent ban. We'll see if this Gen.G means a whole bunch to Sakura. Because you best believe X10 is going to be playing Freya. Clear. Very good on the D.Va. Historically known as a D.Va player. Hazard in the wheelhouse too. But I think the flexibility from Team Liquid has always been something that has been one of the biggest strengths of the team. I think Infected, very good, like a master of all, it feels like, on tanks. The backline too, extremely flexible. I mean, you want to talk about flex too, like Tree Flex God. Insane amount of poke too with this comp. My God, playing Soj and the Freya.
They want to land the picks. That's what they want to do. And as well, RuPaul, like, just raining down bio grenades. Yeah, you're not going to get the picks with the bio grenades, but you're going to give yourself a damn good win condition if you hit a purple. Okay. This Sakura comp. The Ram, Lucio, Bab, May. This is some classic brawl right here on the offense.
3 people from Team Liquid swing behind shield, and X10's like, nah. Not today. All right, it does force the hand of Team Liquid at least, Johnny, with the May. Can't hold too far up.
Maybe they feel like if we're gonna play this kind of like close range comp, we don't want the Ilari just very far away peppering on us, right? Wanna play a bit more close together instead, so... If this is their vision, their game plan going into it, let's see if they can make it work.
And that's the exact kind of walls that you want, but Vega's ability, RuPaul's ability to kind of heal Infected, especially up against a wall like that, you can arc the nade, right? You just like lob it onto the wall so it splashes and hits Infected down below. Like, it's a very easy spot for RuPaul to play. You can see him right now in top right of your screen, just playing on that high ground. It's such a tough spot to be in if you're Sakura. Nade, sleep, Lamp comes in late from Z.
Yeah, this is so difficult for Sakura here now. Like, you need you need to play so fast, but not even like an amp it up is enough speed to really, you know, make a big difference here. Like, your game plan can't be we're gonna wall off the Ram and kill Infected. That's just not going to be enough. So
Ram is also such a good character. Even when he's walled, it's just like you hit Nemesis form and then you hold right click and you don't die.
This is what I mean.
There's no sleep or nade to kind of interrupt that right click to nade him to stop him from receiving a little healing. Like, it's hard, man. Really, really hard.
So difficult.
And RuPaul is so free. Like, this is the honor player dream. You sit on the high ground. Oh, there is the bolus through the window. Oh my God. Like a bolus and nade like that. Okay, illegal combos. Right, let's talk about this. Okay. Illegal combos in Overwatch.
Right.
Sigma ult, the Flux, and then the Bastion ult.
Okay.
That's an illegal combo.
Yep.
Another illegal combo. Bolus and then nade.
Can I throw one in there?
Go on.
EMP and a grab.
EMP and a grab is also, an illegal combo, yeah.
That's illegal.
Yeah. Illegal.
Oh,
What is this?
whoa.
What am I seeing?
No way.
Oh no, the blizzard. Oh, Johnny. Infected is dead. Same with RuPaul, who was very far up. I don't think they bit off more than they can chew, Johnny. They got a tomahawk steak and they're eating it in one bite.
Oh, that's a disgusting play by RuPaul, setting up the rest of his team. Because they know, of course, that if it doesn't work out, they can just fall back and fight with the orbital ray near the capture point. But instead it works out anyway. Clear goes down and Tree just pushes forward with the Freya. 50 seconds to go here. And Sakura, they haven't found anything go in their favor here on Circuit Rail so far.
Okay. It's all good. Although they've got the Ray. Bolus misses. Cinnabar dead. Ray doing a lot for Infected, who's solo using that in the front line. I can't lie to you, Johnny. Never lied to you in my life, actually.
Really?
25 seconds to go. It's looking real rough. Yeah, never lied to you once. And now 17 years of knowing each other. Well, there's the Annihilation. Clear, very low. Ends up using that as a survivability tool. 10 seconds of Sakura. They're going to get touch.
Drop the
They're
bait.
going against Overclock, Nano. They got this beat has to be massive from Cinnabar, like monumental, generational, perhaps.
3, 2, 1.
Can't use it early either. Beat hits the point. There's Peace. Well, they're on the venture now, but a nano boost onto Sarah as the Overclock just clears. Z doesn't end up popping down the window, but Team Liquid are still holding on.
That was a rough attack, Jaws. That was not nice. That was RuPaul having a field day on the honor. Can't wait to see the stats on this one. My God.
Well, RuPaul has died
geez.
one time on the Ana, and Tree is 20-0.
Ew. 20-0 in one half. Ew. That's pretty disgusting. Wow. Yeah. Sakura. Game plan did not work out. There's no other way to say it. Wow, look at that. 20-0. That is disgusting.
20-0. Looks clean.
Yeah.
If he had no assists, that would look so good. 20-0.
Mr. 2000.
Look clean. Mr. 2000.
Now he's Mr. 2030.
Z almost hitting the pie. 3 point. There's no 1, sadly. 3, 2, and 4. Oh, wait, Clear hit the pie. 3.14.
Dude, what are you cooking, man? What are you?
That's pie. 3.1456.
Yeah, I know, but it's 3.14. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And Clear was 3, 1, and 4.
No one says this, dude.
3.14.
Not ever have I been in ranked in Overwatch and someone's been like, oh, you're 3, 1, and 4. You're pie.
Bro hit the pie.
No, there's no way. Like, I know James Bond very clearly. I know when someone's 007. But no one says, like, oh, you're 3, 1, and 4.
This guy does not know maths. His ass failed maths class.
Wait, what do you mean?
I took advanced maths as a programming thing in university with a rocket scientist.
Oh, that's cool,
It was
man.
pretty... I have never had my brain melted more in my life.
That's awesome, dude.
It's pretty sick, actually. You know what's pretty sick? Tree on the Widow, but unfortunately, is gonna change. In fact, it's on the Orisa now as well, Johnny. Sakura running out with the same thing, really sticking with the mate, thinking that it is their ticket to winning this map. They're gonna play very aggressive with it as well, up on this corner.
Double down. Maybe it's better on the defense. But to see, at least you got a couple of fights here playing this far forward, right? So let's see if we can find the walls. A couple of dinks here. A pick would do Sakura so good right now.
Yeah, pick would, yeah. Yep, that is true. A pick would do any team good right now. And Clear just getting bullied in the corner. Infected is just running after this front line of Sakura. Well, they dealt with Z, and unfortunately for Cinnabar, Although I said, okay, tell a lie. Infected goes down, but Cinema, she is still kind of solo in the back line. And there it is. Okay, there's the kill. Team Liquid moving this payload on, and with 3 minutes basically in the time bank, this golden box of victory not too far away. There will be a touch, you'd imagine, but it's going to be a rushed one.
I can't wait to see this yeet from Peace. I can't wait to see this.
The blizzard from downtown.
From the downtown.
Well, there's the touch. Like I said, it's going to be a rushed one, and already Clear is dead. Oh, wait, did Tree just hit like 17 people with that bolus in the back line?
Oh,
there it is, Team Liquid.
Okay. Are my eyes deceiving me? I think I'm going loco. I don't know what I'm seeing anymore.
Not sure, but it's a 2-0 for Team Liquid. Caught. 2-0 for Team Liquid. Pretty easy affair, honestly, going to Circuit Royale. Man, Sakura, it feels like they've not got the same bite as they had in that SSG game.
Okay, but this happens. This happens once in a while. You go into a map and you got a plan, crack your knuckles, and you're like, right, we're gonna play Lucio Bap with a Mei. This is what we practiced. We have a plan. This is gonna work out for us. And then it just fails catastrophically. It looks disgusting. You look like you're not even scrimming, okay? But this happens in Overwatch sometimes. Sometimes you come in with a great plan and it really doesn't work out in your favor. And so, yes, Sakura looked really bad in this map, but that shouldn't be reflective of what they're capable of throughout the rest of the series. So, I mean, they took a round. They took a round on Control. They beat SSG on Ilios last week. We know that Clear is a fantastic Hazard and Diva player. It was just not meant to be on Circuit Royale, and maybe they felt like they had to get this pick done early. Make it happen their way with Vega not being able to play the Alari.
Yeah.
But I don't like when teams go into maps like this and they're obviously trying to make something work and it fails catastrophically, because, you know, it happens sometimes.
Firm sights set on playoffs, you'd imagine then, for Sakura. Brush this off.
Right, yeah, they're qualified.
Knowing that Team Liquid does have, honestly, incredible talent on the team. Of course, Overwatch League winners on the team too in RuPaul. Legendary backline in Florida Mayhem, winning the final year of the Overwatch League back in 2023.
Kings for all time.
Kings of all time. But Sakura qualifying is definitely a good sign for the squad, and I think Team Liquid kind of taking this one in their stride. Obviously, RuPaul playing a little bit funny with it, you know, hiding up on the Ana. You're like not really expecting the Ana to be up that close, you know, especially in a game like this, but I think RuPaul has got it in him. Of course, with Sakura, their position right now, Johnny, how do you feel going to like a Runasapi, like maybe a map that they can go a little bit quicker on, even a Flashpoint, like?
Keep it simple. That's all I'm asking for Sakura. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Go to King's Row. It's the default of all maps, or go to like Runasapi, the most straightforward of push maps. Can't beat Liquid when they're you know, playing these wonky kind of compositions. So you just gotta regroup, keep it simple. You know, go get a sparkling water, maybe an espresso, something like that. You just need to recharge going to map 3, Jaws.
Of course you take sparkling water, Johnny. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. So Johnny's pretentious drink tastes will be answered after this break. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a sec. Beautiful stuff on Circuit Royale for Team Liquid. Looked clinical. Johnny, you wanted it simple. You wanted it straightforward. We're going to King's Row. Scrims Row. Brig ban for Sakura. Diva ban for Team Liquid.
Let's go. King's Row.
Let's go.
That's my Overwatch map.
What is this? Let's go. The smallest let's go of all time.
I mean, isn't it? It's kind of amazing how good of a map King's Row is.
It's kind of the GOAT map.
Yeah, it's the goated map. It just became the default Overwatch map, and we're still playing King's Row in 2025. We're just like, yeah, it's an incredible map. No issues. I love it.
Yeah, the map designer kind of went crazy with this one, or map designers, I should say. Definitely multiple. They kind of cooked with King's Row.
They kind of cooked with King's Row. Is King's Row a real place?
I don't live in the UK anymore, but I didn't live in London. Maybe, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a road called King's Row, to be honest.
Probably.
I'll look it up in a minute, Johnny. Just for you in the break while I eat my sandwich.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you to everyone out there providing information.
Team Liquid. I really like this backline, actually. Rather cheeky with the Kiriko Ana. It's a lot of healing, and the ability to flank with Zera cannot be understated. Vega and Zera being able to hold an off angle against Sakura, whose comp wants to bully Infected off a fight.
Yeah, I gotta play fast. Nice. Kiri. Peace fights an opening with a deflect on the Zero. Okay.
Yeah, Zera popping off in comms about that one. Definitely wasn't him.
Who did it?
Who did it? Who shot
the deflect? Huh?
That is a classic of all time. Who shot the deflect? Oh, Infected said. Good nade, though. Peace in clear. A little bit of trouble. Although Peace is dead, although clear is still good. Still killing the backline.
Wow.
Nice stuff, honestly. From Sakura. Close to. He's trolling Cinnabar now. Big Clay just throws the wall at Cinnabar. Probably trying to catch Zera there, but it looked kind of funny. All right, 5 minutes in the time bank from Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, Clear doing a lot of work on this hazard. Liquid, of course, respect banning, Clear's Diva. And that forces Clear over onto this hazard, which has been Clear's second favorite hero so far in Stage 2, and obviously making it work. Liquid trying to play this pretty greedy backline of the Ana and the Kira with no Diva on the battlefield, but Sakura does a good job reaching the backline and punishing Liquid for that greed just then on the first point.
Yeah, this is a hard comp to play into as well, if you're the hazard.
Right.
It's hard to lock down the Kiriko, and the Ana can stop you in your tracks with the sleep and with a nade. Infected in an odd position too. You can see the payload slowly moving away from him. Suzu did come out, so Infected is definitely going to call that one. But Z is close to this rush. This checkpoint is looking rather tasty for Sakura. They have ults early, of course, as Team Liquid went down so quickly on the first point. So this momentum that they built up for themselves is going to be working in their favor as Team Liquid disengage.
Yeah, Liquid kind of have to find an opening pair. Zero is working the off angle, Infected. Going to use the Winston mobility to his advantage, and he finds a nice pick on the set. Sound barrier a bit too late from Cinnabar.
Yeah, Z goes down again. Cinnabar with a fraction of a second too late on the ults. X10 cleaning up though again. Consistent factor for the team. And RuPaul's eyes. Okay, Sakura, this is what I want to see.
I really think it has to be emphasized, Joss, how difficult of a composition this is from Team Liquid, right? Like the Winston is going to get poked away, but at the same time you have to dive and find something here. Winston goes in. Oh, I think the guy dies early.
Where he goes?
It's so hard to play this.
Downpour doesn't connect with anybody. A beautiful time. Suzu there from Vega, coating himself with the invincibility. So it didn't even connect. And Sakura with a 5-minute time back going into the third point. Infected was like 2% from Primal, by the way, Johnny. And that was their ticket to stay on that point.
Been there. I've been there, buddy. I know what it feels like. At least they got to pick up the X10 here. So now Liquid can stabilize, and maybe the Winston can come online here on the third point using some of the verticality. But so far, this hasn't really, you know, Sakura, credit to them. They looked good on the attack, but this has kind of been like Liquid tripping all over themselves with this Winston composition, and Sakura punishing Liquid for their mistakes.
I've been there, he says, referencing 2016. In Primal Rage, Nano Boost as well for RuPaul. Sorry, Johnny. My bad. Blade for Peace 2. However, this nano boost onto Tree is going to be mighty scary to deal with. Gen.G ends up dashing back in towards Infected, but Infected just controlling that high ground. My word, that was a frustrating fight for Sakura to lose, especially after using that rush.
Yeah, still though, Liquid. I mean, use the Nano here, the Primal Rage. You're able to make stuff happen here. I think it's going to be a real test here for Sakura now to break this composition on third. I feel like this is where Liquid becomes really dangerous with this composition. Peace with this Dragon Blade. I mean, you got a Dragon Blade against an Ana, against a Kiri. This is where you should be able to hopefully get some kind of value, right? You need to unlock the point for your rest of your team.
She's fully expecting Peace to die there, but survives long enough, pops the blade. Oh no, the dash hit the barrel. Oh, no. That is rather unfortunate circumstances Peace has found themselves in, although X10 at least gets one. Their ability to stay in the fight, though, cut pretty short with their Clear dying so early.
Okay.
Good kill onto X10 too.
Great kill by Sarah.
Sarah's Tracer will always be just a marvel to look at.
Yeah. Yeah, do you feel that sometimes that some players are just like, you watch their POV and it's just like magic? I feel like Zero is one of those Tracer players.
Lip on any hero.
Yeah. Zero definitely has that aura, the Tracer aura, after they beat Crazy Raccoon.
Sparkle on Doomfist from Overwatch 1.
Okay.
Peace is dead.
Let's focus
Sound barrier from Cinnabar getting 4. That's a very sad sound barrier, sadly, though, Johnny. Ooh. Peace going down so early like that on a flank. It's like you said, it's a very tough comp to play into if you're Sakura. And they're feeling the brunt of that. When Peace wants to try and take a small off angle, try and take that mega health pack room, Infected is permanently on their case.
Yeah, they're really using the mobility in their favor, right? You got the Winston leaping around, taking the high ground. Zero as well doing work on this Tracer. And Sakura, they're just being beaten from all angles, and at the same time they have to worry about barrier grenades. Rush here comes in, but like, it's a quick disengage.
Oh, Nano Jags. Uh-oh. Well, it hit 1 for 2 there, RuPaul. You nanoed yourself. There's 3 players in the backline, though, but it looks like RuPaul is dealing with himself. Z comes in with the Suzu, and all those resources just to deal with RuPaul. Z dies with 4 HP remaining, and yeah, despite the Nano Jacks there onto Tree, they still come out on top.
But that is what I mean, though. Like, Sakura playing this kind of composition, that is realistically like as good of an engage as you're probably gonna get, right? You get the Kitsune rush out, you go aggressive, try to look for picks, but Liquid, they're just playing with their food. They're playing all kinds of angles, they're playing the verticality, and they get the drop on Sakura whenever they're in trouble.
Wait. Oh, Infected got caught by like a pixel of that ult. He's got Primal, so it doesn't really matter. You see him jump to the back line now and use it. Clears, struggling in the front line. It's just pain. Just pure pain, Johnny.
Yeah, this is looking real tough for Sakura. Clear swaps over to the Mauga. You know, honestly, I'm here for it. You're up against an Ana. That is going to be a challenge for you, Clear. But Infected is going to be in a world of hurt.
Clear is taking infinite damage.
Here we go.
Still got Cardiac Overdrive, though, so...
They got double support ult. Blade?
Yeah. Blade pop by Peace. He's found one target! No, Sarah's gonna slip away. Oh, Peace's blades. They've been so tough. Just the kiting from Team Liquid. It's just been good.
Here we go. Rushes on either side here, Jaws.
They got touch. Yeah, there's both rushes. This bubble doing a lot of work actually for Infected. They're splitting up the healing. Peace dead. Anti-nade on Clear. Hate to break it to you, Johnny. That 5-minute time bank, it's empty. This is where the golden box of victory will lie for Team Liquid. As a last-ditch attempt to switch up the comp, go to Mauga, has not brought the fruit. And now Team Liquid can come out the doors with what they want. We'll see what Sakura want to play, but it looks so good. That momentum that they carried themselves with through that second point. You rarely see teams get 5 minutes, right? Streets phase is normally a giant roadblock.
Yeah, I think credit to Team Liquid there, actually, for just holding down the fort. Take a look at the stats real quick. 0, 21 and 2. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Sorry, if it wasn't obvious, he's on my fantasy team. Yeah, sorry. Maybe it was a bit too obvious. My bad. But you know, Liquid, like, they look so poised playing that Winston kind of composition, right? Like, they're never really stressed out. They don't commit too many individual mistakes because they know how to work around Sakura, Lucio, Kira kind of composition. It's like, okay, they got a hazard, so they got some mobility, but obviously some limitations there as well. And we got RuPaul playing far away, and we're just going to get the drop on you whenever and disengage from your Kitsune rushes. So Liquid, you know, just playing the really well fundamentals with their Winston composition. Played it to an absolute T, so credit to Liquid there for like holding down for 5 minutes. I think that really shows off like how good they are in these Winston compositions if they have to bring it out.
Yeah, Sakura just didn't find the answer at all. It's a really rough time. Vegas Eternal's getting coming through for a piece like that. Overwatch 2 style too. Big fan of the default Overwatch 2 Widow recolors. Let's have a look. RuPaul with the Ana. It's been tough, like you said. An extremely hard comp to play against. And now because they're on offense, the space granted basically for free cannot be understated. Although that is the only problem. If Infected goes a little bit too deep out of the LOS of RuPaul, they don't gain that space first to set RuPaul up on the high ground. It can be tough for Liquid to stay alive long enough because the burst damage too from Sakura is quite immense.
This is Liquid working the point here. 0, recall forced. Infected is back into the fight here and is taking the high ground, so now he can drop on the enemy backline with a leap in hand. Oh, Cinnabar goes down.
There's Cinnabar. One dead Lucio.
Oh boy. All right, Jaws. This looks like Liquid is gonna clean up the point here. So can I quiz you real quick?
Yeah.
Infected, when he jumped in and died like that, is it Infected's fault for extending, or should the rest of the team been there to clear up the picks?
How is this a quiz? What do you mean quiz?
I mean, trivia. It's not trivia. It's
I guess
it's not a survey.
Yeah.
It's more quiz-like, is it not?
Quiz, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that's a little bit of both. Like, maybe RuPaul should have like wrapped sooner onto statue, and then Infected should have probably dove in a little bit later. But Infected saw an opening. Peace was like 1 HP on the Gen.G.
Okay, that answer was way too serious.
Yeah, what do you want me to say? Yeah, it's Infected's fault. He sucks. Like, is that what you want me to say? Like, oh, that's really what I was saying. None of those statements were true. Infected, he's got the Primal Rage, he's got the Nano Boost, splits up the entire team there. And Clear, once again, draws the ire of the front line of Team Liquid. X10 trades, but yeah, his fights aren't too pretty.
Getting so much value right now from this Ana against Clear playing the Hazard, and Clear really has no choice because of that great ban from Liquid. Removing the Diva from the field forces Clear over to this Hazard, and Team Liquid are just farming right now. Great game planning going into this one. Sakura's got a Kitsune Rush though. This is where they could make a decent stand with their composition. But at first you gotta find a target, right? Infected Primal Raging, so survivable. Oh my goodness.
You see that trade there at backlines, like Clear jumps in, Infected just gets so much more done, but Peace! That's a lot of damage, one slash, hit both supports at the same time. But Infected is still alive. Kills Cinnabar, X10 dies to Tree, and now it's just Peace alone on the point, and they go down. Same kind of time bank for Liquid. 5 minute, a gargantuan one. But they have the position, they have the control in this series.
And Peace finally swaps over to the Tracer here. May be able to compete with Zero a little bit, put more pressure onto Infected. The Gen.G really didn't work out for Peace so far this map. Tried to make his impact felt here. The back's against the wall on the third point.
Cinnabar's got Sound Barrier. She's been rather unsuccessful getting 5 people in it thus far. For this position where she's playing right now, it could be good. There you go, Sakura. They end up responding to that rush with that Sound Barrier, and now Infected pretty low in that front line, but RuPaul and Vega being able to keep Infected alive, the healing after Infected gets hit with a Bionade is ridiculous. They've got a Nano Boost to continue this fight too. Johnny, this might just be the end. Zeri gets dunked on there a little bit, but RuPaul cleans up.
Wow.
Doesn't even need to use the nano boost.
Clean as you like, Jaws. Disengage from Sakura's engage. And then you re-engage. RuPaul getting so much value from his abilities. This should be them clearing things up. Infected low, but RuPaul's got this nano in hand. Not even gonna use it. Here we go.
Just give man's nano boost. Oh, got hit with the bolus, but X10 was in the sky. Little right-click Randy there from Infected, sniping out the Freya. And that'll be it. Team Liquid got a 3-0 Sakura. And that will be that for Sakura's Stage 2 regular season record as Team Liquid come up with a win. A 3 and 4 placing. And Team Liquid, they look as strong as ever.
They look real good going into the regional playoffs, but still they got one more match to go to tomorrow. If anything, I'm just really grateful that Team Liquid busted out the Winston. I mean, how often do we get to see the Winston? A couple of maps a week? I'm real pleased with that one. Thank you, Infected. Thank you, RuPaul. Great game.
He's doing it for the people, and that's why Infected is on my fantasy draft. This is a man of the people.
Smart from you.
I know. I do think I kind of busted my draft otherwise, but that's okay. That's all right. Infected. We're all good. Exactly. I'm already doomsaying it. But not if I'm looking at them performing like this. However, I do want to give a big shout out, of course, on the other side to Sakura. This was the last match, as you already mentioned, that we get to see from them this stage, but they kept themselves out of promotion and relegation, and there were plenty of moments where they showed us some real highlight-worthy play across the board. We talked a lot about clear and peace. I think in today's series, Gen.G really picked it up there and had a really good performance, even in their losses.
Yeah, she's always kind of a standout on the team, but Team Liquid are just different. And I think this was, it felt like in a power imbalance, but you expect that, right? You expect Team Liquid to come in and just treat this like any other game. A little 3-0, they move on. They've got a match, like you said, Zoe, tomorrow against Dilduck. So you're expecting, again, that to be another win. Sakura end 3 and 4, keep them out of relegation. Team Liquid probably going to end up with only 2 losses, 5 and 2 going into playoffs. So their seeding games, they're looking good. 3rd place finish here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's kind of where we hoped to see that team. Obviously, a storied franchise, but also lots of like high caliber players. So we did expect them to end up on the upper echelon of the bracket. I feel like even though the beginning of this entire region might not have started out as we expected, with certain teams falling far behind and everyone pushing the panic buttons, us mostly. I think it's starting to really shape up to what we expected to see from NA.
100%. I think with the rankings, like you said, this is expected. Team Liquid in 3rd. And then Space Station coming in 4th. Maybe people were like, Space Station's better. Maybe they'll end 3rd place. But GK, Nightmare, Liquid, Space Station, it's been looking like the power rankings for the last couple of weeks at the very least. It's good to see Sakura keeping their heads above water, and at the end of the day, you're not going to push into that upper 3. So knowing that you have that placement in playoffs is nice for them, and they can now just focus on that and get their heads in the game and hopefully pull out some wins. The team does have a lot of potential, but Team Liquid is just not the opponent to punch up to. I think this team is just too solid, like foundationally, and with the amount of experience they've had, even on the biggest stages, it is a little bit of an uphill battle, maybe a lot of it.
Yeah, they got the foundation down. Also, of course, individuals that can shoot. Tree being one of them, and that's why Tree got themselves the player of the match honor. Tree has just been a standout ever since he burst into the tier 1 scene, really.
Yeah, I mean, a big prodigy in North America. And I feel like, Tree has definitely made his impact felt after week 1. We're talking about how Tree is the best Freya in the region. Then obviously Chronic came around, made his presence known from Nightmare. But still, Tree, I mean, has a tremendous amount of impact in this hit scan role. And again, it's one of those players that really can flex around if you need him to. Not only known for the hit scan, but also some of the other flex heroes if needed be. So she's a very reliable, consistent player for this squad. And in this series especially, I felt like they really lean on Tree to have a great performance.
Yeah, there you see the final standings for Sakura coming in 4th, Team Liquid therefore securing themselves that 3rd seed. And really, there's just one more match that allows teams to move around here, and that is the one coming up, Extinction and Supernova. They will be fighting to stay out of relegation. Let's see what both of these teams have in store for us. First, however, we will be heading into a quick break, and when we come back, we have one more snake draft to do, and also we have a very special guest joining us to set up the next match. You don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side of this. Welcome back, friends. Day 1 of week 6 of the Stage 2 regular season is almost at an end, but not before we have one more match, one more snake draft, and a special guest joining us as well. So let's get into the snake draft first. We're only 2 rounds in. I've already doomed my team in my head, so like that's where I'm at, just ever so positive. Johnny, though, I think you're feeling pretty confident about yours thus far. You give me that smug.
Oh, I am. This is peak. I love stuff like this. I have all the draft strategists behind this wall right
behind
here.
The wall there.
Okay. The war room.
The whiteboard.
We're 20 people deep. We got like the analytics crew. Some dude is working on like AI. It hasn't worked out for us, but he thinks he's doing stuff. He thinks it's being useful. So we just got an entire team here. Now, I'm gonna keep it real simple though. Both of you have picked players from GK already. So I don't need to pick someone from GK until my last pick. So I'm using my brain. I'm getting ahead of myself instead.
Unlike us.
Nightmare, one of those teams. We haven't picked the players from Nightmare yet, I believe. So I'm gonna go with Lukemino in this one. Near support player, getting out early. I'm going with Lukemino.
Okay. All right.
Good for you, Johnny. Good for you.
Good for you.
Unfortunately, I've got a better pick. But I think
I have an even better pick. I went with Rocket here. You need the tracer in your team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like if you don't have a strong tracer, you're donezo. So Rocket's gonna be my pick for this one. That's just solid.
It's kind of easy, actually.
I love it.
An easy pick up for Zoe.
Yeah.
I want to round out my backline as the support player I am. I got a RuPaul. Dude, this backline is crazy. Ultraviolet RuPaul. Only dreams were made of this, bro. Like, you cannot kill this backline.
Who's playing Lucio for you? Who's playing Lucio for you?
It doesn't matter. Double flex, baby. Double flex. You don't need a Lucio player. Never need a Lucio player in this game, he says, after Lucio is meta in every single meta. However, don't worry. If you need to flex, that's fine. And you can speedring with Juno. Is all I'm saying.
We've seen a lot of different backlines, especially the last couple of weeks. And like just in the second map, I believe, of the previous match, we literally saw 10 different heroes on the server at the same time. Yeah. Like, so
dude,
things are viable, Johnny. Don't put him down. I don't know why I'm taking Jack's side so hard. Maybe because I was just...
Ana, Kiriko. It doesn't matter, apart from the Lucio. It doesn't matter.
The world's heroes.
Who's going to play Life for you?
Well, I got I got Admiral. I secured my Life Weaver.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of stuck with my backline. But now I don't know who's gonna play my Peps. So like, I feel like I put myself in a weird spot here. Anyway, these are our 3 drafts for today. More to come tomorrow as we're rounding out our teams by the end of Sunday, and then of course our viewers get to judge. But I want to get some preliminary opinions on that by a fellow waffler. So let's bring in our special guest for this one. We have August joining us for a quick chat ahead of the game. August, you're also a featured co-streamer today. So welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time before you are popping off on your stream. Can you quickly introduce yourself for the people who are not familiar with you?
I'm just a Twitch streamer. I play just ranked every day, just play support. Used to play in contenders back when I was around. I played for Team New Zealand World Cup. And I just play support at top 500. That's about it.
Legend. I think I bumped into you a few times. You've probably dunked on me. I can't lie. I did want to ask you how co-streaming has been. Obviously, a little less stressful than ranked, but yeah, how's it been for yourself?
Honestly, dude, that first game was really stressful. The second one, I hate to say it, not so much. But the first game on was, I dare say, more stressful than any ranked game I've been in weeks, because that was a lot. Really fun to watch, though.
All right, August. I too know you as a bit of a ranked warlord. I feel like even, when I used to play ranked quite a lot, we had like butt heads and stuff dating back many years ago. You're just still at it, just grinding in ranked. So I'm gonna keep my question broad and simple here. What was your favorite time, like grinding ranked? Do you have a favorite meta, a favorite time in ranked? Do you think back to just like that was peak Overwatch ranked right there? Can it be any year, any time?
That'd probably be around about Season 1 Overwatch League, because I just remember getting a lot of the pro players in games, and they were, like back then, a lot of them were so nice. I remember getting in games with some of the Korean Overwatch League players, and one particular game, I had one of them translating comms to me while the other 4 Korean players were just calming. I was playing Reinhardt. I never played the hero. They were like, no, it's fine, you're doing great. Anytime I hit a shadow, they would just scream and go, you're doing so good, and it was a great time.
I love that way you phrase that too. Just because like back then, pro players were still nice. They're not anymore.
No, come on, Zoe. Zoe, that's not what he said. Come on.
He said that's what I personally took away from it.
I think the vibe was a bit different.
That was peak though.
It was different. And nostalgia is also one heck of a substance. For the lack of another word to use. August, before we digging into this last match of the day, I also want to get your expert opinion on our draft so far. I don't know if you followed along.
Okay.
Do you feel like any of us has the upper hand here? And if so, why is it me?
I I mean, I can't help but notice that, honestly, my GOAT Lethal, I don't see them on there. Because, like, I thought they were playing amazing in that first game. But, honestly, I would go with you because Admiral was the other person I noticed who's doing really great, actually. So I kind of agree with Zoe on this.
Hell yeah.
All right.
I
Okay.
kind of set you up for that one, so yeah, but you know, I take the dub and we'll ask no further questions regarding our draft. Looking at our next match, though, that's right. I mean, hey, if you have a good live viewer, nothing can happen, right? People have not figured out how to play against it effectively, except from busting it out yourself, and so far it just couldn't, you know, match up to Admiral and co. Now, yeah. Exactly, they're pioneers. Looking at this upcoming match, do you have a favorite here? Is there a particular player you have your eyes on in Extinction versus Supernova, or a team that you're rooting for in general in OWCS?
I'm honestly not too familiar with these teams. I was more familiar with the previous games more than the current one, so I can't say yet, but I just hope it's a good game.
Okay, we're rooting for good games. Do you have a favorite player currently in OWCS?
No. Well, actually, Lethal. I'll just go for Lethal again.
That's a good shot. That's always a good shot.
So many other people.
Yeah, Lethal's good.
He is the GOAT, and so is August, and that's why he's our co-streamer of the day. So make sure everyone to follow on his Twitch account. What can people expect to see when they're tuning in to your Twitch stream?
Usually just queuing Overwatch ranked at really, really late nights, and then getting a 20-minute queue, and then playing another game in queue, generally.
Perfect. Goblin hours. We love that. We absolutely love that. And we will be rating your stream right after we are done for the day. August, thank you so much for taking the time, and have fun co-streaming today.
Thanks for having me.
Great to hear from August. Let's get into this last match of the day. They are fighting for to not get into relegation. This is an extremely important match for both of these teams. So let's see who's going to come out on top. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and thank you, August, as well, for joining us. Johnny, here it is. Supernova versus Extinction. Lifeline, their final one. Both squads they're looking a little scared, I'd imagine. 1-5 for Supernova currently. Ryan, Jutsu, Astro, Renko, and Grapes leading the team. At least to start us off with, maybe we see a little bit of false. And Extinction also with only a single map win, or a single series win, sorry, under their belt. They are 1-4. Wub Nation, Zomba, Hitori, Nenwai, and Scuffed to start us off.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, the last place you want to find yourself in is the promotion relegation tournament, where you face off against some of the best teams from Face It, Masters, of course. And if you're Supernova, I feel like maybe you had a bit of a slow start. Obviously, a couple of your members, they were unavailable. Ryan was in Korea, for example. Maybe you feel like you found a bit of a groove. Extinction, on the other hand, I mean, this team right here, they've also kind of struggled to find their style, right? We've seen Hitori play some of the Orisa, spend more dive at times, Hitori on the Wrecking Ball, Winston, stuff like that. We're going to kick things off, actually, on Oasis University, so we'll slow things down. But I think as this series progresses, Jack, we're going to see lots of variety when it comes to playstyles and compositions from both of these teams.
One thing is always a constant, though, and that's Sombra on the Tracer. Same with Ryan, to be fair. Extinction banning the Freya too, Johnny, and then Hazard ban for Supernova. Point has been unlocked. Zomba's done a good job of, like, basically pushing Ryan all the way back. I mean, this is kind of insane. This solo Tracer right now just chasing Supernova. I don't think you're surviving this one, unfortunately. Big trades, though, as Hitori and Astro end up just picking up a lot of frags on their own, but Astro's the only one left. And Extinction will cap in the end.
Oh my god, Somba's just on fire to start here. I mean, we covered that game between Extinction and Nightmare where they started to come back, and Somba obviously with a massive Tracer performance, which even in their last series last week earned themselves a target ban onto Somba's Tracer once more. So as this series develops, I totally expect at some point, maybe for Supernova to bust out that Tracer ban. Because if Somba finds the upper hand against Ryan, that is just a Tracer diff you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, you can't really overcome that. Although it would hurt the team as well, to be fair, with Ryan maining the Tracer. Renko ends up popping that lamb to save himself. Nice little Lango for himself, but unfortunately, Zomba hot on the tail. And again, man, this guy, he's a little freaky with it, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. Somebody racking up the frags. Just is going to find some exit frags here, but I doubt this will amount to anything.
NY did a 360 to find that pulse.
That was clean. That was clean.
Quiet.
Yeah, busting out the moves. Good to see it. All right, Supernova here. Still waiting for Jutsu to get back here, but they built up some ults. Should be able to secure some kind of value here and get on the board.
I knew for what. Wooden's been used. Those lamps too. Zomba shut down finally. Terror Surge from Astro, creating a whole lot of space, but this rally a little bit too strong. Although saying that, Juice is still coming up with kills. Now is the time to go aggressive though with that overhealth. A return rally for Grapes. This is just supportal combat in this small little mini room. I've never seen so much bloodbath, Johnny. I'm going to be real with you. Nice headshot from Jutsu as the cap comes through for Supernova. Oh, little double. Wait a minute. Okay.
That was a lot of headshots.
Okay, Jutsu.
That was kind of nasty.
Looking like lethal out here, no joke.
Lethal is just a bar now. All the casters are trying to be like Lethal.
100%. Lethal is definitely the bar, bro, of NA casty players.
This has been a long time coming for Lethal. Jutsu, I think, maybe looking for a Deadeye here.
Hunting, sir.
Oh. Well.
That was the saddest Tracer I ever did see.
That was, I don't know. I think maybe they
quick
blinked
reset
into the library or something. Yeah, that was tough.
All good. All good. Forgot the library card.
They got a win, though. They might do it again.
Yeah, they could, like, hard swing this, though. Uh-oh. Exposed the Orisa. What a window, by the way. You can see both sides. Not too bad. No, a little less so on the bit outside of the main, though. Maybe not. Renko does exactly the same thing. Both Peps basically trading. Oh, nice stick from Zomba. Renko uses the lamp. That shift coming in just in time, but still hounded down. Horrible position to be if you're the bat there, or any support for that matter, as Zomba just continues his tear. His mover's looking clean, and he still has the recall too. Here comes the rally from NY. Nice little stuns. Grapes will result in a kill. Jutsu dead. Extinction with 99%. Surely the end here as well. There we go. Grapes desperately wanting that rally online for that final fight, but it is Extinction taking round one.
And that really was Zomba just doing so much work on the Tracer. Off to a hot start at very first round. Rounded everybody up. Win the first fight. And Zomba cleaning up. This is a bit of a come up for Zomba. We obviously know that Zomba was a fantastic player already. But I feel like the last few weeks, the stuff we've seen from Zomba on the Tracer has just been unbelievable. 14-4 after the first round here. Some great performances that really helping Extinction out, and they're gonna need Zomba today if they're gonna avoid relegation, Joss.
Of course, Extinction, they still have another game after this. It's against Space Station. But you do expect Space Station to win that one. So, well. Look, Extinction, if they do end up winning, they will secure themselves a spot, because Supernova will be 1-6 at the end of this. But if Supernova win, then Extinction, they're in a tough spot with that match against Space Station being very, very difficult, considering Space Station's run over the last couple of weeks. Their stage only just started a couple of weeks ago, Johnny, so they were all good. That meme is probably dead by this point, but hey, I'm still bringing it.
It is taking its last breath.
that was it. That took its last breath. That meme is now dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's no more. All right, Supernova, they're in a bit of a tough position here. They're gonna rotate and just leave Astro onto the point.
Wub is just walking. Just walking to the back line. Unimpeded by the front line of Supernova.
That's tough.
That's tough.
If you're Astro, you're just like, oh, I'm gonna pressure point, guys. And then the entire backline just rotates away.
Bang.
Yeah, okay. That's... But I do want to take a minute to just talk about Supernova as well, because, like I said earlier, going into this one, obviously Ryan wasn't available for them at first. Astro was playing damage. Faults came in on the tank. Like, it was a little bit all over the place, but I had high expectations of this team going into Stage 2. I really thought that this team could put it together. But now they're here, 1-5 so far in a must-win match against Extinction. I'm really hoping I put up a great performance here today, because we know what these players are capable of.
Astro is getting hit from angles he didn't know existed. Like, just bonked by the spear, bonked by the whip shot. Good kill onto Zomba, though. That's the second for Jutsu. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, little Lampington. You just want to be able to survive. No one going down there is ideal for Supernova. A very late window for Scarfed, but that should be Supernova not having to expend anything in that fight and getting the cap. Good early picks from Renko.
Yeah, that's formerly San Francisco Shock Renko to you.
Facts.
Sometimes I miss the face cam so we can see Renko smiling.
Dude, the face cams were honestly peak. My favorite face cam is still Super Rich with tiny mug versus Gouchue with huge bottle bigger than his head. That was peak.
That was peak. That was peak. Deadeye from Jutsu here.
Run, Wub. Run.
Oh, Zomba.
I mean, Wub, they want Wub dead. Well, Astro ends up killing the lamp, but that's about it. Oh, I tell a lie. It's actually Scuff too. Ryan lands a post-bomb kill onto Nenwai, but still Wub comes out on top.
Wub Nation, very much alive still. Any celebrations recently? Any Discord meetups?
Discord. Well, for Wub Nation. We've just been lying low for a while. It's all good. Waiting for this series, honestly.
Waiting your time?
Yeah. Double support ultimate for Supernova versus Terra Surge from Hattori. She's probably going to want to go fairly aggressive. Forcing out an ult is going to be really good for the team. Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, and the rally bash as well from Nemwide. I mean, great. That rally, I think, needed to be about 3 minutes earlier, in all honesty. That's really tough for Supernova, losing that rally, and Renko not even been able to use that window in the fight. Ryan's going to get the retouch for Supernova. But a very proactive play from Hattori and Nemwai. It should just seal the deal. Ryan's not going to be able to stand up to the front line. Yeah, Astro do be balling.
You got a window. They get this pick. Low key.
Dead. Actually, low key, kind of winnable. Lamp comes through for Renko as well to stay alive. Astro going into the stratosphere there.
Don't see nine.
So. No. The ball.
Come on, dude. Why?
Was
You're wrecking ball.
The ball was schmoving on the high ground, Johnny. Going at like Mach 2. Swinging around. Slam.
I swear that would have been such a sick comeback as well. Oh my god.
Yeah, they did have Renko in a good spot. Like, they had a position where they had the window and then they could just shoot onto the point. Let's have a little peek. Let's have a little peek. Look at Astro's position and look at this ball. So
Grapes got javelin.
Grapes didn't end up going for the retouch there. Yeah, got pushed away from Hattori by that javelin, so...
I can't.
I don't know if that's...
That was one of the worst C9s that we've seen in a while. Come on.
Is that a C9 though?
Are you serious? Of course it's a C9. The Lucio got javelin that was like, I'm out. And the Astro on the ball was like, I'm wrecking ball. I'm not gonna touch point.
Okay, bro.
That was
chill, bro.
That was premier C9.
Holy.
I look, I know sometimes we get into conversations just like, what's that, a C9? You know, they only had 2 people left.
It was a pretty big C9.
That was, I mean, put it on a poster, buddy. That was egregious.
Put it on a poster? Dude, imagine this. Imagine this. We get a freeze frame of every single C9 and we have posters made, and so people can frame them. Their favorite C9 of all time. That would be an insane merch drop. There's a free idea for anybody out there. Just a screenshot of C9s.
I love that. There have been some great ones. Atlanta Rain against Houston Outlaws.
Dude,
anyway.
dude, that's the first thing I thought about was the Hawk face.
Hawk moment.
All right, Extinction, they do end up taking this map against Supernova. I mean, Zomba was, it continues to be a standout for the team. And I think relying on Zomba's Tracer is something that they can always do. And While I agree banning the Tracer away from the squad, it is going to be detrimental, however, to Supernova as well, because Ryan, that is their preferred hero. Like, it's going to feel bad, I think, regardless for Supernova. Their map choice next, they get to ban first as well. Small C9. Small C9 from the team as the ball ended up trying to get the touch at the very end. Same with the Lucio, but yeah, it's not more can be said about the last round.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for Supernova to find themselves in this kind of position now because they just lost to Brawl, but at the same time, we know that Supernova, they love to play Brawl too. And so it's not like you're like, you like, how do you find an advantage now in this series? That's why I'm kind of like teasing the Tracer ban, because it's but you're taking away Ryan's best hero, which I understand. It's like, you don't really want to go like, hey, Ryan, you're not going to be able to play your best hero. You're going to be forced to flex over to the Gen.G instead. But you need to find like an in to this Brawl mirror. You need to find some way where you can have an advantage in this Brawl mirror. Because if Extinction is going to win in the Orisa mirror, then like the series over. This series is over. So you need to find some way to like get an advantage in this kind of series. Maybe it's the Tracer ban, maybe you just don't want to touch that at all. Maybe you want to ban the Orisa for Ramatra instead. We know Astra has a great Ramatra to go with as well. Maybe you don't want to play the Bat Break. Maybe you want to play more Lucio Kiri. There are numerous ways Supernova could go about this, but going into this next map here, oh wow, it's going to be the Tracer ban. Oh my.
This early on too. Supernova the Tracer ban, Orisa for Extinction. Okay, yeah, called it.
Somba is that good.
Johnny. Yeah, of course. I don't think that begs a question, honestly. Zombra, very disgusting on Tracer. And now it's going to be Gen.G, like you said. I think Zombra and Ryan gonna swap over to that. But when it comes to tanks here with Extinction ban and Orisa, what does that tell you?
Well, that is interesting because I actually thought that maybe Hitori wants to play the Orisa, but because this now just means that we're going to see Astro most likely going to play the Ramatra here on Runa Sapi. Maybe Hitori sometimes has flexed over to the Hazard here instead, but regardless, I think it's going to be a pretty tough matchup. So we'll have to see what Extinction are cooking with that one, getting rid of the Orisa.
All right, let's load in. Extinction, they got a point under their belt already. Do or die for Supernova in this series. Extinction, one of the tougher opponents coming tomorrow in SSG, our last game of week 6 of regular season. We'll see if Supernova can kind of bounce back. Because like you said, Hitori, Hazard is going to be her go-to on this map. Same with Astra by the looks of things. How do you feel about this BAP though, Johnny? Renko sticking on BAP versus the Kiri from Scuffed.
Yeah, and typically we see the BAP Lucio used to go with the Cassidy, right? And so just flexing over to the Sojourn here, that is a bit of a change up. It's going to be a lot of poke here, combining Sojourn's primary fire damage with Renko here as well. Hitori's got to be careful on this Hazard, be very methodical about the usage with the block and as well with the Jagged Wall to set themselves up for success.
If both Hazards just kind of looking at each other and then walking past each other. Oh, there's the violent leap. Renko already burned both cooldowns, but it's good for a kill on Hitori, but they end up trading not favorably as NY is just in. Okay, NY kills 2. You take that, but now Jutsu and Astro carrying at no HP. Cleanups for the DPS as Extinction win the first fight.
When in doubt, just go in. Just go aggressive. Usually you're on the same page if you can count down 3, 2, 1, and then you're diving in together. And it certainly worked Extinction there, especially when you're playing as a BAP. Renko's going to swap over to the Kiriko instead, be a bit more mobile. Don't want to become the sole dive target. The Supernova reacting to Extinction, what they're rolling out with here. Got a mirror in our hands.
Yeah, straight up mirror. Some are going pretty low. All good. Classic payload spot to be held in for the time being. Ryan trying to find Zomba on an off angle. I think a couple of nice right clicks actually forces the deflect there from Zomba. You heard that, and I think Ryan's going to try and pounce on this one. Yeah, straight to the back line as well as Grapes. Oh, but wait, where'd Grapes go? Nemwai kind of schooled Grapes there, something crazy. I mean, both Zomba and Grapes, Nemwai come up with the kills on Grapes and Ryan. This is going from bad to worse from Supernova.
Yeah, this is looking real rough. I mean, when you commit that much with the Lucio and Gen.G, you need to find the pick. Because they just went in fully expecting to find the pick that would make a difference in that fight, but instead Grapes got picked and it just all fell apart for Supernova real quick. When you're playing a mirror like this, you just need a small little bit of an advantage going your way, and Supernova failing to have there.
They're just gonna rush. They want as many meters as humanly possible. Zomba even pulling the blade. Okay, well, that was the blade.
That was a good push.
Cool, like a Halloween decoration there. A little bit scary, but it doesn't really do anything. 90 meters for Extinction. Yeah, really good push. And they can, like, reset here, too. They still have this sound barrier from them. Like, if they want to keep going, they can.
They are in a spot, though, Jaws, here, where they can already make things messy. For Supernova to use ults here, but oh, that's like a brilliant pick from Renko, because it now allows Supernova to get back here. Although, ults invested.
Nemwai is in. Yeah, Nemwai says it's time to go. They're doing a trading, though. A 2-for-1 support ultimate there. Nemwai used the sound barrier, Grapes and Renko pop theirs. So actually for Extinction, that is a sizable trade. Someone has to get the bot, guys. Okay, there we go.
I actually think that's a mistake from Supernova. Like, you were in a 5 versus 4 situation. Like, you should not lose out and commit double support ultimates there. Now, making things a lot more difficult for themselves.
Oh, well, those hazards, they are very close to each other. Both down boards connected, and both hazards dead. Some honest Overwatch now, DPS versus supports. Ryan's still got that blade, but the problem is they have to run at Wub. Nice little Sue on to Wub, keeping him active in the fight. Oh, good deflect. Really good
nice
deflect.
Huge.
Wow. Ryan's going to pop blade too. Very extended fight. Scuffs down. Graves finds the kill. And Ryan comes up with another on Nemwai. That was an ult dump of the century, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. They kind of reset the ultimate economy for both teams here. Scuff's going to be closer to that Kitsune rush, of course, but this allows Supernova at least to get some push on the board here, and that's kind of the way you have to do it, right? One fight win at the time, so... Still think Supernova have to be quite happy with that, considering their double support ultimate usage before. Ryan, don't get picked here.
Yeah, nice dash there from Ryan, getting out of danger. Getting back to his supports. Map's been flipped currently. Scuffed asks to Suzu. Afraid of Jutsu landing another railgun shot, but here comes the rush. And now Supernova have to make a choice because this bot is going to get stolen. That pressure from the Suzu. Make sure the bot just slips through their hands.
Just a quick flip though. Didn't lose too much, but if you do lose this fight, you really put yourself in a hole now where Extinction surely will get across 100 meters.
Yeesh. Ooh. Grapes was like 6 HP there. Oh, so bad. No. Okay. That's a very sad way to die. Squished by the wall. Unlucky. Zomba down. Tori is also out of the fight, so she's not going to be able to thrive covering fire for the rest of the squad, but it looks like they've all managed to get out. Apart from Nemwai. Nice wall, but nah, Lucio, a little too quick.
Big opportunity here for Supernova. Double support ultimate in hand now. Rebuilt.
Just don't overlap the support ults, lads. Oh, dearie me, there he goes again. A big investment. However, the blade, it might have been worth it. But they still didn't come up with kills. There it is. Okay. Tell a lie. Half a second later, Hattori down.
4v4 here. Supernova only got Lucio heals.
They're still going to be able to stop this payload before the checkpoint, Johnny. Juicy's trying to find targets, but now has to deal with this overhealth. So Juicy's going to be out of the fight, out of commission for a little while. The bot has been stolen once again. This overclock from Jutsu, it's not going to find much purchase. It gets one kill, but these fights are scrappy. And with the spawn advantage, Extinction are going to win the fight, and Supernova don't get checkpoint.
Yeah, and I think it honestly comes back to Supernova layering their support ultimates once more. Like, they both support ultimates for a single blade from Zomba. And that's just not good enough. You put yourself in such a disadvantage if you can't secure value from your ultimates. If they hadn't layered support ultimates, they would have captured the checkpoint by now.
Yeah. Oh, flashback to Team UK and Cruz screaming at the top of his lungs.
Oh my god, what a core memory for you, huh?
Core memory, very, very
That's
cool.
crazy. What a crazy pull from you.
All right, so many ults from Extinction now. Stampool can be quite troublesome for Extinction. Astro, if they can connect it with the rush. But it looks like they're just trying to make Supernova make a mistake. There comes the downpour and the rush 2. Fight's already done, Ryan, but it's still come out with the blade. He's managed to find 1 kill, but a nice deflection timing there from Zomba is going to stop that blade in its tracks. 3 minutes to go. A downpour connects. Scuff goes down as Ryan and Astro manage to find a couple of kills, but they're on their last legs. A nicely positioned wall from Hattori. The spike guards don't last long enough for Astro. 90 meters. They're not going to be able to get any more, but Extinction, they've won the battle and potentially the war too. As with 2 and a bit minutes to go, and a nice reflect kill on Jutsu as well. This is going to be a lead extension for Extinction.
Yeah, it feels brutal. It feels like Extinction has been in control this entire push. But I really do feel like Supernova, if they just put their ultimates together here and don't layer them, I think they still have a good chance here at getting back into this push map. Ryan finds a pick up to NY. Oh, but picks himself 4v4 now. If they have to invest support ultimates here, Jaws, that would just be brutal for their chances in the map.
Yeah, real bad news bears. But they're going to have to do something. Yep. Beat for the blade. Zomba.
Okay.
Knight hits the 10k DPI and just spins on the spot. That's a good trade,
Just a beat, though. Just a beat. You just used the Sunbrayer. All good.
Dude, he's coping.
Yeah, well, you know, improvement.
Yeah, they've got 1 support on the left, so all good. All chill. Wow, they're going to use it at the as soon as Hattori jumps in. 1 little lick of danger there, and Renko pulls the ult. Sound barrier from Nemwine doesn't help Zomba in his quest to kill the backline. However, they trade Astro. I mean, Renko and the rest of Supernova right now, Johnny, they are so split. They're finding these little picks, but the bot's been stolen, and Hattori has gotten forward spawns for the team.
This is dropping Bolognese all over the floor, kind of messy. You just muck up the game. And Supernova, I mean, they find a couple of picks here. Astro gets isolated, gets picked off, and you steal the bot. Like, it's just a nightmare. Now Supernova, they have to keep winning these fights economically for their ultimates to get back into the map.
Oh no!
You gotta die to the downpour.
Yeah, that's sad.
That's tough.
Bolognese. They spilt their drink. Oh no. Well, Astro's found 2. Make that 3.
Okay.
Hattori, he's still alive though.
They're pushing.
But again, it's trades, Johnny. There's 30 seconds left. And look at the bot's positioning right now. It's only just in the mid. It's not even the mid on their side. It's on their side.
You need a big moment from your damage players. You're up against the Kitsune Rush from Scuffed. Ryan or Jutsu need to clutch it up here.
Well, here comes the overclock first from Jutsu. Clutching up required, but look at Extinction there. Disappeared in the periphery of Supernova. And now Jutsu, without a hope and a prayer in the backline, surviving on 1 HP for half a second before torn down. Extinction gonna win the map. Find themselves on match point as well as Supernova. Scattered to the stars, Johnny. This is their final chance. Their final chance is next map right now. They need to bring this to a map 5 to even see a hope of going to the playoffs.
Yeah, like we said, a bit of a must-win matchup here for Supernova if they want to avoid promotion and relegation, and maybe the pressure is just getting to them. I mean, these are simple but very costly mistakes in their ultimate economy, and just seemingly aren't able to put it together. I think they're making Extinction. I think they're making life easy for Extinction here, because if you're Extinction, you don't need to, you don't need to commit too many mistakes yourself. You don't need to force anything. You know that the game will kind of just come to you if you just play sound Overwatch, the fundamentals. And this has been Extinction so far up 2-0 here of Supernova. I think they really need to get things together here, heading into our 3rd and potentially last map.
Their final hope. Keeping themselves out of that relegation spot. Being there with Dildux, of course. And both Supernova and Dildox were the promotion relegation teams from stage 1. They made it all the way to mess with the big dogs in OWCS NA. I mean, now you can't ban the Tracer either way from Zomba, so we're gonna... And looking at the map pool, like, there's a lot of Tracer-friendly maps. I mean, at least Ryan can play it as well. Scrappy fight, though. 30 to 35. Like, considering the meterage difference, actually, the scoreboard looks a lot closer than I thought, actually.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think Supernova, I think they were very much in that map. If they just hadn't layered some of their support ultimates, I felt like they had a really good chance there. But committed a few too many mistakes, and that made all the difference for Extinction. So yeah, there was a big gap when it came to the meterage, but I really felt like Supernova was in that one. It was a closer map than the meterage difference really tells us here. So yeah. Going into our third map here, you know, Supernova, they love to play Brawl. Obviously, a lot of pressure, like you mentioned, on Ryan to step up here in the Tracer duel and really take it to Zomba, because that's just going to come your way all series long, right? And so the question for Supernova is, can they level up in the backline, and can Ryan really take it to Zomba and maybe reverse sweep to stay alive here in OWCS?
Yeah, we're just going to take a quick break. Just going to give Supernova a couple of minutes here to recollect their thoughts and think of a way they can get back in this series. They need a reverse sweep now to keep themselves out of that promotion relegation spot. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Map number 3 coming up next.
Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here,
All right, welcome back. Extinction versus Supernova. Supernova's final chance. We're going to Circuit Royale as our map, Johnny. As we do see a couple of substitutions come in. Not too surprised here. Obviously, especially the tank line for Extinction. MVM for Zomba is coming in for the DPS. So can't imagine we're seeing Tracer on this map, so this does make sense. Supernova, sorry, not Extinction for the tank swap, as False subs in for Astro.
Yeah, and False has been subbed in a few times here for Supernova. I've seen False on Midtown, for example, plays on Ramatra, but also plays on Diva, over on Circuit Real. So False has been, part of the lineup when you do flex over to some of these maps and you need something a little bit different from Vittori's, from Astro's tank pool, rather. So let's see what Supernova got cooked up here. Maybe they're thinking so far the series hasn't really gone our way. We need to change things up, move over to Circuit Royale. And, well, it's a bit of a stab in the dark here because guess how many times Extinction have played Circuit Royale this stage?
Well,
0.
Judging by the way you asked that, yeah, 0.
Extinction hasn't played Circuit Royale so far this stage, so you don't know what you're gonna get. But they probably scrimmed each other, I suppose. So
yeah, probably played it a bunch in scrims. Lifeweaver? Pap? It's got to be, right? Renko, at least, surely. preference to play the back.
Extinction strikes me as like a double poke Pharah team.
A double poke Pharah. I mean, I don't think Pharah's too bad on this map, honestly.
NVM on the Pharah.
Yeah.
Put Wob on like, I don't know, the Soch or Freya. You know?
Ooh, viewer Preds. 53% to 47. Oof.
Wow.
Supernova fans in the chat currently. Maybe weeping a little bit. Maybe a single tear rolling down the cheek.
That chat, I'm like a little disappointed in the viewer Preds here. Really? We're not going to give Extinction any credit? All right, it's your channel points, not mine.
47% of them did. I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, shout out to the 47. I feel like going into this matchup, I felt like maybe it was more of like a 40-60 in favor of Extinction.
Me when I play Hitman. Shout out to 47. All right, let's jump into the game. I mean, I can make it even deeper cut. Shout out Timothy Oliphant in the hit movie Hitman.
Okay.
That's a good film, actually. People hate it, but it's actually a decent one. May banned by Supernova and Extinction banning the Ana, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're playing against Supernova, you're going up against Renko, bit of an Ana specialist in the past, of course. So maybe you're just like, we don't want to deal with Renko on the Ana. Renko on Ana is too powerful, and we saw in our previous series just like how impactful an Ana can really be on Circuit Royale. So it can be a massive headache having to play around biotic grenades and, you know, individual nano stuff like that. So I don't blame them if they want to get rid of it. All right, yo, look at these compositions. My goodness.
Let's go.
All right. Well, okay. It returned to normal.
Come on, NY. No. Go back and spawn. Play the Weaver. I want to see this, though. Supernova's comp. We've seen a lot of Zarya, man. Like, a lot of Zarya. A lot more than I thought this stage. And this map is kind of the Zarya specialty, honestly. We've seen a lot more than I anticipated. Not like we've seen her, like, perma. But
that's fair. But I feel like teams responsible for most of the Zarya have been, like, Supernova and Dildux.
And false with
a couple of teams playing the Zarya. So I don't know. We've seen more Zarya, I suppose.
At least we're seeing the Alari from Renko. Heavy poke comp, my word. This is... You couldn't ask for a better poke comp, actually, if you're Supernova. I guess maybe the Sig would be better than the Orisa if you want to go, like, pure 100% poke, but it'll do.
I mean, tough to deal with all this poke, but honestly, if I'm Extinction, like, I don't really care. I think we have a decent chance of getting on top of some of these individuals and finding picks ourselves. You know, obviously you can't fight here in the street space, but if we're tactical about it, we can get to players like Ryan. Traded out though by Grapes.
Yeah, this comp is gonna struggle a little bit. The May ban kind of perfectly placed for Supernova, I think. I mean, May would be a very decent counter to hit this. You can poke, you can obviously wall off the tank as well. So I like the way Supernova position themselves coming into the map. Tori dead, which isn't good. And there is someone behind right now. Lucio, Nenwai. Oh, Nenwai's dead.
Oh no, this is just kind of falling apart for Extinction here. This is gonna be like amp it up from the high ground and just onto the cart and pray you can get like a pick or two. What, maybe?
Captive Sun available from Marenko. Can be a hard ultimate to pop off with. Saw an interview with Gala earlier on this week saying, like, sometimes you just got to throw it in. Doesn't matter if it gets 100% accuracy. Nice bolus there from Wub, but False eats that up.
It was enough, though. Extinction able to salvage things, and Supernova not quite able to get the picks required there. I mean, they had a couple of ults there and just got beaten to the ground, really. You would have thought maybe they push aggressive considering how much poke they have at their disposal, but instead they kind of like fall over flat, and gives Extinction a real good opportunity here with Beat Blade to again get on top of these poke heroes from Supernova.
Window Captive Sun through it. That's a lot of damage. That's all I'm saying. Realistic.
Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. Well, there's the window. Oh, there's got some. It's through. No, it's not through the window, but still. Well, unfortunately, though, beat Blade a little better than the Captive Sun and the window. And yeah, looking great on the Gen.G. That's an easy cleanup, too. Only a minute to go, Johnny. Supernova below both support ults as well as the bolus.
I mean, that has to be like a dream come true for any Gen.G player. Sound barrier Blade, and you're just like, well, there's like 4 people here you can dive on. Just pick your choice. Just go in there and you'll find you'll find an opportunity or two. I mean, now again, Supernova backs against the wall. 40 seconds to go to not be relegated.
Oh, good shot. Okay, that's going to start off this fight as Ryan dashes to the front line, but now has to be scared, has to be wary. This window is going to provide so much amplified damage. Oh, scary Orisa in the back line. Volks does end up killing Scuff with the Terror Surge, but all on their lonesome. Volks takes another, in fact, as Wub goes down, but Hattori is going to be able to stand strong in this front line, but locking someone down now as the Ram is going to be tough. So much mobility on the side of Supernova right now. Nemwai was trying to taxi the Ram to kill Grapes and Renko, but they couldn't quite find the kill. OT approaching. 2 players from Extinction left to try and touch, and MVM dies. And the Diva comes back as Nemwai gets the touch, and even a Lamp too to try and stay up. But no, there it is, and a kill and a cap for Supernova.
Now, Supernova drastically changed things up here now on a Diva composition with the Lucio Bap instead. Capping that first point, critical to give themselves a chance here on Circuit Real. Instead of poking, sitting back, now it's all about that pace. And with this Diva, can you go aggressive enough? Can you isolate a couple of these players? Jutsu has the bola shot. A well-timed bola shot could make all the difference in these early similar compositions.
That is a long-range window from Renko. Getting hit by the bolts too, which is kind of frustrating, but it is going to force the hand of Extinction here. So they're going to give up space on the corner. Oh, that was a good connection.
Here. Yeah.
That's a really good connection. Bolus hits around the column.
That's
nice
crazy.
aim from Wub there. Yeah, Renko on the high ground too. He's dead for sure.
I feel like Wub is just such a consistent hitscan player. Like,
yeah,
we talk a lot about Somba. You know, obviously great performance on the Tracer every single series. But Wub is just, you know, consistently doing work, finding picks here and there's, contributes. And in moments like that, you know, opens the fight up completely for his team.
They're going to play super far up again. They got beat Blade, Johnny.
They do again. Slightly less dive targets, though. We might have to sit back in this one. I don't know. Honestly, pop the amplification matrix first here and just see if you can get someone on the walk-up.
Look at the positioning from Hattori right now, just trying to lock down this corner, making it punishing for Supernova to walk up, but Tori takes a little bit too much damage than she maybe anticipated. Here comes the Blade. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I almost freaked out. Grapes was sound barriering in front of MVM who pulled the Blade. But it's all good. Still got the sound barrier off, but unfortunately your team's dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a massive fight win there, investing 3 ultimates, but I mean, you kind of took it to Supernova there and spent a lot of ultimates.
You're just going to get G-Mech. They're going to That is an early annihilation from Hattori.
Okay, no one's touching.
Yeah, I mean, can you... Oh, uh-oh.
Unless?
Uh-oh. Unless? Nice little boot. Unless? Oh, they did touch. Oh, they pull the Blade as well. Scuffed escapes for now. Nice deflect kill onto Scuffed. A single pellet of damage. But Wub comes up with 2. Mr. Consistent on the Freya. Uh-oh, all falling apart for Supernova. They're going to regain some of that space, Johnny. But for how much longer? Here comes Hattori back on the case. It is only Folks that can really continue to touch. Juicy will end up using that bonus off screen, but it is MVM with the cleanup. And that is where the push will end for Supernova, halfway up this hill.
Yeah, and, perhaps a deep sigh of relief there for Extinction, actually, that they're able to make that defense happen, because it felt like they kind of let Supernova back into that one. You know, probably 3 ultimates the fight prior, and then Hattori goes super aggressive with the Annihilation, but Supernova find a way to touch there. At the end of the day, though, it works out in Extinction's favor, which means they were always right to begin with. And they're going to have a really good chance to close this series out. And take a look at the stats. I mean, it's mightily impressive. What to expect, of course. Yeah, I mean, it is. By the way, I just have to mention this, by the way. We're in the middle of, you know, there's a lot of playoffs going on, NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. So I have to sneak in a sports reference.
Okay.
And I know you're not a sports head, but maybe, you know, just maybe, Wub is the Pascal Siakam of Fitzcam players. If you know in chat. If you don't, that's okay. Anyway. Extinction here on the attack, Jaws.
I mean, I don't.
Wub's on the forward.
I'm not a sports guy. I'm going to be honest.
I know you're not a sports guy, Jaws, but I still felt like I had to bring it up for the viewers, because some of the viewers, they are sports fans. I'm bridging the gap. I'm trying to make us all get along.
I like that.
I'll explain it to you on it off stream. Don't worry about it.
I can't wait.
Right now, I'm going to focus on Lenwood's concert. Yeah.
Well, not for long as the gate's going to open. And Extinction have a very clear goal in mind here. A 3-0, eliminating Supernova from the regular season and dropping them down to that promotion relegation. 3.5 minutes, and there. Off to a kind of a lightning start here as Supernova decided to hold back on this second corner.
Yeah, they're really not doing themselves, giving them a lot of room for error here. They're all kind of poking, you know, Falls, he's kind of peeking away from this corner, though. Like, at any moment, they could amp it up here and get around it, but it does seem like, yeah, this is going to be Supernova letting the corner go. Extinction, wide swinging.
Doesn't him getting booped away by NA. Very aggressive angles for Supernova right now. They're eventually checked by NVM.
Building ultimates here. If Extinction, very happy to just build this orbital ray. NA is going to go down. Sure, right, that stings, sets you back a little bit. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Is in order. Okay, all good. Nice reset dash there by Riot. Oh, there's still someone alive. Okay, it was well. I've dealt with the two.
All right, so that's a start for Supernova here. Love to see how they're gonna work Renko into this matchup now, because Extinction obviously playing the Juno Lucio. They're gonna play with a lot of pace. They're gonna build this orbital ray, which will be a dominant force that you can have the kite if you're Supernova. But they have this bola shot, they have this amplification matrix, and they need to find a way to get value from these ultimates, working around the pace from Extinction. Oh, Ryan.
Still on to Ryan.
Big pick from Wub.
These sound barriers are coming online in just a moment as well. Johnny, they're actually gonna just use this window. Supernova don't want to go down right now. Want to be able to buy enough time for Ryan to come back, even use the sound barrier, but they're getting absolutely nothing done with it. And NA, they've got a sound barrier in like 1%. Like, this is just going to be a beat Blade, which they've done for the last like 3 or 5 fights in a row. Sound barrier, Blade, MVM doesn't even get it, but it's all good. MVM still getting kills. And now a Supernova, they're truly on their last legs. And looks like False is even going to use this Annihilation to try and keep this point alive, but the payload is slowly moving in, and the body block on False is quite devious. So Tori honestly just kind of started on False there, pops her own Annihilation, and that's the checkpoint. And that golden box of victory not too far away.
Yeah, just a couple of team fights away from a serious victory right now, and again, Jaws, I'm just so impressed by Extinction. They're just playing sound Overwatch. Great fundamentals. Not overextending, not getting picked early, not overinvesting ultimates. Just grinding out this series by capitalizing on Supernova's mistakes. Really well played by them so far.
Ryan has got... Oh, Grapes! Wow. Grapes just gets picked by one. Ryan has to go. He ends up pulling the blade, but what? Just backpedals as Scuffed sends the pulsar torpedoes their way. Okay, it's still a decently even trade, but it's so messy. False locked in a room again as Hattori pushes the issue. False tried to go for the trade. There's a decent amount of spawn positioning here from Supernova, and they've got the windows, so they should be able to bully Hattori back.
Yeah, Extinction happy to regroup here with that Matrix coming out from Renko. Could be a costly ultimate for Supernova here. Extinction, they just want to build a double support ultimate, and that's going to be their fight win condition here, Jaws.
Yeah, they got 3 minutes to do that. And that's the ult for sure. Like, the amount of healing that Scuff's going to do in a couple of seconds, like, it's only 10%. That's so easy for the Juno. Bowler shot kills Scuff, though, at 95%. I say it was easy, but it's pretty difficult when you die. Oh, well, sound barrier popped too, and Renko is going to be the main target there of Supernova, and they found their mark. Nice damage from Jutsu, takes down Hattori, but how long can they really survive? Oh, and then why?
Wub just finds
Wub's still alive.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think Extinction might regret that sound barrier a little bit?
100%.
They got 2 minutes to go. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
They could have beat Blade.
They chose to invest that sound barrier in a 4 versus 5. They have so many ultimates here, though. They're probably gonna make it happen.
Ray, Blade, I mean, come on. Sound barrier from Grapes. They end up using the Ray as well, and now NVM dies at 99%. Okay. Name a better combo. Extinction players dying at like 95% to 99% of their ults. I mean, that's Orbital Ray also gone. Johnny, I mean, Extinction, they're kind of dropping the ball right now. Fumbling the bag.
Yeah, perhaps getting a bit too loose with it. NVM so close to having that Dragon Blade, and I bet NVM pops that Dragon Blade as soon as he gets it. But instead, it's not going to be Extinction after 2 pretty lackluster team fights here. No support ultimates on their side, and Supernova now got positioning. Early Matrix from Renko coming in here. A lot of poke damage coming Extinction's way. 1 minute to go here, Jaws. This is Extinction now. They have to make something happen.
Blade Annihilation, Lamp already dead. Oh, what? False with a 2k self-destruct. Takes down Hattori and MVN. That might have just been the map-winning play for Supernova, who have just exhausted Extinction's ult bank.
Good to see you.
That is, it's just insane. Extinction, they almost had 5 ultimates, and now they find themselves here with 30 seconds to go, and none available. Supernova, it's been costly for them too, but they've at least earned themselves an opportunity to prolong this series.
Okay, now they just got to win this neutral fight. Closest thing is NY Soundbarrier. You cannot go down here, NY. You got to stay alive. You got to get this beat online. 15% now to go. It's going to be an easy spot for Hattori to kind of hold, juggling around this this shield. NY with 10% still. They're going to try and make a play for the backline. They forced the lamp already. There's the beat from NY, and it connects. But same with Grapes. So a match of the sound barriers for the Lucios as they fight over this point. NY is going to continue the push. Ryan hits the recall, throws the pulse bomb. No damage even occurred with that. Goes wide completely, and now Scuff's turn to be the savior of Extinction with this rush. Pops it on the point, 3 meters to go. NVM kills Ryan, and now an upwards hill battle for Supernova fighting into these ults. Renko alive for a little bit longer than maybe Extinction expected, but there you go. A nail biter at the very end, but Extinction still come up with the win.
The brawl was just too strong in the end, and they're able to build the support ultimates. It made a big difference there in the very final fight, but that was a lot closer than it needed to be, Jaws. Still though, quite convincing 3-0 victory here for Extinction, which means they keep themselves alive in OWCS and qualify for the lower bracket here, with Supernova relegated after being promoted here for their first stage of the year. Again, just fundamentally sound, consistent Overwatch from Extinction. I'm mightily impressed by their performance today.
Indeed, yeah, they fought to keep themselves alive in OWCS, really, and avoid that promotion relegation. And because there were so many stakes on that match, I will forgive the egregious Supernova C9 on round 2 of Oasis, because, you know, like, things can get heated at the very end there, right? It was also Extinction kind of starting getting a bit too loose with it, like losing fights where they really didn't need to, or engaging in fights rather that they didn't really need to take. So yeah, obviously a lot of pressure on those players and on those teams. Extinction is not done yet. They do have a second game tomorrow, and that one will be against SSG. While Extinction obviously looked really good in a brawl today, they looked very solid. How will they stack up against an SSG in SSG's current form?
Yeah, this That's a game and a half. I mean, you expect SSG to come in and just win like straight up. They faltered a little bit, but you know, the back end of the stage,
their season only just started.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's dead.
That has been the joke. But realistically, like the season has gotten easier throughout the latter half of stage 2.
Right.
So you expect PlayStation to come in with a win, 4-3, lock themselves in that 4th position, and then move on to the playoffs.
Indeed. Yeah. Lots of players to highlight, of course, on both sides. But for now, we do want to chat with WUB because we have so many WUB heads and WUB fans, and WUB Nation is in chat full force. And here he is, the man himself. WUB, thank you so much for joining us. Got a little dicey there at the very end. Can you walk us through what the preparation was looking like heading into this match, and give us a little vibes check, knowing that there was a lot riding on that victory in order for you and the team to keep out of relegation?
Yeah, it was a bit hectic near the end there. I called that we wanted to use Juno on the point and just farm Juno, and like all we do is just play for point and we win that way. But as you can see, we didn't do that, so it took a while for us to win. But we were a bit nervous in the beginning. I could just tell with some of the players. We have younger players on the team actually, so they get a little nervous, especially when this is a high stakes game. But they pulled through, so I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, how do you feel about the matchup against Space Station with yourselves? Obviously, currently at 2-4. I think you can still sneak away with 5th seed, but what are your expectations for that one?
SSG match, it'll be a hard game, but we prepare pretty well for our teams, the teams that we play against, despite like the results we have. It's just been a rough season, a lot of like issues within the team and all that stuff, and yada. But I think we're really starting to get like our groove again with how we rotate our DPS and what comps we like to play and all that stuff. So I expect us to do a lot better in playoffs than we did during the season.
Yeah, I think you guys played really fundamentally sound in this matchup. You know, you didn't make any costly errors for the most part. You just capitalized on the mistakes of Supernova. And, you know, you didn't get picked too early. You didn't waste ultimates. It secured value most of the time. It looked really good from you guys. So could you perhaps give a bit of a peek behind the curtain, or just like what you guys are working on behind the scenes when you practice? What are your points of emphasis, really? And what led to this great series win here?
Honestly, just trying to play more comfort. I think we forced a lot of like comps that I don't think we necessarily like play extremely well, and we made a lot of mistakes throughout the season with compositions and stuff that we played, and just doesn't really fit us as a team. And you can see like today on like the Brig Ori cast, like how we were playing it, we just look way just better, and it feels way better for us as a team to play. And of course, Satori is like an insane hazard, so why are we not just like trying to force it any chance we can? You know, like Supernova, like I think they knew that, but we just beat them in the Brawl Mirror, so we didn't really have to worry so much about that.
Yeah, Brawl definitely something Supernova likes to play as well, but you guys just looked absolutely crisp and clean on that today. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to you and the team in your match tomorrow.
Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Whoop. Thank you so much for sharing some insight. And now, of course, it's also time to announce our player of the match. For this one, we got Nenwai.
Oh!
Yay!
Let's go!
Nenwai, I love Nenwai. I love the aggression. I love the cheeky picks. That's just some solid Lucio play.
To be the very best Lucio, you just have to get it popping. You have to get in there. You have to be aggro on the Lucio, but you have to channel your inner Lee Jae-gon.
That moment on Runasapi, the first fight, where they're playing BAP, just go into this room, and you think the Lucio like on the walls, just like kill the BAP,
just mailing. Yeah, it's so silly. It's great.
You gotta put the work in, all right? Lucio, you gotta put the work in. Yeah, and then why definitely a bright spot for this roster time and time again. Let's see if they can continue with the momentum in a tough match against Space Station Gaming tomorrow. Here are our standings. And that's after the penultimate day of Stage 2 has wrapped here in this region. But of course, as I said, it's the penultimate one, which means there's an ultimate one, and that is tomorrow. Let's take a look at our schedule and talk about which of these matches we want to highlight. There you go. Gentlemen, pick a favorite and tell me why.
Can I kick us off here?
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
Go ahead.
The Ultimates against Virtus Pro. I can't wait. I can't wait. That is
you
all.
have to wait, Johnny. You have to wait.
I can't.
The teams are not ready.
It needs to be played sooner, Zoe. I cannot wait.
I'll pull some
It should be
strings
a
for you,
relatively
homie.
fun game, in honestly. Like, it should be good. Yeah,
It
I'm
should be
looking
good.
forward to that one too. Yeah, definitely.
I'm just looking forward to see how all of these teams are going to fare in their last matches. You know, some teams have more to play for than others, so it's going to be exciting to see what some of them will be pulling out of the bag. We will be pulling out of the bag August, as he is our co-streamer of the day. So whilst we are wrapping our region here and say goodbye to Jack and Johnny, thank you so much for calling the action. Love you so much. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you, Zoe.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Good vibes today. I'll be mean in chat afterwards. Don't worry about it. I saved them up. I just used my inside voice for that. I hit you in a second with that. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been an absolute blast. Tomorrow we are back with more action, of course, to wrap up stage 2 for both of our regions. For now, as I said, we will be raiding August, so make sure to stick around, send a lot of love. Drops will be enabled on August's stream as well, and we hope to catch you again tomorrow.